Chapter 1187. 1187 Yuan Continent's Big Sect, Heavenly God Sect. The Baijian martial emperor's expression changed drastically as he tried his best to counterattack. He kept striking out, but it was all in vain. He was crushed by the towering ancient tree, and in the end the towering ancient tree heavily bombarded his body. The battle martial emperor screamed and fell into the core lake. Boom! Baijian martial emperor's body smashed into the lake, and suddenly, a huge wave appeared in the lake. With Baijian martial emperor's body as the center, the lake water rippled and madly rushed in all directions. In a breath's time, the water in the entire core lake was sent flying for hundreds of thousands of miles, turning into steam and dissipating in the air. With the Baijian martial emperor as the center, not a single drop of water could be seen within a 100,000-mile radius. Everyone could only see him lying on the ground in the middle of the earth core lake, coughing up blood. At the scene, everyone from the royal family, the Xia family, and the heaven-suppressing divine army widened their eyes in shock. 100 battle martial emperor was seriously injured by this black-robed middle-aged man with a single strike. How was this possible? A battle-hardened martial emperor was the leader of the heaven-suppressing divine army. He was an expert at the peak of the divine wilderness continent. He was invincible and had won every battle. This was how the name Battle Martial Emperor came about. But now he had been defeated in one move. This was simply unbelievable. Xianxia was also shocked and in disbelief. The 100 Battle Martial Emperor was not weaker than him, but he had actually lost so badly. This made him feel a little apprehensive. So strong. In the distance, Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. As expected of a third-level martial royal realm expert. You're overestimating yourself. The black-robed middle-aged man looked down at the battle-tested martial emperor and said, "Now, are you going to hand it over or not? If you don't hand it over, I can take it myself." There was a hint of killing intent in his voice. His meaning was obvious. If the warring martial emperor refused to hand it over, he could kill him and take it himself. The warring martial emperor's expression was extremely ugly. He was extremely unwilling, but he was helpless in the face of such an invincible opponent. In the end, he let out a long sigh, took out a token and threw it to the black-robed middle-aged man. The black-robed man caught the token and glanced at it. A hint of joy appeared on his face. It's indeed the Heavenly King's order. Although the Divine Ruins continent was much stronger than the Divine Wilderness continent, it was still a speck of dust compared to the Yuan continent. It was extremely difficult to join a large faction in the Yuan continent. The Heavenly King token was also a supreme treasure to him. "Sir, you are not from the Divine Wilderness continent, right?" Xianxia looked at the black-robed middle-aged man, his eyes filled with unwillingness. Now that the Heavenly King token had fallen into the hands of the black-robed middle-aged man, the imperial family had no chance. As soon as he said this, the hearts of the people from the royal family and the heaven-suppressing divine army were shocked. If he was not from the Divine Wilderness mainland, could he be from overseas? "That's right, I'm from the Divine Ruins continent, God's Gate South God Palace. You've lived for a long time, so you should have heard of it, right?" The black-robed middle-aged man explained as he put away the Heavenly King token. He seemed to be in a good mood. "What? You are from the Gate of God of the continent of the Divine Ruins?" Xianxia seemed to be very surprised. His expression changed and then he became very respectful. He cupped his fists at the middle-aged man in black and said, "So it's the experts of the Gate of God. I'm sorry for not welcoming you. Please forgive me." At the scene, the emperors had similar expressions as Xianxia. Other than shock, there was also a trace of respect. When the battle martial emperor heard this, the unwillingness in his eyes finally disappeared, and it was replaced with helplessness. As for those below the emperor rank, their faces were filled with confusion. "As expected, they are from the Gate of God." Xiao Wan muttered. "Senior, is the Gate of God very strong?" Lu Ming asked curiously. "Of course it's very strong. The primordial realm is vast and boundless. Of course most of its territory is the sea. The sea is endless and there are countless continents scattered across the endless sea. Some continents are not far from each other. When they gather in a region, they are called a group of continents, just like the islands in the ocean. Some islands are called islands when they gather together, and it is the same for the continents. Xiaowan explained. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. Outside the divine wilderness continent, it was really endless and beautiful. And the sea region where the divine wilderness continent is located is called the Divine Ruins Continent Cluster. It is made up of dozens of huge continents. Just from the name, you can tell that the Divine Ruins Continent is the most respected continent in this continent cluster. The Divine Ruins Continent is vast, at least 10 times the size of the Divine Wilderness Continent. There are many experts, outstanding people, and the number of emperors is also much more than the Divine Wilderness Continent. And the Divine Ruins Continent is completely ruled by one power, and that power is the Gate of God. Xiaowan continued to explain. Lu Ming finally knew how powerful the Gate of God was. The Divine Ruins Continent was at least 10 times the size of the Divine Wilderness Continent, and it was completely ruled by a single force, the Gate of God. The so-called overlords of the Divine Wilderness Continent were as weak as babies in front of the Gate of God. The black-robed middle-aged man, or rather the warship, was from the Gate of God. I wonder what is the reason for our esteemed guest's visit to the Divine Wilderness? The battle-martial emperor flew up to the sky and cupped his fists respectfully. The heavenly king token had been taken away by the experts of the Gate of God, so he could only choose to forget about it. I am here to bring good fortune to your Divine Wilderness Continent. The black-robed middle-aged man said. Bring good fortune. Xiaxing, the 100 battles martial emperor, and the rest of the people looked at each other in confusion. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, a rumbling sound could be heard as the warship sailed over. At the front of the warship, a few figures appeared. There were young people and old people, and all of them had powerful auras. That's right, good fortune, a great fortune. The black-robed man's eyes suddenly lit up and he raised his voice. A few months ago, the Gate of God suddenly received news from the Yuan continent. The Yuan continent's Xianxia sect is going to select young elites from the continent group of the Divine Ruins and recruit them as disciples. The Gate of God will do it on behalf of the sect and gather all the prodigies of the continent group of the Divine Ruins together to head to the continent of the Divine Ruins. At that time, an emissary from the Xianxia sect will descend to select disciples. The black-robed middle-aged man's voice spread far and wide, causing a huge commotion. What? The major sects of the continent of the origin are selecting disciples in the continent of the Divine Ruins? Heavens, there's actually such a thing? Since ancient times, the major sects of the Yuan continent rarely choose disciples from the continent of the Divine Ruins. Good fortune, this is really a great good fortune. Even the sovereigns couldn't remain calm. They were all discussing excitedly. Thinking about it, it was understandable. A Heavenly King token could only allow one person to join the Heavenly King Hall, a major sect in the Yuanlu continent. It had caused chaos in the central continent and caused the imperial family and the heaven-suppressing divine army to fight each other. From this, it could be seen how difficult and precious it was to enter a major sect to cultivate. But now, without any token, a big sect in the Yuanlu could directly recruit disciples. This was a great fortune. Once they were accepted as disciples by the major sects of the Yuanlu continent, they would have a meteoric rise and a bright future. The cultivation environment of the large sects in the Yuan continent was not something that the Divine Wilderness continent could compare to. It was countless times better. If the Divine Wilderness continent was a stinky garbage dump, then the major sects of the Yuan continent were the supreme immortals above the 9 heavens. There was no comparison at all. In that place, the Emperor realm was no longer the end point. There was a possibility of one reaching a higher level. Chapter 1188. 1188 Gathering of all the Paragons. A major sect of the Yuan continent actually came to the continent group of the Divine Ruins to recruit disciples? Even Xiaowan was stunned. However, many of the sovereigns sighed. This time it was only for the younger generation. The older ones had no hope. However, some of the younger generation's eyes were burning with passion. Excuse me, when do we start? Xiaxing asked. After 10 days, let's wait here for 10 days. After 10 days, the elites of the Divine Wilderness continent who wish to participate will gather here. However, I have to make it clear first that the requirements for the major sects of the Yuan continent to recruit disciples are very high. Only the top elites can be selected. Hence, after 10 days I will conduct a test. Only those who pass will be able to follow me to the Divine Ruins continent to participate in the selection of the Xianxia sect. The black-robed middle-aged man said. Naturally. Xiexing nodded. All right, spread the news. The black-robed man waved his hand and boarded the warship. The people on the warship had also disappeared. The warship floated quietly in the air. The battle between the royal family and the heaven-suppressing divine legion naturally came to a stop. The news that the Gate of God had arrived and that a large sect in the Yuan continent was about to recruit disciples spread like wildfire across the divine wilderness. Lu Ming and Xiaowan had also returned to the Demon God Valley. Xiaowan, Lu Ming, Chu Luo, and the others were gathered in a hall in the Demon God Valley. When Chu Luo and the others found out the purpose of the people from the continent of the Divine Ruins, they were all shocked. Lu Ming, I think this is your chance. A great chance. Xiaowan was the first to speak. Senior Xia's meaning is for me to participate in the selection. Lu Ming said. That's right. Your talent is rare even in the divine wilderness. There's a high chance that you will be chosen by the Xianxia sect to become a disciple of a major sect in the Yuan continent. Miss Nianqing also has a chance. Xiaowan said. Lu Ming frowned slightly and fell into deep thought. To be honest, he was also very tempted. This was a great opportunity. Lu Ming's current goal was no longer to become a martial emperor. His goal was to climb to a higher realm. But in the divine wilderness continent, once one reached the emperor realm, it was very difficult to improve. To continue improving, one had to leave the divine wilderness continent. However, when he broke through to the sovereign level and left for the Yuan continent alone, it would be a long journey and it would not be easy to join a large sect. Now was undoubtedly a very good opportunity. However, there was still something he could not let go of, which was Martial Emperor Di. If he did not solve Martial Emperor Di's problem, he could not leave in peace and go to the Yuan continent to cultivate. Lu Ming, are you worried about De? Xiaowan seemed to have read Lu Ming's mind and asked. That's right. If I don't deal with this person, I won't be at ease. Lu Ming said. Lu Ming, you are too short-sighted. Think about it, even if you are chosen by the Xianxia sect, you may not have to go to the Yuan continent to cultivate immediately. If you want to wait for a while before going, you can probably do it. Even if it can't be delayed, once you are chosen by the Xianxia sect, it is a big sect in the Yuan continent with many strong people. Any one of them can destroy De. Then you can ask a master to kill De and everything will be so levered. Xiaowan said. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. That's right. If he really joined the Xianxia sect and became a disciple, it wouldn't be too difficult to ask the Xianxia sect to send anyone to kill De. As long as he could get rid of De, he would not have to worry about the divine wilderness continent. He could go to the Yuan continent to cultivate in peace. All right, I'll participate in the Xianxia sect's selection. Lu Ming pondered for a moment and nodded. Little Qing, what about you? Lu Ming asked Xianxia. Wherever you go, I'll naturally follow. Xianxia smiled. All right, we'll set off in a few days. Lu Ming nodded. When the news of a large sect recruiting disciples spread, the entire divine wilderness continent was in a state of shock. All the overlord forces stopped fighting each other. Many young Heaven's Pride experts started to move and rush to the Earth Core Lake. Geniuses from the eastern wastelands, southern netherworld and western desert were all gathering at the Core Lake. Very quickly 10 days were almost up. Xiaowan brought Lu Ming, Xianxia, Tuobashir, and the other elites of northern plains to the Earth Core Lake. The warship from the Divine Ruins continent was still hovering above the Earth Core Lake. The four sides of the warship were already surrounded by people. They were all experts from various major forces, and they had arrived with their respective heavens favorites. Of course, there were still many people who came to watch the show. It could be said that it was a gathering of experts. Everyone waited quietly. Not long after, the warship glowed and a group of people appeared at the bow of the warship. The person in the lead was the black-clothed middle-aged man. The middle-aged man in black stepped out and flew off the warship. Behind him were two young men. They were obviously from the younger generation. Of the two young men, one of them had a smile on his face and looked very gentle. The other had a cold and arrogant look on his face. His gaze swept across the people from the divine wilderness continent with a hint of disdain. The younger generation stepped forward. The voice of the black-robed man rang out. Buzz, buzz, whoosh. One figure after another flew forward and arrived in front of the black-robed middle-aged man and the others. There were thousands of them. The black-robed middle-aged man frowned and said coldly, "Those below the spiritual god level leave. You want to participate in the selection of the major sects of the Yuan continent with such a cultivation?" Hearing this, most of the young men looked helpless and could only step back. Instantly, there were only a few dozen people left on the field. Lu Ming swept his gaze and realized that almost all the elites of the divine wilderness continent were here. Long Qin, Xianxia, Yang Patian, Shurdu and the others. Dark Child of the southern underworld, Three-Headed Hellhound and the others. Other than the heartless monk and the female bodhisattva of the western desert, there were also 5 more young heaven's favorites. It was truly shocking. Everyone sighed at how powerful the western desert was. In addition, Lu Ming only saw the Emperor God in the East Baron. Obviously, other than the Emperor God, no one else had reached the spiritual god realm. Some of them, such as Shurdu, Wu Qingkong and Di Shen, cast cold gazes at Lu Ming. Emperor God. Lu Ming's eyes swept over Di Shen and a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Di still wanted to take him down. If there was a chance, Lu Ming would definitely get rid of Di Shen and collect some interest. Behind the middle-aged man in black, the 2 young men were also sizing up Lu Ming and the rest. The young man with a smile on his face was still smiling, and there was no change in his expression. However, the cold and arrogant young man's eyes were burning with a fiery light. His gaze swept across Xian Yinjuan, Xian Yanqing, Goddess Tan Xiang, Jing Kongling and the others, and the fire in his eyes burned even more intensely. Who would have thought that there would be so many stunning beauties in the tiny divine wilderness continent, he. The arrogant youth's lips curled up as his heart burned. All right, your cultivation has reached the spiritual god realm, but I still have to screen you. Unless you're a top Heaven's Pride expert, ordinary Heaven's Pride experts will only embarrass themselves if they go. Now all of you stand still. I'll test your bloodline. The black-robed middle-aged man's gaze swept across Lu Ming and the rest. Then a formation disc appeared in his hand. The formation disc glowed and flew into the sky, rapidly expanding. In the end, a beam of light appeared and enveloped Lu Ming and the rest. Chapter 1189. 1189. The continent's prodigy of the war god ruins. After being enveloped by the light pillar, Lu Ming realized that golden rings were emerging from the bodies of the others. It was the chakra. Xian Yanqing had 9 golden chakras while Lu Ming had 8. The black-robed middle-aged man's eyes swept across the crowd. All right, those with 8th-ranked divine-level bloodlines can step down. Only those with 9th-ranked divine-level bloodlines are qualified to participate in the heavenly god sects selection. Follow me. What? Not even an 8th-level divine-level bloodline was qualified? Only those at the 9th level of the divine level are qualified? Everyone was shocked by his words. These conditions were too high. How many 9th-grade divine-level geniuses were there in the entire divine wilderness? A bunch of frogs in a well. Do you all think that a 9th-level divine-level expert is very impressive? A 9th-level deity might be the top in the small divine wilderness continent. But what was the Yuan continent? The core of the primordial realm, the Tiantian sect, is a large sect in the Yuan continent. The minimum standard for them to recruit disciples is that their bloodline must be of the 9th grade of the god tier. You can't even meet the basic requirements and you still want to join the heaven god sect. The cold and arrogant youth sneered and revealed a mocking expression. His voice carried an air of superiority. These words made many of the level 8 divine level geniuses' expressions turn ugly, but they didn't dare to refute. All right, 8th level divine level expert, you may leave. The black-robed middle-aged man spoke again. The heavens' favorites like the god emperor Wu Qingkong and Jing Kongling all retreated. It seems like I have no chance. Lu Ming gave Xian Yanqing a helpless smile. It's fine. If you don't go, I won't go either. Let's go, he said. Xian Yanqing smiled. Lu Ming nodded, turned around and flew away with Xian Yanqing. Wait a moment. However, at this moment a cold shout rang out. Lu Ming and Xianxia turned around and saw the cold and arrogant young man staring at Xianxia. He did not hide the fiery light in his eyes. Lu Ming frowned and his eyes turned cold. You're a 9th level divine level expert. Why did you leave? You don't want your fortune anymore? The arrogant youth said to Xianxia. If he can't meet the requirements, I'll go with him. If he can't go, I naturally won't go either. Xianxia looked at Lu Ming and said. Him. The arrogant youth looked at Lu Ming with a hint of disdain in his eyes. He's just a piece of trash at the 8th level of the divine level. He can't meet the requirements at all. What qualifications does he have to participate? You, on the other hand, are quite talented. Why waste your bright future for a piece of trash? Come with us. Xianxia's face turned cold and he said coldly, watch your words. I'm telling you, if he's not going, I'm not going either. Also, he's not a good for nothing. Lu Ming, let's go. Xianxia pulled Lu Ming and was about to fly back. Humph. With a cold snort, the arrogant youth moved and appeared in front of Lu Ming and Xianxia, blocking their way. You've met the requirements and must go. This is not only related to your future, but also to the gate of God. Then he looked at Lu Ming and said, Kid, if you're smart, get lost. You're a toad lusting after a swan's meat. Do you think you're worthy of this lady? Lu Ming's expression turned cold. From the very beginning, this person had been looking at Xianxia with ill intentions. Now he was calling him trash again and again. Did he really think he was noble? Where did this wild dog come from? If you bark here, get lost. Lu Ming's cold and disdainful voice was heard. The commotion here naturally attracted everyone's attention. Everyone at the scene looked over. At this moment, many people were shocked when they heard Lu Ming's words. This Lu Ming is really gutsy. He actually dares to berate the Divine Ruins Continent's paragon like this? It's over. Lu Ming is in trouble. Simply courting death. He doesn't know what's good for him. I think he's just used to being arrogant in the Divine Wilderness Continent. Some people sighed while others sneered and gloated. Kid, what did you say? As expected, the arrogant youth's eyes turned completely cold, and his killing intent exploded. He was a famous existence even in the Divine Ruins Continent, where geniuses were as common as clouds. There were not many people who dared to talk to him like that. Now, in the Divine Wilderness Continent, there was actually someone who dared to speak to him like that, berate him like that, and call him a wild dog. He was simply courting death. It seems like your hearing isn't good either. Wild dog, get lost. Lu Ming berated again. Brat, you're looking for death. I'll cripple you. The arrogant youth was furious as a terrifying aura exploded from his body. His aura continued to rise. 2nd level spiritual god realm, 3rd level spiritual god realm, 4th level spiritual god realm. In the end, it rose to the peak of the 4th level spiritual god realm before stopping. Peak of the 4th level of the spiritual god realm. Many people were shocked as they looked at the arrogant youth in shock. The icily arrogant youth was clearly young and belonged to the younger generation. His cultivation had actually reached the 4th level of the spiritual god realm. It was simply unbelievable. Currently, the Divine Wilderness Continent's top paragons such as Mingzi and Yangpatian were only at the peak of the 3rd level of the spiritual god realm. The only one who was certain to be at the 4th level of the spiritual god realm and above was Longchen. However, this young man had a cultivation base at the peak of the 4th level of the spiritual god realm. Buzz. The cold and arrogant young man sent a palm strike toward Lu Ming. His palm was covered with a layer of green light and the space was smashed into pieces. Get lost. Lu Ming shouted coldly and struck out with his palm as well. Boom. The two palms collided and the force of the palms swept out like an avalanche. Then a figure staggered back 100 meters in the air, his face pale. It was the cold and arrogant young man. He had been pushed back by Lu Ming with one palm. At the scene, the rest of the people were at a loss for words. They looked at Lu Ming in shock. After not seeing him for some time, Lu Ming had obviously become more powerful. He could actually defeat the cold and arrogant youth with one palm. Only Tuobashir sneered. He knew how terrifying Lu Ming's combat strength was. Ah, you're looking for death, I want you to die. The arrogant youth roared in anger. He had actually been forced back by a single palm strike, and the one who had done so was someone from the divine wilderness continent, someone he had seen as trash. He could not stand it. Boom. A green tree appeared above his head, and on it were 9 golden chakra shining brightly. This person had also awakened a 9th-rank divine bloodline and was a genius at the giant level. This made Yang Patian, Dark Child, and the others' expressions turn extremely grave. This person's cultivation had reached the peak of the 4th-level spiritual god realm, and his bloodline was also at the 9th level of the divine level. His combat strength had already surpassed theirs. Was there really such a genius in the Divine Ruins continent? Or was this person already one of the top few in the Divine Ruins continent? Just as all sorts of thoughts flashed through everyone's mind, the arrogant youth had already used his bloodline fusion and turned into a green tree. The green tree was as tall as the sky and as large as a mountain. A terrifying aura was released and the green light was boundless as it pressed down on Lu Ming. So strong. He's really strong. An ordinary 6th-level spiritual god will definitely die, and even a 7th-level spiritual god will be severely injured. Let's see how Lu Ming can block it. The cold and arrogant youth's strength shocked many people, and even the emperors were moved. This was a true Blue Heaven's favorite. In a battle of the same level he would not be any weaker than the other Heaven's favorites in the Divine Wilderness continent. Chapter 1190. 1190 Chapter 1190 Suppression. Break. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold and the 8 streams of dragon power in his body burst out, sending a punch at Qing Mu. Boom. Lu Ming's fist landed heavily on the green wood. Then, under everyone's shocked gazes, the green wood exploded and turned into green energy that disappeared into the world. In the green light, the cold and arrogant youth's figure appeared. At this time his face no longer had any cold and arrogant expression, only disbelief, shock and disbelief. He found it hard to believe that his most powerful attack, which he had used to fuse his blood meridians with, was actually defeated by Lu Ming in one move. He could not believe that there was such a powerful person in the Divine Wilderness continent. Furthermore, Lu Ming's bloodline was clearly only at the 8th level of the divine level. He was not the only one. The others present were also shocked. My God, Lu Ming's combat strength has become even more terrifying. He actually defeated a giant Heaven's favorite at the peak of the 4th level of the spiritual god realm in one move. With such combat strength, could he be able to compete with Long Qin? Maybe. Many people were talking about it and even some emperors were shocked. In the crowd, Long Chen's expression was a little serious, which was rare. He stared at Lu Ming, but he quickly regained his calm and returned to his indifferent state. Damn it. In Lion City, Mingzi was equivalent to someone who had a grudge against Lu Ming. While he was shocked, he also gritted his teeth secretly. Lu Ming had become stronger. The hope of them taking revenge and defeating Lu Ming had become slimmer. Behind the black-robed middle-aged man, the smile on the young man's face disappeared and was replaced by a serious expression. Interesting. The black-robed middle-aged man also revealed a surprised expression. Lu Ming looked at the cold and arrogant young man indifferently. Is this your strength? Is this the capital you have to be arrogant? You can't even take a single move from me, how laughable. You keep calling me trash, then what are you? His voice was indifferent and full of disdain. Brat, you're dead. The arrogant young man's face turned red and he let out an angry roar. He glared at Lu Ming coldly, wishing he could cut Lu Ming into 8 pieces. Buzz. Lu Ming could not be bothered to waste his breath on him. He took a step forward and, like a flash of light, his figure appeared in front of the cold and arrogant youth in an instant. He slapped him. You dare. The cold and arrogant youth was shocked. He did not expect Lu Ming to dare to attack again. In a hurry he tried his best to block, but how could he block it? He was sent flying by Lu Ming's slap. Bang. Bang. Lu Ming flew up and used the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps. He took 7 consecutive steps, each one aimed at the cold and arrogant youth's face. Bang. Bang. 7 consecutive steps landed on the young man's face, leaving a row of footprints on his face. The young man's body was like a meteorite, directly falling into the core lake. With a boom, the cold and arrogant youth's body fell into the geocentric lake, causing thousands of waves. He could no longer be seen. CSI. Gasps were heard. Lu Ming was so bold. He wouldn't have killed the prodigy of the continent of divine ruins, would he? The next moment, a ripple came from the core lake and the cold and arrogant youth rushed out. At this moment he was in an extremely sorry state. His hair was disheveled and his body was in tatters. His face in particular had a row of clear footprints. Blood was constantly flowing out of the corners of his mouth, eyes and nostrils. It was truly a tragic sight. Bastard, I want you dead. Men, kill him. Kill him. The cold and arrogant young man shouted hysterically. Enough. A cold voice rang out. It was the black-robed middle-aged man. The black-robed middle-aged man's voice caused the arrogant youth to stop. Elder, this person is extremely audacious. Quickly attack and kill him. I said enough. The black-robed middle-aged man frowned and his voice turned cold. The cold and arrogant young man's body turned cold and he didn't dare to say anything. They've already shown mercy. Otherwise, you would have been dead long ago. Don't you find it embarrassing to make such a big fuss? Back down. The black-robed middle-aged man berated. The arrogant young man's expression was extremely ugly. He glared at Lu Ming coldly and retreated with hatred. What's your name? The black-robed middle-aged man looked at Lu Ming. Lu Ming. Lu Ming replied in a neither humble nor arrogant manner. Lu Ming, very good. With your cultivation and combat strength, you are qualified to participate in the disciple selection of the deity sect. You can go to the Divine Ruins continent with us. The black-robed middle-aged man said. Elder, but his bloodline is only at the 8th level of the divine level. The cold and arrogant youth said. Shut up. The black-robed middle-aged man chided, forcing the arrogant youth to shut up. To the big sects of the Yuanlu continent, although bloodline is very important, it is not the only standard to determine talent. Other aspects are also very important. The black-robed middle-aged man said. Senior, I'm sorry, I don't want to go. Lu Ming cupped his fists at the black-robed middle-aged man. Everyone was stunned by his words. Lu Ming had the chance to participate in the selection of the major sects in the Yuan continent. Now he actually did not want to go. Even the black-robed middle-aged man was stunned. He could not believe that someone would reject such an opportunity. Why not? The black-robed man asked. Lu Ming cast a glance at the cold and arrogant young man and said, The Divine Ruins continent, if everyone is like this, then I don't have to go. Ha ha ha. The black-robed middle-aged man smiled. He understood that Lu Ming was unhappy. Lu Ming, the deity sect seems to be placing great importance on the selection of disciples this time. Once you are selected, you may be put in an important position. Also, the Gate of God also places great importance on this selection. As long as you are selected by the deity sect, the Gate of God will also reward you heavily. The black-robed middle-aged man looked at Lu Ming and smiled gently. He was indeed stunned by Lu Ming's combat strength. It was rare to see someone with an 8th-level divine bloodline having such combat power. Also, the black-robed middle-aged man looked at the arrogant youth and said, Mu Feng apologized to Lu Ming. What? Elder, you're asking me to apologize to him? Impossible, absolutely impossible. The cold and arrogant youth screamed. Is that so? The black-robed man's eyes were sharp as he stared at Mu Feng. Mu Feng's expression changed drastically. He gritted his teeth and his expression kept changing. Finally, he gritted his teeth and stepped forward. He cupped his fists at Lu Ming and said, Lu Ming, I was wrong just now. Then he turned around and walked away. Lu Ming smiled faintly. He could not be bothered. Lu Ming, how is it? The black-robed middle-aged man said. Senior is so sincere, how can Junior refuse? Lu Ming said. He had rejected the offer just now because he was unhappy, but he did not want to miss such an opportunity. All right, then the Tulavir of you will board the ship with us and head to the Divine Ruins continent together. The black-robed man announced. Senior, please wait a moment. This junior still has one more thing to do. It will only take a cup of tea's time. Lu Ming spoke again. All right, it's fine. The black-robed middle-aged man was slightly taken aback. Many thanks, Senior. Lu Ming cupped his fists and turned around, his gaze fixed on one person. Emperor God. Buzz. Kill. Lu Ming took a step forward and used the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps. He approached the Emperor God in an instant and struck his palm at him. Chapter 1191. 1191 Killing the Emperor God. The Divine Emperor's expression changed drastically. He did not expect that Lu Ming would suddenly make things difficult for him on such an occasion. In his shock, he activated his space intent and used transient step to retreat. However, Lu Ming's palm pierced through the space, and the terrifying power rushed toward the Emperor God. Block it. The Emperor God was shocked and roared in his heart. He tried to resist with all his power and operated the space will to the extreme. Boom. A terrifying force gushed out, and the Emperor God's body flew 1,000 meters away. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his face turned pale. Kill. Lu Ming took a step forward and continued to attack the Emperor God. Lu Ming. A long howl resounded between heaven and earth. A dazzling golden light bloomed, and a shocking sword chi appeared in the sky, slashing toward Lu Ming. It was De. The sovereigns were gathered today and he was naturally present. However, Lu Ming's sudden attack on the Emperor God was beyond his expectations. At this moment he was filled with killing intent and wanted to kill Lu Ming. De, why are you interfering in the matters of the younger generation? If you want to fight, I'll accompany you. Demonic chi filled the sky. A vast demonic light destroyed De Yi's sword chi. Xiao Wan appeared in front of De Yi. Xiao Wan, get lost. De Yi shouted and rushed toward Xiao Wan. As a junior, don't you know how to respect your seniors? Xiao Wan smiled faintly and fought with De. Lu Ming's figure did not stop at all. He exerted his extreme speed and quickly approached the Emperor God. The Emperor God tried to run away by operating his space will. Seal. 9 seals of the Divine Gate, Lu Ming said indifferently. He cast the 9 seals of the Divine Gate. 2 gates of sealing condensed on the left and right sides of the Emperor God. They shone with brilliant light and pressed down on the Emperor God. The Emperor God felt the space around him was like a swamp, making it difficult for him to move. Space chaos. The Emperor God's eyes were red. He roared madly and tried to escape by self-mutilating. But to his despair, another sealing door appeared behind him and enveloped him. 3 sealing gates. After this period of cultivation, Lu Ming had also achieved a breakthrough in the 9 seals of the Gate of God and was able to form 3 sealing gates. No. The Emperor God screamed in fear. He couldn't escape. Lu Ming strolled forward and punched Di Shen's dantian. A terrifying force gushed in and pierced through Di Shen's dantian. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Stop. The Emperor God's angry voice came from above. Stop? De, why didn't you stop when you went to kill me? Lu Ming laughed. His palm was like a knife and he chopped off the Emperor God's head, cutting it in half. The Emperor God, who stood at the top of the younger generation in the East Baron and ranked first on the list of top 1,000 talents in the East Baron, was dead. Boom. There was a loud boom in the sky. De and Xiao Wan exchanged a blow, but they retreated far away and did not continue to fight. De's eyes looked at Lu Ming very coldly. His murderous intent was so strong that it could not be dispersed. Lu Ming sneered and looked at De. Didn't De want to take him down and deprive him of his 9-dragon bloodline because of his high cultivation? Then I'll kill his strongest descendant now to collect some interest. Lu Ming, good kill. This is how a man should be. Take revenge. Xiao Wan laughed loudly, causing the members of the royal Xia family to have ugly expressions. De, I'll kill Di Shen today and I'll kill you in the future. Lu Ming spoke, his voice spreading out like a storm. The people of the divine wilderness continent were shocked. Just now, Xiao Wan had fought with De for a short time and displayed amazing combat power, which was far beyond that of an ordinary emperor, which shocked them. However, Lu Ming's courage was even more shocking. He said that he would kill De in the future. De was so powerful and Lu Ming was so confident. I'll be waiting, De said coldly. He glanced at Xiao Wan and the people from the continent of the divine ruins, then turned around, took a step and disappeared. Interesting. The black-robed middle-aged man muttered, feeling that this was even more interesting. Senior, I've finished my business. Lu Ming came to the black-robed middle-aged man and cupped his fists. The black-robed man nodded. Senior, this junior has a question to ask. At this moment a voice was heard. Everyone looked over and saw that it was Long Chen. What do you want? Go ahead and ask. The black-robed middle-aged man said. Senior, if I am chosen by a large sect in the Yuan continent to be their disciple, do I have to head to the Yuan continent immediately? If I want to return to the divine wilderness continent to settle some personal matters, I will need some time. Is that allowed? Long Chen asked. The others, including Lu Ming, had the same expression. This question was exactly what he wanted to ask. Ah, you're really delusional. Who do you think you are? The major sects of the Yuanlu continent will choose you? I'm only giving you a chance by letting you go, but the hope is slim. You're overestimating your own abilities. Before the man in black could answer, Mu Feng sneered and looked at Long Chen with disdain. Long Chen glanced at Mu Feng indifferently, then ignored him and continued to look at the middle-aged man in black. The middle-aged man in black frowned. It was obvious that he did not like Mu Feng's temper. He glared at Mu Feng coldly, causing Mu Feng's expression to change, and he shut up obediently. The big sects in Yuanlu are naturally reasonable. They will definitely allow this. After all, you can only go to Yuanlu after you've finished all your private affairs. Only then can you focus on your cultivation. The middle-aged man in black clothes said, giving a definite answer. Lu Ming secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Even if he had been chosen by a major sect in the Yuanlu continent, he would definitely have to come back to settle some matters. First of all, he would not be at ease if De did not solivere it. In addition, his second body was still cultivating in the secret realm of the Saint Mansion. When he went to the Yuan continent in the future, he would definitely bring his second body along. Do you guys have any more questions? Let's ask them together to avoid any doubts. The black-robed middle-aged man said. Everyone shook their heads, indicating that there was no more. All right, since there's nothing, let's board the ship. The black-robed middle-aged man said. He then turned around and flew onto the warship. Lu Ming and the other Tulivir people also flew onto the warship one by one. The warship was huge and extremely wide. The deck was a few thousand meters long and wide. Behind the deck was a door with some houses and the like. Mu Feng's cold gaze swept across Lu Ming and the rest, especially Xian Yinjuan and Xian Yanqing. He snorted coldly and took the lead to walk through the door. Brother Lu. I'm Yi Chuan. At this moment a young man came to Lu Ming and cupped his fists. Lu Ming recognized them. They were the two young men who had been following behind the middle-aged man in black. They had a gentle smile on their faces. Brother Yi, what's the matter? Lu Ming said. It's nothing big. It's just that I admire Brother Lu's combat strength, so I want to make friends with you. Yi Chuan said with a smile. Brother Yi, you're too polite. How can such insignificant skills be compared to the Divine Ruins continent's prodigies? Lu Ming was polite. Yi Chuan smiled and lowered his voice. Brother Lu, Mu Feng is a narrow-minded person. If you go to the Divine Ruins continent, Brother Lu, you have to be careful of this person's secret tricks. Chapter 1192. 1192 Chapter 1192 Departure. Oh. Thank you for your reminder, Brother Yi. Lu Ming cupped his fists. You're welcome. Brother Lu and this young lady, please. This cross-sea airboat is not small. There's something else inside. I will show you around. Yi Chuan said with a smile. Since Yi Chuan was so enthusiastic, Lu Ming could not reject him. Together with Xian Yanqing, they followed Yi Chuan through the main entrance. Of course, Tuobashir had been following behind Lu Ming. Now that the 100 Beasts tribe had surrendered to Lu Ming and Tuobashir had been defeated by him in one move, he admired Lu Ming very much and had become Lu Ming's subordinate. This warship was really big. It had everything. Living rooms, cultivation places, pill refining rooms and equipment refining rooms. There were even restaurants where one could order food and drink, but one had to pay with raw stones. Yi Chuan brought Lu Ming and the rest on a tour which broadened their horizons. In the end, Lu Ming and the rest randomly chose a room to stay in. Even though the cross-sea flying ship was extremely fast, the distance between the Divine Wilderness continent and the Divine Ruins continent was really quite far. Even with the cross-sea flying ship, it would still take a month to fly. Hence they would have to spend this time on the ship. Boom, boom, boom. The ship's body trembled slightly as the ship started to fly towards the north. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared from the sky above the geocentric lake. After the ship started flying, it completely stabilized as if it was on flat ground. Lu Ming entered the room and closed his eyes to rest. Half a day later, Lu Ming and Xianxia went to the restaurant to get something to eat. When he arrived at the restaurant, he saw a few familiar faces. Shirdu and Kong Lin were sitting at the same table. After seeing Lu Ming, a deep fear flashed in their eyes. Previously, Lu Ming had defeated Mu Feng with one move. His combat strength had shocked them. Lu Ming also saw Long Chen sitting alone at a table, slowly drinking wine. Lu Ming saw two bald heads at another table. It was Moonless and the unscrupulous monk. At this time, Moonless was slowly sipping her tea, while the unscrupulous monk picked up a large piece of monster meat and gnawed on it, his mouth full of oil. When he saw Lu Ming and Xianxia, the monk shouted, "Almsgiver Lu Monsieur, come this way please, my treat." "Master, please go ahead. I won't disturb you any longer." Lu Ming smiled and walked to the side with Xianxia. On the other side of the table, a beautiful woman in white was sitting alone. It was Xianxia. Seeing Lu Ming and Xianxia, Xianxia's cold gaze fell on Xianxia. He said coldly, "When we return to the Divine Wilderness continent, I will definitely take you down with my own hands and seal you back into the 9 underworlds demon territory. Don't worry, there's no need to return to the Divine Wilderness. In the Divine Ruins, I will trample you under my feet." Xianxia retorted. Then he pulled Lu Ming to a table at the side, ignoring Xianxia. At the entrance of a passageway, Mu Feng witnessed the scene. It turns out that these two beautiful women who look almost identical are not in the same group. They seem to have a grudge. Then I'll take down the woman in white first. As for Lu Ming and the woman in black, when we reach the Divine Ruins continent, humph. Mu Feng snorted. Xianxia and Xianxia were a pair of beautiful sisters with unique temperaments. Mu Feng's heart was burning with passion. At first he thought that Xianxia was on Lu Ming's side when he saw how close Xianxia and Lu Ming were. He was afraid of Lu Ming and did not dare to take any action. However, now that he saw that Xianxia was not on Lu Ming's side, his heart was suddenly filled with excitement. Mu Feng smiled charmingly and walked towards Xianxia. He stopped in front of Xianxia's table and said, "Young lady, may I sit here?" Xianxia glanced at Mu Feng coldly and did not say anything. Mu Feng's eyes narrowed as he sat down and said, "My name is Mu Feng. I believe you have heard of me. There are many things that you need to pay attention to on your trip to the Divine Ruins continent. The Divine Ruins is not like the Divine Wilderness. The Divine Wilderness is a small place, but there are many experts and geniuses in the Divine Ruins. I can tell you about the things that you need to pay attention to in case you take a wrong path." Mu Feng spoke with a hint of pride in his tone. "You're from a small place, so you should be more careful when you get to a bigger place. But it's okay, I can give you some advice." In Mu Feng's heart, the fact that he was willing to tell Xianxia all this was already a sign that he was taking good care of her. "Get lost." Xianxia's cold voice echoed throughout the restaurant. Mu Feng's words came to an abrupt end. Then a cold light flashed in his eyes as he said, "Young lady, what are you saying? Get lost, can't you hear me?" Xianxia said coldly. He looked at Mu Feng with a hint of disgust. "How dare you, you bitch. I was kind enough to give you advice, but you don't know how to appreciate my kindness and even dare to insult me. Now kneel down and apologize." Mu Feng's face was extremely gloomy as he coldly rebuked. His heart was filled with anger. In the beginning, Lu Ming was the one who had the audacity to injure him. He was filled with anger. Now even a mere Xianxia dared to berate him like that. Who did he think he was? Xianxia glanced at Mu Feng with disdain, then stood up and left. Since Mu Feng was still shamelessly refusing to leave, she had no choice but to leave. "Bitch, if you want to leave, kneel down and admit your mistake. Be my maidservant for 3 years." Mu Feng shouted coldly as he threw a palm at Xianxia. Xianxia turned around and struck out with his palm. Bang! The two palms collided. Xianxia's body trembled and he was forced to take 5 steps back. Mu Feng on the other hand took 3 steps back. 4th level spiritual god realm. You're quite capable. However, you've only just broken through to the 4th level spiritual god realm and you want to fight me? It's still too early. Mu Feng's expression changed at first. Clearly, he did not expect that the divine wilderness continent would first produce an expert like Lu Ming. Now this woman's cultivation was also so profound, reaching the 4th level of the spiritual god realm. However, Mu Feng's expression immediately turned cold, and the fire in his eyes became even more intense. Buzz! Buzz! Mu Feng's palm continued to attack Xianxia. Whoosh! At this moment, a wine cup broke through the void and flew towards Mu Feng's face. The wine cup brought with it a terrifying wind that disrupted Mu Feng's palm technique. Who is it? You're looking for death. Mu Feng smashed the wine glass into pieces. He scanned the scene coldly and finally stopped at Long Chen. The wine cup had just flown out of Long Chen's hand. Kid, it's you. Mu Feng stared at Long Chen coldly. Let her go. Long Chen said calmly. Ah kid, who do you think you are? Overestimating yourself, I'll cripple you right now and see how much you're worth. Mu Feng shouted coldly. He was furious. These pieces of trash from the divine wilderness continent did not even put him in their eyes. They were simply detestable and deserved to die. Did they really think he was a pushover? First it was Lu Ming, then Xianxia, and now it was Long Chen. The killing intent in his heart was already incomparably thick. Chapter 1193. 1193 Continent Group of the Divine Ruins. With his talent, even though he was a prodigy in the Divine Ruins continent, he was not considered the top. His status was very awkward, which was why he applied to come to the Divine Wilderness continent. He had originally thought that he could show off in the Divine Wilderness continent, suppressing all the so-called elites of the Divine Wilderness continent beneath his feet. In his imagination, wouldn't these country bumpkins of the Divine Wilderness continent try to curry favor with him, and even have beautiful women throw themselves into his arms? However, the reality was far from what he had imagined. From the beginning he had been beaten up badly by Lu Ming. However, the elder seemed to value Lu Ming's talent and wanted him to apologize. And now Xianxia and Long Chen were still the same. He was going to make a move. He was going to cripple Long Chen with a thunderous method and make an example of him. He was going to make the rest of the Divine Wilderness continent fear him and make Xianxia obediently throw herself into his arms. He strode toward Long Chen. At the side, Lu Ming, Xianxia, the unscrupulous monk Shirdu, and the others watched with interest. Long Chen was now engaged to Xianxia and Xianxia was her sister. If something happened to Xianxia, Long Chen naturally wouldn't sit by and do nothing. Mu Feng was about to fight Long Chen. They were curious if Mu Feng could test Long Chen's strength. Swish. Mu Feng was very direct. He directly attacked Long Chen with his palm. The wind from his palm whistled and the force of his attack surged in the restaurant. However, this was inside the ship. The ship was made of an extremely hard metal, and its entire body was engraved with runes. Even an emperor would not be able to destroy it easily, so it could naturally block the force. Get lost. Long Chen sat still and struck out with his palm. Bang! The two palms collided and Mu Feng was forced back 7 or 8 steps. Long Chen, on the other hand, was still sitting there, motionless. Damn it! You're courting death. Mu Feng roared. His face turned red and his aura became even more violent. The blood vessels appeared above his head. He shouted and attacked Long Chen again. Apart from the bloodline fusion, this was his strongest move. He did not believe it. He did not believe that the people of the Divine Wilderness continent were so strong. Long Chen stood up. One of his arms suddenly became twice as thick as usual and he threw a punch. This punch was extremely destructive. It destroyed all of Mu Feng's attacks and landed on Mu Feng's palm. Gotcha! Mu Feng's palm was completely deformed. He let out a scream and his body flew far away like a kite with a broken string. He hit the wall heavily and blood spurted out of his mouth. On the side, the unscrupulous monk Shurdu and the others focused their eyes on Long Chen, their eyes filled with solemnity. Long Chen's combat strength has become stronger again. Lu Ming's heart stirred. He had used the same move to defeat Tuobashir in the Holy City. Now he had defeated Mu Feng with the same move. He still gave off an unfathomable feeling. Other than the people from the Divine Wilderness continent, the people from the Divine Ruins continent were even more shocked. It seems like the Divine Wilderness continent has produced a few impressive elites. Some people from the continent of the Divine Ruins side. Get lost. Long Chen's eyes fell on Mu Feng. Mu Feng struggled to get up. His eyes were about to spit fire. He was so aggrieved. He had originally thought that he could show off in the Divine Wilderness continent, but he had never expected to be beaten up. You guys just you wait. Mu Feng left with his tail between his legs. Long Chen sat down and continued to drink, and the scene returned to peace. Lu Ming, are you confident in going up against Long Chen? Xianxia sent a voice transmission to Lu Ming. I don't know. Lu Ming shook his head and sent a voice transmission. I know too little about Long Chen. I don't know what his bloodline is. We don't even know his exact cultivation level, so it's hard to measure it. It seems that you have an opponent. Xianxia smiled. Don't worry. In the future I'll suppress all enemies. The man you like will be invincible. Lu Ming smiled, full of confidence. How could he be so confident? When his 9-dragon bloodline and the prison-suppressing steel bloodline both advanced to divine level 9, his combat power would be greatly improved. He would be invincible in a battle of the same level. You're so smug. Xianxia blushed and rolled his eyes at Lu Ming. However, his eyes were filled with a happy smile. After eating and drinking for a while, Lu Ming and Xianxia paid the bill and left. They strolled around the ship for a while before coming to the deck. Outside the wind was howling. With the speed of the cross-sea flying ship, the wind formed by breaking through the space was terrifyingly powerful. As long as anyone below the spiritual god level came to the deck, they would be crushed into pieces by the storm. Lu Ming and Xianxia released their vital essence to block the storm and looked around. What came into view was an ocean that stretched as far as the eye could see. On the ocean the wind howled, and under the ocean, there were thousands of waves that were 10,000 meters high. It was a spectacular sight. Lu Ming and Xianxia held hands and looked at the spectacular scene together. A month's time was very short to cultivators. It passed in the blink of an eye. A month later they had already arrived at the continent of the Divine Ruins and entered its boundary. The Divine Wilderness continent's paragons gathered on the deck and looked down at the magnificent rivers and mountains. What a dense heaven and earth spiritual chi. There's a dense origin chi mixed in the spiritual chi. Tuobashir took in a deep breath and revealed an intoxicated expression. That's right, this kind of cultivation environment is much better than the Divine Wilderness continent. Even if an emperor were to cultivate here, it would be much easier to break through. The conditions are much better than the Divine Wilderness continent. Lu Ming sensed carefully. The Divine Ruins continent was not only rich in spirit chi and origin chi, but it also seemed to be easier to comprehend the essence realm of heaven and earth. Cultivating in such an environment would naturally be faster, and there would be more experts. It is said that the Divine Ruins and the Yuan continent are still thousands of miles apart. I really don't know what the cultivation environment of the Yuan continent is like. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with anticipation. The warship flew quickly in the sky, and endless majestic mountains and rivers passed below. 2 days later, a vast ancient city appeared in front of them. Everyone, that ancient city is where the southern deity palace of the Divine Gate is located. You will be staying there for nearly 3 months. The black-robed man said. I'll roughly tell you the process of the Tianshan sect's selection of disciples this time, as well as the situation of the Divine Ruins continent. In the Divine Ruins continent, the Gate of God is the most respected. The Gate of God is also divided into 4 divine palaces, north, south, east, and west. However, the 4 divine palaces each govern a region and have been governed separately for countless years. Therefore, although the 4 divine palaces now all belong to the Gate of God, they can actually be considered 4 forces. They compete with each other and even fight. And in the 4 directions of the Divine Ruins continent, there are a total of 42 continents, called the Divine Ruins Continent Cluster. The 4 great divine palaces are each in charge of one direction. The Divine Wilderness Continent is in the south of the Divine Ruins Continent and belongs to my South Deity Palace. There are a total of 9 continents, and we have to wait for the elites of the 9 continents to gather together and head to the ancient city of the Divine Ruins 3 months later. The black-robed man explained in detail. Chapter 1194. 1194 Chapter 1194 Starting a conflict. Everyone nodded. So that was the case. As for the Divine Wilderness Continent's paragons, they were secretly shocked. In the 4 directions of the Divine Ruins Continent, there were a total of 42 continents. The vast Divine Wilderness Continent was actually just one of them. It was truly shocking. It was said that there were many such continents in the entire primordial realm. It was simply uncountable, and it was really unknown how big the primordial realm was. Alright, that's all I have to tell you. As for the details of the selection of the heavenly god sect's disciples, I'll tell you when the 9 continents gather. Now we need to fly into the South God Palace. After the black-robed man finished speaking, he stepped out and flew out of the ship. Mu Feng Yichuan and some other people from the Divine Ruins continent, including Lu Ming and the others, flew out to look at the sea-crossing spaceship. Then the cross-sea spaceship changed direction and flew in another direction. They stepped on the air and flew toward the South God Palace. The ancient city in front of them all belonged to the South God Palace. It was extremely vast and countless people lived there. When the guards of the ancient city saw the black-robed middle-aged man, they bowed respectfully and entered the ancient city without any obstructions. The ancient city was really too big. It was like a small world inside with mountains, rivers, and lakes. Soon they landed on a square. Wait here for a moment. Someone will come to arrange your accommodation soon. The black-robed middle-aged man said. Then he rose into the air and disappeared. Beside him, Mu Feng's face was cold. He took out a jade transmission talisman and sent a message out. Then he sneered. Soon 2 middle-aged strong men flew over and landed in front of Lu Ming and the rest. You must be the elites from the Divine Wilderness Continent. Come with us, we will arrange your accommodation. Having said that, he rose into the air followed by Lu Ming and the rest. There were 2 mountain peaks not far from the square. The 2 mountain peaks were connected together. There were 2 peaks, one tall and one short, like brother peaks. From a distance one could see courtyards built on the 2 peaks. The 2 brawny men led them and flew towards the tall mountain. In a flash they landed on the mountain peak. The mountain peak was filled with dense spirit chi and origin chi. Ancient trees towered into the sky and spirit beasts ran around. The environment was very good. There were some courtyards built in the forest. This mountain peak is called General Peak and that short mountain peak is called Soldier Peak. It's as if the soldiers are paying respects to their general. One of the brawny men introduced. Lu Ming and the rest looked over. Indeed, the short mountain peak looked like a soldier paying his respects to the general. From their side they could see Soldier Peak. You can choose any courtyard you want to stay in. Alright, I've brought you the location. We'll be leaving. A brawny man said. Then the 2 brawny men left. I have rice hair, this little monk will choose this courtyard. Junior sister Moonless, do you want to live with me? The unscrupulous monk chanted the name of Buddha and walked toward a side courtyard. Before he left, he glanced at Moonless and asked. Moonless directly ignored the unscrupulous monk and entered another courtyard. There were many courtyards here and they could choose at will. Each of them chose their own courtyard. Lu Ming and Xianxia strolled around. They chose a courtyard near the cliff and walked in. The courtyard was elegant and there were several rooms that could accommodate several people. The environment was also elegant and the 2 were quite satisfied. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming and the rest had been in the South God Palace for 3 days. On this day outside the ancient city, another ship flew across the sea and a group of people flew out. This is the Southern Deity Palace of the Divine Ruins Continent. In the crowd there were more than a dozen young men. Their eyes were shining as they looked at the ancient city in front of them with excitement and anticipation. After that, they flew into the ancient city and landed on the square just like Lu Ming and the rest did previously. Not long after, a young man and a man in his prime flew over. The young man was Mu Feng. My friends from the Xianxia continent, your accommodation has been arranged. Please follow us. Mu Feng said. The heaven's favorites from the Xianxia continent nodded. There were 15 of them, and they followed Mu Feng and the young man in a certain direction. The direction they were heading in was also the direction where Lu Ming and the rest were staying. However, they did not reach General Peak but Soldier Peak. They landed on Soldier Peak. Brother Mu, I think the scenery on that mountain peak is better. Can we stay on that mountain peak? A young man from the Xianxia continent looked up at the general's peak and asked. Brother Yi, I'm sorry. That mountain has already been occupied by a person from a continent. Mu Feng laughed. There's a continent to live in? Which continent is it? Not only the young man, but the other young men from the Xianxia continent also changed their expressions. Soldier Peak was obviously shorter than General Peak and they had to look up at it, which made them very uncomfortable. It's the people from the Divine Wilderness continent. The mountain that the Divine Wilderness continent lives on is called General Peak and this mountain is called Soldier Peak. Mu Feng explained. General Peak? Soldier Peak? How preposterous! Why did the people of the Divine Wilderness continent live on General Peak while we live on Soldier Peak? Then what right does the Divine Wilderness continent have to live in the General's Peak? I've heard of the Divine Wilderness continent. Legend has it that in ancient times, there was a ranking of the continents in the Divine Ruins. The Divine Wilderness continent is ranked far behind my Xianxia continent. What right do they have to live there? Mu Feng's words caused a commotion among the heaven's favorites from the Xianxia continent. They all expressed their dissatisfaction. A general's peak and a soldier's peak. The meaning was obvious. Didn't that mean that their Xianxia continent would be the soldiers, while the Divine Wilderness continent would be the generals? Preposterous. Everyone, this is the arrangement of the South God Palace's elders. It's possible that the elders feel that the Divine Wilderness continent's paragons are stronger? However, in the South God Palace, everything is decided by strength. The stronger you are, the better the place you can stay in. Alright everyone, you can move in. This Mu will take his leave first. After Mu Feng finished speaking, he turned around and flew away with the middle-aged man. A smug smile appeared on Mu Feng's face. Divine Wilderness Continent, aren't you all very powerful? Then I will let you have a taste of the skills of the God's Alligator Continent's Heaven's Pride. A cold smile appeared on Mu Feng's face. That's right. The arrangement of accommodation was arranged by Mu Feng through his connections. It was just a simple arrangement of accommodation, not too difficult. He had deliberately arranged for the Divine Wilderness continent to be at the General's Peak, and for a rather powerful continent, the Xianxia continent, to be at the Soldier's Peak. He wanted to stir up conflict between the two continents. If the Divine Wilderness continent did not let him have it easy, he would not let the people of the Divine Wilderness continent have it easy either. After Mu Feng left, the heaven's favorites from the Xianxia continent shouted angrily. Just now Mu Feng said that in the South God Palace, everything is decided by strength. The Divine Wilderness continent actually lives above our Xianxia continent. What right do they have? Since strength speaks for itself, then let the people of the Divine Wilderness continent get the hell out. The General's Peak is ours. Who's going to make the first move? I'll go. A mere Divine Wilderness continent, I alone am enough. In the end, a young man in scale armor walked out and stepped into the air, flying toward the General Peak. Chapter 1195. 1195 Chapter 1195 Croc God Continent. For the past 3 days, Lu Ming had been cultivating in seclusion, trying to gain insight into the realm of the heaven and earth, as well as comprehending martial arts techniques. The cultivation environment in the Divine Ruins continent was indeed better than that in the Divine Wilderness continent. He felt that cultivating here was easier than in the Divine Wilderness continent. Suddenly, there was a violent explosion outside. Lu Ming opened his eyes, feeling a little surprised. There were people fighting outside, but who would be fighting here? Lu Ming got up and opened the door. When he saw Xianxia walking out of his room, the two of them were a little surprised. They walked out of the courtyard and saw that the sky was bright and powerful not far away. In the air, some people were watching. The unscrupulous monk Yang Pati and Ming Zi Tuobasher and the others were all there. On the other side, there were more than a dozen unfamiliar young men. Lu Ming looked at the battlefield. It was Du fighting with a young man in scale armor. At this moment, the lion had already transformed into its original form. It was a mighty golden divine lion. Its entire body was shining with golden light, and golden flames were dancing. Compared to when he was in the holy city, Lion City was much stronger. His cultivation had also broken through to the third level of the spiritual god realm. With a long roar, the heavens and earth shook and even the mountains trembled. However, at this moment Du was at a complete disadvantage. The young man in the scale armor was obviously much stronger than Du. He punched out again and again, causing the lion to roll in the air. What a majestic lion. Not bad, it's quite mighty. How is it? In the future, be my mount and follow this young master to eat and drink well. The youth's mocking voice rang out, causing Du to be even more enraged. His roar shook the heavens. Buzz. Whoosh. In the distance, a figure flickered and flew over. Clearly they were alarmed by the battle here. Many of them were young people. Lu Ming guessed that they might be geniuses from other continents or the South God Palace. They really started fighting. Mu Feng sneered in the crowd. He had not gone far when he heard the commotion and came back to watch the show. Which two continents are they from? Someone asked. It's the Divine Wilderness Continent and the Xianxia Continent. Mu Feng replied. Oh, so it's these two continents. In ancient times, the Divine Ruins Continent group used to have a ranking of continents. The Divine Alligator Continent's ranking has always been very high, even charging into the top 10 when it was at its strongest, while the Divine Wilderness Continent's ranking has always been below average. I wonder how it's doing now. I've heard that the Xianxia continent has always been very strong. Although they might not be in the top 10, they won't be too bad either. Most of the Divine Wilderness Continent's heaven's favorites are not their match. That male lion from the Divine Wilderness Continent is about to lose. The surrounding spectators discussed animatedly. Tuobasher, what's going on? Lu Ming and Xianxia came to Tuobasher's side and asked. General Lu is from the Xianxia continent. They were originally assigned to live on Soldier Peak. Now they want to drive us to Soldier Peak and let them live on General Peak. Tuobasher explained. Lu Ming understood it in one sentence. The General's Peak was high and mighty, looking down on the Soldier's Peak. The proud Heaven's Pride experts of the Xianxia continent were proud and arrogant. How could they be looked down upon by Heaven's Pride experts of other continents? Boom. In the sky, even the lions were howling madly, but it was useless. The difference in combat strength was too great and they were completely suppressed. Du's cultivation was at the third level of the spiritual god realm, while the other party's cultivation was at the peak of the fourth level of the spiritual god realm. The difference was too great. Furthermore, there was no doubt that those who could participate in the Tianxin sect's selection had awakened a bloodline that was definitely of the 9th divine level. Bang! After a few more moves, Du was beaten to the point where he spat out a large mouthful of blood and fell heavily to the ground of the general peak. With such strength, you want to participate in the selection of the major sects of the Yuanlu continent? You're overestimating yourself. The scaled youth stood high in the sky and looked down at the lion capital. Even the lion roared in grievance, but its strength was inferior to the human. The other people from the Divine Wilderness Continent did not look too good either. After all, they were all from the Divine Wilderness Continent. No matter what kind of conflict they had in the Divine Wilderness Continent, they were all together in the Divine Ruins. If even the lion was suppressed, they would lose face. The scaled youth's eyes were cold and arrogant as he continued to stare at Lion Capital. How is it? Be my mount. In your dreams. Even the lion roared. Then I'll beat you up until you become my mount. Aha, there's also a peacock with the bloodline of the 5 elements peacock. It's not bad either. I'll take it as my mount as well. This trip is quite rewarding. Towards the end of his speech, the scaled youth's gaze swept over Kong Lin's body, and a strand of fierce light flashed past. Then he continued to attack Lion City. Lion Capital, I'm here to help you. Kong Lin's expression was difficult. With a long hiss, he turned into a five-colored peacock and pounced towards the scaled youth. Lion Capital saw this opportunity and cooperated with Kong Lin. The two of them joined forces to fight the other party. Hee, what's the point of joining hands? The scaled youth sneered, and a giant crocodile appeared above his head. 9 golden chakras glowed around the crocodile. Divine Beast, Crocodile Emperor. The scaled youth used bloodline fusion and transformed into a massive crocodile emperor. Lose. The emperor crocodile roared and its tail swept out like a divine whip, hitting Kong Lin. The 5 elements divine light on Kong Lin's body was broken at once. With a wail, the 5 colored feathers flew and his body was sent flying. At the same time, the crocodile emperor hit Shirdu with its palm, sending him flying. Shirdu and Kong Lin joined hands and were not the other party's match. You two pieces of trash. You can barely be used as a mount. You still want to resist? The crocodile emperor looked around and said in disdain. He then swept his gaze over Lu Ming, Mingzi, Yongpatian and the rest. I'll say it again. General Peak, our Shani continent is ours. If you know what's good for you, get lost. Otherwise we'll fight you one by one. How arrogant. Tuobashir licked his lips. He really wanted to go up and fight, but his cultivation had yet to break through to the 4th level of the spiritual god realm. He knew that he would not be a match for the other party. Pai hair. The monk chanted the name of Buddha and squinted his eyes. However, it was obvious that no one would leave this place easily. You're not going to get lost? Then I'll fight them one by one. The crocodile emperor's eyes flashed with ferocity. It glanced at the crowd and finally landed on Mingzi. You're next. Just now you showed me your killing intent. Don't think I didn't sense it. Kneel down. The crocodile emperor was very domineering. As soon as it finished speaking, a beam of light shot out of its eyes and headed for Mingzi. Dark Child's eyes turned cold as endless dark energy erupted. Within the dark energy, ghostly wails and wolf howls could be heard. It was extremely horrifying. A blade appeared in his hand. It was a black scimitar with evil ghosts appearing on it. It was extremely realistic, as if they were going to climb out. Buzz. Mingzi wielded his scimitar and smashed the light beam. At the same time, Dark Child rose into the air and stood in front of the Emperor Alligator. A powerful aura burst out. 4th level of the spiritual god realm. It was obvious that Dark Child had also made a breakthrough during this period of time and stepped into the 4th level spiritual god realm. If you want to fight, I'll accompany you. A cold voice came out of Dark Child's mouth. 4th level spiritual god realm. The divine wilderness continent has finally produced a decent person. However, he has just broken through to the 4th level spiritual god realm not long ago. He is still far from being able to fight me. The crocodile emperor's disdainful voice was heard. Chapter 1196. 1196 Chapter 1196 Smashing like a hammer. Bang, bang, bang. The crocodile emperor's 4 limbs stepped in the air, making a loud noise as it crawled towards Mingzi. Its scales glowed as it opened its mouth, looking very ferocious. Buzz. A huge claw came down on Dark Child. Dark chi grew thicker around Dark Child's body. The bloodline of the death god appeared above his head. Facing such a powerful enemy, Dark Child performed bloodline fusion and transformed into the god of death without any concealment. The death flame jumped and the Reaper's scythe slashed at the Crocodile King. Buzz. The Grim Reaper's scythe struck the Crocodile Emperor's claw, producing a clanging sound. Sparks flew in all directions. The Grim Reaper that Mingzi had transformed into stepped in the void and retreated continuously. However, the Crocodile Emperor's body trembled, and it did not pursue him immediately. So it can directly attack the soul. Unfortunately, it's not powerful enough. What can it do to me? Kill. The Crocodile Emperor was a little surprised. Its body glowed immediately, and with an angry roar, it continued to attack Mingzi. Mingzi's face changed. The death god's body began to separate and finally turned into 12 death gods, surrounding the Crocodile Emperor. Dark Child's Tulivir Capital Heaven Battle Formation. Buzz. Buzz. Whoosh. Tulivir Death God Doppelgangers and Tulivir Death God Scythes slashed at the Crocodile King. Small tricks. The Crocodile Emperor's voice came out. Its tail swept across thousands of soldiers and shattered the space. With a series of rumbles, 7 or 8 Grim Reapers were sent flying. The remaining Grim Reapers were also sent flying by the Crocodile Emperor's giant claw. The Crocodile Emperor only shook a few times. Light began to spread as if it was resisting the sole attack of the Grim Reapers. Then, as if nothing had happened, he continued to attack Dark Child. Bang! With a swing of its tail, one of the death gods exploded. Then the Crocodile King spat out a beam of light which killed one of the death gods. Dark Child was no match for his opponent. After more than 10 moves, he was completely suppressed. His 12 clones were defeated continuously. Soon only one of the 12 death gods was left. It was torn apart by the Crocodile Emperor's claws. Mingzi's real body appeared and he retreated rapidly, spitting out blood. Dark Child was defeated. He was also no match. Can't even withstand a single blow. It seems like the strongest in the Divine Wilderness continent is only at this level. The Crocodile Emperor looked arrogantly at Lu Ming and the rest. Lu Ming and Xianxia's expressions did not change. However, the rest of the people did not look too good. Even Dark Child had been defeated. The remaining people like the unscrupulous monk and Yang Patian were not confident at all. Their combat strength might not be able to defeat Dark Child. It seems like the Divine Wilderness continent is bound to lose. They don't have any exceptional paragons. That's right. I just don't know the ranking of the person who attacked you on the Shani continent. The peak of the 4th level of the spiritual god realm. I'm sure that the Shani continent's ranking is not low. The Shani continent is not stupid. They will naturally send out experts. The surrounding people were discussing. Next, which one of you will make a move? The Crocodile Emperor continued to speak. It seemed that it was really going to fight them one by one. The expressions of the unscrupulous monk Yang Patian and the others changed, but they didn't say anything. Truly trash. How about this, all of you come at me together and I'll take care of both of you. I'll let all of you be sincerely convinced and roll down General Peak. The Crocodile Emperor spoke arrogantly. He wanted everyone from the Divine Wilderness continent to attack him together. Detestable. Tuobashir gritted his teeth with a menacing glint in his eyes. If not for the fact that he knew that he was no match for them, he would have charged forward. What's with that look? Not convinced? Then let's start with you. The Emperor Alligator glanced at Tuobashir with a cold light in its eyes. Its tail, which was covered with scales, whipped at Tuobashir. Chi-chi. The space was torn apart like paper as the tail whipped toward Tuobashir with a terrifying spatial storm. Tuobashir's expression changed drastically. His cultivation was only at the peak 3rd level of the spiritual god realm, a full level lower than his opponents. He was no match for his opponent's full strength. He gritted his teeth and was about to use all his strength to resist this move when a voice rang out. Let me do it. Bang. Lu Ming stepped forward and appeared in front of Tuobashir. The dragon power in his body roared and his vital essence boiled. Lu Ming reached out his palm and grabbed the giant Crocodile Emperor's tail. I grabbed my tail with my bare hands, so break my arms. The Crocodile Emperor's eyes were ferocious, but the next moment, it was shocked. His tail struck Lu Ming's palm heavily, but Lu Ming's palm and body did not move at all. His tail was caught by Lu Ming. Ha! Lu Ming exhaled and grabbed the Crocodile Emperor's tail with both hands. He lifted the Crocodile Emperor's huge body like a hammer and smashed it towards the mountain peak. Bang! The Crocodile Emperor's huge body smashed onto the general peak, causing the entire mountain to shake. Countless inscriptions appeared on the surface of the general peak to offset the terrifying force. If it wasn't for the protection of the inscription formation, the entire general would have been blown up without a single stone left. The rest of the people from the Shani continent were stunned, and the onlookers in the distance were also stunned. They had never expected that there would be someone so powerful in the Divine Wilderness continent who could swing the Crocodile Emperor's huge body like a hammer. It's not over yet, it's coming again. Someone shouted. As expected, Lu Ming was not done after smashing it. He picked up the Crocodile Emperor's body and smashed it again. brat, let me go. The crocodile emperor roared and struggled madly. However, it was useless. At this moment, Lu Ming had burst out 8 streams of dragon power. His divine power was invincible and the crocodile emperor could not struggle at all. Boom! The crocodile emperor's huge body smashed down again, shaking the ground above. Boom! 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 Then there were loud rumbles on the mountain peak. The crocodile emperor was smashed on the mountain peak and screamed. The divine wilderness continent's paragons such as Mingzi Yongpotian and the others sucked in a breath of cold air. Shirdu in particular was drenched in cold sweat. Lu Ming was getting stronger. He was really violent. They silently mourned for the crocodile emperor. But in his heart he felt extremely comfortable. Wasn't the crocodile emperor very arrogant? Now he's going to be a dead dog, right? Boom. After being hit more than 10 times, the other party finally could not maintain the state of blood fusion and transformed back into human form. Lu Ming kicked the other party's face, sending him flying into the distance. A young man from the Xianxia continent flew out and caught him. Otherwise no one knew where he would have flown to. Who would have thought that there would be such an expert in the divine wilderness continent? I really couldn't tell. This is interesting. It is the Xianxia continent's turn to have a headache. In the distance some people were discussing. To them, no matter which side won, it had nothing to do with them. They were just watching the show. That kid does have some strength, but the real masters of the Xianxia continent have not appeared yet. Mu Feng snorted. Lu Ming's combat strength was within his expectations. Since Lu Ming could easily defeat him in the past, it was normal for him to defeat an expert at the peak of the 4th level of the spiritual god realm from the Xianxia continent. However, there were even more powerful cultivators on the Xianxia continent. How could he have made such an arrangement so simply? Chapter 1197. 1197. One of the top 10, Archean Dragonesque Elephant. As far as I know, there are at least 2 or 3 people who have reached the 5th level of the spiritual god realm on the Xianxia continent. Mu Feng smiled and explained. There are as many as 2 or 3 of them who are above the 5th level of the spiritual god realm. Some people gasped. Yes, it's just the beginning. Mu Feng sneered and the sharpness in his eyes became stronger. The 5th level of the spiritual god realm was much stronger than the 4th level. At that moment the heavens' favorites from the Xianxia continent were not looking good. Among them, a burly young man in golden armor stepped out. His eyes glowed with a golden light as he stared at Lu Ming. A powerful aura bloomed from him. Who would have thought that the divine wilderness continent would have such a decent expert? Not bad. The golden-armored youth coldly spoke. If you want to make a move, then make a move, no need to talk nonsense. Lu Ming said indifferently. Ha, you're very arrogant, but... The golden-armored youth laughed heartily at first, but his eyes were cold and indifferent. His gaze swept past Lu Ming and landed on a courtyard in the forest. In front of the heaven's favorite of the Xianxia continent, you are still pretending to cultivate and act calm. It really makes me uncomfortable. So, I will deal with this guy first and then I will deal with you. After saying that, the young man in golden armor reached out his hand and grabbed at the air. A huge golden claw formed above the courtyard and grabbed towards the courtyard. He's attacking Long Chen. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows slightly and the corners of his lips curled up. He had long since discovered that Long Chen was the one living in that courtyard. Long Chen hadn't appeared since the beginning. He had been cultivating in the courtyard. It was obvious that the golden-armored young man had also noticed Long Chen. He was displeased that Long Chen was cultivating right under their noses. He wanted to take down Long Chen first before dealing with Lu Ming. It seems like I don't need to do anything. Lu Ming mumbled and retreated to Xianxia's side. He was happy to be free. Get lost. When the golden hand was about to grab him, a cold shout came from the courtyard. A fist light flew out and shattered the golden hand. Buzz. A figure stepped out of the courtyard and appeared in the air. It was Long Chen. Were you the one who attacked just now? Long Chen's eyes were fixed on the golden-armored youth. Not bad. I didn't expect your cultivation to be. Buzz. Before the golden-armored young man could finish his words, Long Chen's figure had already approached the golden-armored young man at an extreme speed. He threw a punch at him. The pressure of this punch made the golden-armored youth's face change. In a hurry he also threw out a punch. As the two fists met, the young man in golden armor's face turned red. His body was sent flying backward and his arm trembled. He almost spat out a mouthful of blood. "You dare to sneak attack me, despicable!" The young man in golden armor roared, and a giant crocodile appeared above his head. Unlike the previous one, this giant crocodile was golden all over, as if it was made of gold. It was also a divine level rank 9 bloodline. The burly man in golden armor used bloodline fusion, and his aura became violent. This person was at the middle stage of the 5th level spiritual god realm and was much stronger than the youth in the scaled armor. The golden-armored young man turned into a giant crocodile and pounced toward Long Chen. Boom! Long Chen's aura skyrocketed, and his two arms became twice as thick as usual. "That's a dragon scale." Lu Ming's eyes flickered. On Long Chen's arms, which had become thicker, he saw scales that looked like dragon scales. Could it be that Long Chen's bloodline is a true dragon? Lu Ming made a guess. Boom! Boom! Long Chen's hands continued to punch. The first punch sent the young man's tail flying. The second punch landed on the head of the crocodile and the crocodile was forced back. Buzz! Long Chen took a step forward and closed in on the giant crocodile. He raised his huge fist and kept punching. The fist force broke through everything. The giant crocodile could not resist and was constantly hit by the fist. The golden-armored young man screamed in pain. "Fuck, another monster has appeared in the divine wilderness continent. He's so strong that even a 5th-level spiritual god realm expert is not his match. It seems like this person is the strongest person in the divine wilderness continent." Long Chen's battle prowess caused the surrounding spectators to tremble in shock. Humph. Mu Feng's expression was cold. He snorted, but his eyes were filled with shock. Long Chen was also someone he had to deal with, but his combat strength had exceeded his expectations. Bang! Bang! After a few consecutive punches, the golden-armored youth wailed in pain. "Stop!" On the Xinyi continent, a young man shouted and a powerful aura burst out from his body. "Nonsense. If you want to fight, then let's fight together. Don't disturb my cultivation." Long Chen berated. "Detestable, how arrogant. He's simply too arrogant. I suggest that we attack together and suppress this person." "That's right, let's attack together." Long Chen's disdainful attitude made the young men from the Xinyi continent roar. Their eyes were red with anger. Each of them was a peerless heaven's favorite. On the vast Xinyi continent, they were the top experts. Even the Emperor Realm experts would not dare to look down on them. When had they ever been looked down upon like this? All of them roared and wanted to attack together. Boom! Boom! At least 7 or 8 young men from the Xinyi continent had their bloodlines emerging from their heads. All of them had divine level rank 9 bloodlines and all of them were giant crocodiles. Most of the people on the Xinyi continent had inherited the bloodlines of ancient crocodiles, crocodile emperors and crocodiles. A total of 7 youths used bloodline fusion to transform into crocodiles. 2 of them had especially powerful auras. A late-stage 5th-level spiritual god realm and a peak 5th-level spiritual god realm. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He could tell the cultivation of the young man from the Xinyi continent. Other than them, the others were all at the 4th level of the spiritual god realm. As for those with lower cultivation, they did not make a move. The 7 masters turned into crocodiles and pounced at Long Chen. This should force Long Chen to use his full strength. Including Lu Ming, all the other youths from the divine wilderness continent had a look of curiosity in their eyes. They wanted to see Long Chen's true strength. Long Chen's eyes also revealed a rare trace of fighting spirit. Roar! An earth-shaking roar was heard, and a huge creature appeared above Long Chen's head. It was a giant elephant even larger than a mountain. However, the difference between this giant elephant and ordinary elephants was that it was covered in scales, which were like dragon armor. There were also 9 golden chakras around the huge elephant. However, the pressure emitted by the giant elephant was much stronger than the pressure emitted by other 9th-level divine level bloodlines. Those. The Archean dragonesque elephant. Someone has awakened the bloodline of the Archean dragonesque elephant? A surprised voice rang in Lu Ming's ears. It was Dandan. She seemed to have sensed the aura of the dragon star bloodline and appeared from the mountain and river diagram. Archean dragonesque elephant? Could he be a mixed blood of a true dragon and a divine elephant? Lu Ming was stunned. No, the Archean dragonesque elephant is an independent race. It has nothing to do with the real dragon. In fact, it's much stronger than the real dragon. This is because the Archean dragonesque elephant is as famous as the 9 dragons. It's one of the top 10 war beasts as I am. Dandan explained. The Archean dragonesque elephant is one of the top 10 battle beasts. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. No wonder Dragonstar was so powerful. It turned out that the bloodline it had awakened was one of the top 10 war beasts. Chapter 1198. 1198 Chapter 1198 Treasure Exchange Tower. The bloodlines of the top 10 beasts could be seen from the bloodlines of the 9 dragons. The 9 dragon bloodline was only at level 8 of the divine level, but the 8 streams of dragon power it contained, in addition to the devouring power, had an explosive combat strength that was already very shocking. Moreover, the most powerful ability of the 9 dragon bloodline was to devour and refine. It could refine all energy, even intent realms, to quickly improve cultivation and upgrade the bloodline. The 9 dragon bloodline played a huge role in Lu Ming's current achievements. One could only imagine how terrifying the Archean dragonesque elephant bloodline, which was on par with the 9 dragons, was. The Archean dragonesque elephant is famous for its combat strength among the top 10 battle beasts. It has infinite strength and can penetrate the world and suppress everything. It's terrifyingly powerful. This man has awakened the bloodline of the Archean dragonesque elephant. He's amazing. Dandan sighed. Ow. The dragon and elephant let out a long roar and its might spread out, causing the faces of the proud sons of heaven of the Xianxia continent to change. Boom. Long Qin transformed into a dragon elephant and stomped on the golden-armored youth's crocodile body. The golden crocodile exploded and the golden-armored young man appeared. He was bleeding all over and blood was spurting out of his mouth. It was obvious that Long Qin had been merciful. He had not killed him, but he had severely injured him. Ow! The Archean dragonesque elephant let out a long hiss and swept with its trunk. The bloodlines of 3 4th-level spiritual god realm geniuses crumbled one after another as their bodies were sent flying and they screamed in pain. Combine our strength. The strongest person on the Xianxia continent was in existence at the peak of the 5th level of the spiritual god realm. He shouted and whipped his tail at the Archean dragonesque elephant. Bang! Bang! The Archean dragonesque elephant was surprisingly agile. It took 2 steps forward and a terrifying energy burst forth, blocking its opponent. At the same time, its 2 tusks glowed and 2 rays of light burst out like 2 heavenly blades. A few more Heaven's favorites' bloodline forms were destroyed. They turned back into human form and flew out screaming. In the sky, only 2 5th-level spiritual god realm geniuses from the Xianxia continent remained. The Archean dragonesque elephant stepped out, shaking the sky. His combat strength was extremely powerful. Although the 2 Heaven's favorites from the Xianxia continent tried their best, they could not resist it and were completely crushed. In just a few moves, the 2 of them cried out in pain. The power of their bloodlines dissipated and they turned back into human form. They retreated madly, blood spurting from their mouths as they looked at the huge dragon elephant in the sky in fear. Buzz. The Archean dragonesque elephant shrunk and Long Qin reappeared. He glanced at the geniuses of the Xianxia continent and said coldly, "Get lost." The proud sons of heaven from the Xianxia continent had ugly expressions on their faces, but they did not dare to stay any longer. They took the injured and left, returning to Soldier Peak. So powerful. Who is this person? He's so powerful that even a peerless genius at the 5th level of the spiritual god realm can't withstand a single blow. He's indeed too strong. To think that a mere divine wilderness continent would have such a person. Only the top 10 continents would have such combat power. It's really amazing. We have another strong opponent in the selection of disciples of the heavenly god sect this time. In the distance there were paragons from the other continents and the Divine Ruins continent. They looked at Long Chen with grave expressions. Damn it, how can this person be so strong? Mu Feng gritted his teeth and his expression turned ugly. He had wanted the people from the Shani continent to give the Divine Wilderness continent a good beating. He did not expect the result to be the complete opposite. Long Chen's face was calm. Without saying a word, he returned to his courtyard and continued cultivating. What a strange person. Lu Ming shook his head and smiled. How is it? Are you confident? Xianxia blinked his big eyes and looked at Lu Ming. Did he mean that Lu Ming was not confident in defeating Long Chen? The peak of the 5th level of the spiritual god realm and the Archean dragonesque elephant bloodline are indeed freakishly strong. However, when have I ever lost in a battle of the same level? Lu Ming smiled confidently. He had a rough idea of Long Chen's strength. You're so smug. Xianxia pouted, but he still had a smile on his face. As the two of them conversed, they returned to the courtyard and continued cultivating. There were less than 3 months before the selection of the disciples of the Tianshan sect. Everyone wanted to seize the time to cultivate and improve their strength. The stronger they were, the higher the chance of being selected. Time flew by and half a month had passed. Lu Ming cultivated diligently every day and made great progress. He had improved a lot in all kinds of concepts. However, his earth concept was still at the peak of the lower tier of level 4 and had not entered the upper tier. On the other hand, Lu Ming had cultivated the 9 dragons heaven-treading steps to the 8th step in one go. The 8th step was already equivalent to the power of a high-grade divine-level martial arts technique. With Lu Ming's current cultivation, he could not unleash its full power. However, when he cast it, the power would undoubtedly be stronger, and Lu Ming's combat strength would be enhanced again. On this day, Lu Ming and Xianxia left together. It had been more than half a month since they came to the Divine Ruins continent's South Deity Palace, and they had yet to walk around. The two of them planned on walking around and experiencing the local customs of the Divine Ruins continent. They also wanted to see if there were any treasures, spiritual herbs, and materials that the Divine Wilderness continent did not have. They could buy some of them. In particular, some of the ingredients for the Nirvana elixir were already very difficult to find in the Divine Wilderness continent. However, in the Divine Ruins continent it might not be the same. Perhaps he could find some. The two of them flew out of the general peak and headed towards a bustling street. Brother Lu, Miss Xia, what a coincidence. A voice came from the side. Brother Yi. Lu Ming took a look. It was Yi Chuan. Are the two of you planning to go shopping? Yi Chuan said. That's right, I've been here for half a month and I haven't even taken a look around. Lu Ming said with a smile. Do the two of you have a place to go? Yi Chuan asked. No, I'm just looking around to see if I can buy some materials, spirit herbs and the like. Lu Ming said. If it's ordinary spiritual herbs and materials, ordinary markets will have them. If it's rare materials and spiritual medicines, it's hard to find them in ordinary markets. I do know a place where you can obtain some very precious materials and spiritual medicines. Yi Chuan said. Oh, what place is it? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Treasure Exchange Tower. Treasure Exchange Tower? Lu Ming was puzzled. As the name implies, the Treasure Exchange Tower is a place to exchange treasures. As long as you enter, you can take out treasures you don't need and exchange them for treasures you need from others. If someone needs them, they will naturally take them out to exchange. In this way, you can obtain some rare treasures. Yi Chuan explained. There's such a place. Let's go take a look. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Haha, I was also going to the Treasure Exchange Tower. Let me lead the way. Yi Chuan said generously. Yi Chuan led the way and the three of them landed on a street. They walked along the street, took a detour and came to a huge building. It was a pavilion, but it was extremely wide and occupied a large area. It had 7 floors and reached straight into the sky. In front of many buildings there were cranes and chickens. The grid had red walls and green tiles. It was exquisitely carved and grand. On the side there was a plaque with 3 big words on it. Treasure Exchange Tower. Chapter 1199. 1199 Chapter 1199 Sky Thunderwood. The Treasure Exchange Tower used to be a place for the older generation to exchange for treasures. However, recently, the prodigies of the various continents have gathered. I heard that Xianxia has reserved the entire place for the prodigies of the younger generation to exchange for treasures. Yichuan explained. Xianxia. Lu Ming and Xianxia were slightly stunned. Xianxia is one of the 3 strongest heaven's favorites in our South God Palace. He is a peerless beauty. Perhaps he is on the highest level today. If there is a chance we might be able to meet him. When Xianxia was mentioned, Yichuan's eyes lit up. Lu Ming smiled and the 3 of them walked towards the Treasure Exchange Tower. The Treasure Exchange Tower had a total of 7 floors. One had to pay a certain fee to enter. To enter the first floor, one had to pay 1,000 raw stones per person. The higher the floor, the higher the number of raw stones needed to be paid. The 3 of them paid the fee and stepped into a door of light. That's right, the doors of the Treasure Exchange Tower were not ordinary doors. They were all teleportation doors. Entering meant being teleported in. After the 3 of them stepped through the portal, they appeared on the side of a hall. The hall was extremely spacious and huge. Rows of tables and chairs were arranged in the surroundings of the hall. At this moment, many people were already seated on those tables and chairs. In the middle of the tables and chairs, there was a large open space. At this moment, a young man was standing in the open space, holding a treasure in his hand. A piece of flint star iron, a top-tier lever 7 blacksmithing material. It can be exchanged for 3 wind god pills. Whoever has 3 wind god pills can have this piece of flint star iron. The young man looked around and his voice spread throughout the hall. I happen to have 3 wind god pills. I'll trade with you. After a while, a young woman stood up, took out a jade bottle and handed it to the young man. The young man opened the jade bottle and looked at it. He revealed a happy expression and said, "It's really the wind god pill. Thank you. This piece of sway star refined iron is for you." The young man handed the sway star refined iron to the young woman. They both got what they wanted and sat down with joy. The first level is for those whose cultivation is not high. There are rarely any high-quality items here. Let's go up. Yichuan said. Lu Ming nodded. He used his spiritual senses to scan the area and realized that most of the youths on this level were below the spiritual god level. The 3 of them walked towards another door of light. The passage between each level required a teleportation gate. There were also guards at the teleportation gate. The 3 of them handed over the Ori rocks and stepped into the teleportation gate. The layout of the second floor was exactly the same as the first floor, but there were fewer people. However, their cultivation was stronger than the first floor. In the first few levels, the 3 of them did not stop. Soon they arrived at the 5th floor. Brother Yi, do you still want to continue going up? I'll stay on this floor and see if there's anything I need. Yichuan said. Please go ahead, Brother Yi. We'll go up and take a look again. Lu Ming said. The materials required for the Nirvana elixir were extremely rare. The higher one went, the higher the cultivation level of the geniuses, and the higher the possibility of them appearing. Lu Ming intended to continue to move upwards. Good, I wish you good luck. You can exchange for what you need. Yichuan cupped his fists and walked to the hall. He sat down on a chair. Lu Ming and Xianxia continued to walk towards a door of light and arrived at the 6th level. On the 6th floor there were even fewer people. At a glance there were only about 50 people. Each one of them was a young man with a powerful aura. They all had the potential to become dragons and phoenixes. Obviously they were all heaven's favorites from different continents. After reaching this floor, Lu Ming and Xianxia did not continue to go up. Instead they walked towards the tables and chairs at the side of the hall. At this moment, Lu Ming noticed a few cold gazes sweeping toward them. So you are from the Xianxia continent. The corners of Lu Ming's mouth curled up slightly. He ignored the looks from the god's alligator continent's paragon and sat down at a table by the side. At this moment, in the middle of the hall, there was a young man holding a treasure, wanting to exchange it for the treasure he needed. However, this young man asked several times but no one answered. It was obvious that no one had the treasure he needed. In the end, the young man sighed and left helplessly. After this person retreated, Another person stepped forward with a milky white horn in his hand. This is the horn of a sacred light tiger. It's a top-grade 8th grade material and can be exchanged for a low-grade divine-grade movement technique. Whoever has it can take this sacred light tiger's horn. The man introduced. The treasures on the 6th floor are indeed of a much higher grade than the ones on the lower floors. Lu Ming's heart stirred. However, the sacred light tiger's horn wasn't something that he and Xianxia needed, so the two of them naturally didn't say anything. I'll use a movement technique to exchange with you. A young man stood up and took out a secret manual. The two of them exchanged and both of them were happy. Following that, the young men and women stepped forward one by one, took out their treasures and told them what they needed. Of course, it was impossible for everyone to exchange for the treasures they needed. Some people would settle for second best, and if someone could afford a good price, they would sell it directly for a sum of raw gemstones. Lu Ming and Xianxia looked at it for half an hour. Unfortunately, they did not find the treasure they needed. It seems like we have to go to the 7th floor to take a look. Lu Ming smiled bitterly at Xianxia. I have a piece of sky thunderwood with me. I want to exchange it for a purple smoke fruit. At this moment, a voice was heard jolting Lu Ming. Sky thunderwood. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. The sky thunderwood actually had a powerful thunder power. It was very effective to use it to comprehend the thunder mentality. One of Lu Ming's concepts was the thunder concept. If he used the sky thunderwood to comprehend it, he could save a lot of time on comprehending the thunder concept. However, Lu Ming did not have any purple smoke fruit. He frowned slightly. Fortunately, some of the other people present were also tempted, but no one said anything for a while. Clearly, there were no more purple smoke fruits. Are there no purple smoke fruits? The young man who took out the sky thunderwood asked with a disappointed expression. Brother, is it possible to purchase it with raw stones? Someone asked. The young man who took out the sky thunderwood pondered for a moment and said, since there's no purple smoke fruit, I'll buy it with raw stones. You can bid and the one with the highest price will get it. I'll pay 500,000 raw stones. Someone immediately made a bid. I'll pay 600,000. I bid 650,000. Soon the price rose steadily and it was called to 800,000 raw stones. The thunder mentality was one of the 9 commonly seen mentalities. Naturally, there were many people who had comprehended it and there were also many people who made bids. Therefore, Lu Ming was not in a hurry to make a bid. Very quickly the price rose to 1 million raw stones. I'll pay 2 million raw stones. At this time a voice rang out directly doubling the price. Sim. He's a heaven's favorite from the Xianxia continent. Lu Ming's eyes flickered as he recognized the young man who suddenly raised the bid. This person was the strongest expert on the Xianxia continent. He was at the peak of the 5th level of the spiritual god realm, but he was easily defeated by Longchen half a month ago. At this moment he was staring at the sky lightning wood with a burning gaze. This person's bloodline was that of a giant crocodile filled with lightning attribute. What he had comprehended was also the concept of lightning. Chapter 1200. 1200 Chapter 1200 Crocodile Warrior. The sudden increase of 1 million raw gemstones showed the determination of the god's alligator continent's prodigies. Many people chose to give in. However, there were still people who continued to bid. I'll bid 1 million. 2,200,000. There were still 2 more people bidding, raising the price to 2,200,000. 3 million. The paragon of the Xianxia continent spoke again. His eyes were bright and he was determined to win. He raised the price to 3 million. Yi Kuang, since you want this sky thunderwood so much, I'll give it to you. The young man who had bid earlier said and withdrew from the competition. Yi Kuang was the name of the most powerful heaven's favorite on the Xianxia continent. Forget it. 3 million raw stones is not worth it. I'll stay and buy something else. The other young man shook his head and also gave up on the competition. Yi Kuang's face revealed a smile. His thunder mentality had just reached a bottleneck. This sky thunderwood might be able to help him break through the bottleneck. Now that he saw no one competing with him, he was naturally overjoyed. Since that's the case, I'll buy this sky lightning wood. He laughed. Wait a minute, I'll bid 5 million raw stones. At this moment a voice was heard, causing Yi Kuang to stop mid-sentence. Then his eyes flashed with a sharp light as he looked at the person who spoke. It's you, someone from the divine wilderness continent. Seeing the person who spoke, Yi Kuang's eyes became even sharper. The one who made the bid was naturally Lu Ming. I'll offer 5 million raw stones. Do you want it or not? If you don't want it, the sky lightning wood is mine. Lu Ming glanced at Yi Kuang and said indifferently. I bid 4 million raw stones. Yi Kuang gritted his teeth. 5 million. Lu Ming immediately added 1 million. Right now there was a mountain of raw gemstones in Lu Ming's storage ring. He had a lot of raw gemstones, so he would not even bat an eye if 1 million raw gemstones were added. Yi Kuang's face darkened. 5 million raw stones had already exceeded his budget. Kid, you're determined to go against me, right? Yi Kuang stared at Lu Ming with an unfriendly look. What a joke. Everyone naturally wants treasures, and you're not the only one who can use the sky lightning wood. I can also use it, so I naturally want it too. If you want it, then add the raw stone. If you don't have any, then shut up. Lu Ming said calmly. Kid, don't think that just because Long Qin has appeared in the divine wilderness continent, the rest of you trash can do whatever you want. Let me tell you, Long Qin isn't here. I can suppress you with a flip of my hand. Yi Kuang shouted in rage and turned hostile. During this period, Long Chen's name was also known, so Yi Kuang knew about it. Idiot. Lu Ming pursed his lips indifferently. Everyone, is there any rule in the treasure exchange tower that we can't fight? Yi Kuang's voice was heard. No, in the treasure exchange tower, there is indeed no rule that forbids us from fighting. Someone said with the attitude of watching a show. Alright, this person is deliberately provoking me and raising the price. I can only teach him a lesson and let him know that everyone's actions and words are linked to his strength. Without strength, there are some actions that can't be done and some words that can't be said. Yi Kuang stood up and stepped forward, closing in on Lu Ming. His eyes were cold. It seems that Yi Kuang has gone mad. That kid is most likely going to be abused. Someone sneered. Indeed, the divine wilderness continent's Long Qin is indeed strong in combat. But other than Long Qin, the others are all trash. It's normal for them to be abused if they want to use Long Chen's name to do as they please. It's only a matter of time before such a person is killed. A series of discussions sounded in the surroundings. Lu Ming heard all these discussions. Lu Ming was speechless. Since when did he use Long Chen's reputation to be so overbearing? Could it be that he had borrowed Long Chen's name to buy something at a high price? These people were too imaginative. Actually, this was no wonder. In the past, the divine wilderness continent had never been considered strong among the other continents, being below average. This time, an existence like Long Qin had appeared. His combat strength was shocking. In the eyes of others, Long Qin was a special case. The rest of the divine wilderness continent were still trash. Now that a piece of trash was acting so arrogantly, they naturally thought that Lu Ming was using Long Chen's name to act tyrannically. Humph, brat, if you leave this place now and give up on bidding with me, I'll let you leave. Yi Kuang said. In the end, he was still a little afraid of Long Qin. They lived near Soldier Peak and General Peak. He was afraid that Long Qin would find trouble with him later. Lu Ming shook his head. Xiaoqing, why do I feel that our chances of winning are much higher if someone like him is participating in the selection of the deity sect? Think so too. Look, this person's face has become darker than a pig's liver. Xianxia squinted his eyes and mumbled along with Lu Ming. The two of them exchanged words which made Yi Kuang's face turn into the color of pig liver. You're looking for death. I'll cripple you. Yi Kuang roared in anger. Sharp nails grew out of his claws and his palms were covered in scales. He looked like a crocodile's claw and there were traces of lightning on it. Buzz. Yi Kuang clawed at Lu Ming's throat. It was as fast as lightning and unbelievably fast. This claw was terrifyingly powerful. Even an ordinary 7th-level spiritual god realm martial artist would be killed by it. Boom. Boom. The 8 streams of dragon energy in Lu Ming's body burst forth. The muscles on his arms bulged as he threw a punch. Bang. A dull sound of impact was heard. Gotcha. Immediately the sound of bones breaking could be heard. Yi Kuang groaned and his face changed. His body retreated rapidly. Dense inscriptions appeared on the ground of the hall, dispersing Yi Kuang's power. This person is so powerful. On the side, the others were shocked and somewhat aghast. At this moment, Yi Kuang's claws were completely deformed and twisted. Clearly Yi Kuang's 5 fingers had been broken by Lu Ming's punch. With one punch, not only did he block Yi Kuang's attack, but he also broke Yi Kuang's finger. Such power was shocking. You're looking for death. Yi Kuang's embarrassment turned into anger. He roared and the aura of the peak 5th level spiritual god realm erupted. At the same time, his bloodline appeared above his head. He transformed into a giant crocodile that was flashing with lightning. However, because he was in the treasure exchange tower, his giant crocodile size was much smaller, unlike the mountain-like size outside. In this place, the giant crocodile's body had shrunk to 10 meters in length, but its power had not weakened at all. It was still terrifying. Yi Kuang roared and pounced at Lu Ming. Today I'll teach you a lesson. Lu Ming stood up and his 3rd bloodline emerged. His hair turned blood red and his endless killing intent enveloped Yi Kuang. Whoosh! His 3rd bloodline turned into a combat sword. Lu Ming held the sword and slashed. Chapter 1201. 1201 The Ancient Mine in the Divine Ruins. The sword light was like blood and filled with cold killing intent as it cut through the void. Puchi! In front of everyone's shocked eyes, the giant crocodile that Yi Kuang had transformed into was split into 2. The giant crocodile's huge body turned into energy light and dissipated. Within the light, a figure retreated rapidly, blood spurting in the air. It was Yi Kuang. At this moment his face was pale with horror. One of his arms had disappeared. He controlled his physical body and stopped the bleeding. He looked at Lu Ming in shock. At the scene, the other young Heaven's favorites also revealed looks of shock and disbelief. One sword. With just one sword, Lu Ming had broken Yi Kuang's blood meridian fusion and cut off one of Yi Kuang's arms. Such combat strength was truly shocking. The divine wilderness continent was way too terrifying. First there was Long Qin. Now this young man gave off an even more unfathomable feeling. Initially they had thought that the divine wilderness continent had only produced a powerful paragon like Long Qin by chance. The others were still trash. But now they realized that they were gravely mistaken. At first Lu Ming did not even need to do anything. Long Qin alone had already dealt with the people from the Shenyi continent. Using your own words, everyone will have to pay the price for what he said. An arm is a lesson for you. Get lost. Lu Ming put away his 3rd bloodline. The aura on his body became calm again. He looked at Yi Kuang and said indifferently. Yi Kuang's face turned ugly, but he didn't dare to say anything. He turned around and disappeared from the teleportation formation. Brother, here are 5 million raw stones to buy your Sky Thunder wood. Lu Ming took out a storage ring and walked to the young man selling Sky Thunder wood. Good, you take the Sky Thunder wood. The young man was shocked. He quickly handed the Sky Lightning wood to Lu Ming and kept Lu Ming's storage ring. Sensing the powerful lightning energy in the Sky Thunder wood, Lu Ming smiled and returned to his seat. Little Qing, take a look and see if there's anything you need. We'll buy them all. Lu Ming said to Xianxia. But I need items that contain demonic aura. They might be rare. Xianxia said. The exchange of treasures continued. However, they did not see the items that Lu Ming and Xianxia needed. After some time, Lu Ming walked to the middle of the hall and cupped his fists. Everyone, I'm Lu Ming. I need 9-leaf Ganoderma, Earth Emperor Essence, Emperor Bloodstone. Whoever has these treasures, feel free to name a price. Lu Ming will definitely find a way to get it. Lu Ming listed 5 types of materials in succession. They were the main materials for refining the Nirvana elixir. The Nirvana elixir required a total of the main ingredients. He had already collected 2 of them and he still needed 5 more. These 5 are all extremely rare spiritual herbs and treasures. I don't have them on me. Indeed, I don't have any either. All the young men in the surroundings shook their heads, indicating that they didn't. After a while, everyone shook their heads. Lu Ming was a little disappointed and returned to his seat. Little Qing, shall we go to the top floor to take a look? Lu Ming said. Xianxia nodded and left the place with Lu Ming. They walked towards the portal. This was the 6th floor and there was another floor above it, the 7th floor. After crossing the portal, the two of them appeared on the 7th floor. On the 7th floor there were even fewer people, only about 20 people sitting around. As Lu Ming and Xianxia attacked, many eyes turned to them. However, most of them only glanced at Lu Ming and ignored him. Most of them stopped at Xianxia. What a beautiful woman. I wonder which continent you're from. His appearance is no worse than Ji Hongqin's. Murmur sounded. It's them, Lu Ming. In the crowd there was a person with a cold gaze. It was Mu Feng. He was also here. Mu Feng, you know them. Beside Mu Feng there was a handsome young man. He wore a jade crown and a gold thread shirt. He looked like a noble young master. At this moment he was looking at Xianxia with a burning gaze. I know them. They are the Divine Wilderness Continent's elites. The man's name is Lu Ming and the woman's name is Xianxia. Mu Feng said. Divine Wilderness Continent? I've heard that Long Chen's combat strength is pretty good, but what about these two? How is it? The noble young master said. That Lu Ming's combat ability is slightly stronger than mine. The woman should be average. Mu Feng deliberately said that Lu Ming's combat strength was only slightly stronger than his. Yeah, that woman is not bad. I never thought that there would be such a beauty in the Divine Wilderness Continent. The noble young master stared at Xianxia, his eyes burning with passion. If cousin wants it, why don't you take it? Mu Feng suggested. That's good. After the treasure exchange is over, I'll send someone to bring this woman to my mansion. The noble young master said. His words were filled with great confidence, as if the decision he made was the only way things would happen. The two of them were using voice transmission, so Lu Ming did not hear them. However, he could still feel their gazes. Mu Feng. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold as he walked over to a table with Xianxia. At the same time, Lu Ming's gaze swept across the room. There were only 20-odd people on the 7th floor, but all of them were full of energy. They gave off a shocking aura, and it was clear that they were the cream of the crop. Among them, the aura of a few people made Lu Ming frown. He felt a sense of danger. What caught Lu Ming's attention the most was a lady sitting at the head of the table. She was wearing a fiery red dress that looked like a blooming flower. She was beautiful, but she also had a heroic spirit. She had a strange temperament, but it didn't stand out on her. Instead, it was very harmonious, forming a different kind of beauty. She was indeed beautiful, not inferior to the 5 great beauties of Central Continent. What's wrong? You can't take your eyes off a beauty, are you tempted? Xianxia's voice rang in Lu Ming's ears. What's wrong? Are you jealous? Lu Ming looked at Xianxia teasingly. I don't have any. Xianxia pouted. How can she be as pretty as you? Why would I be moved? Lu Ming said softly, causing Xianxia to blush slightly. He gave Lu Ming an expression that said, at least you know your place. The two of them sat to one side. At this moment, a young man was taking out a treasure and wanted to exchange it with the others. It was indeed the 7th level. The treasures were indeed different. It was a piece of golden iron mother. It was very rare and was the best material to refine spirit weapons. Even Lu Ming was tempted. Unfortunately, he did not have what the other party needed. Soon the young man sighed and put it away. Then his palm glowed and a glistening yellow stone appeared. This is the Divine Ruins, ancient mine. Someone said. That's right, it's precisely the Divine Ruins, ancient mine. The young man replied. Everyone also knows that inside the Divine Ruins, ancient mines, there might be peerless and rare treasures. Right now I have 3 pieces in my hands, all obtained from the Divine Ruins interior. Now these 3 pieces, I'll sell them all. Whoever offers the highest price will get it. 2 more yellow stones appeared in the young man's palm. There were 3 of them in total. Chapter 1202. 1202 Chapter 1202 Fight. Divine Ruins Ancient Mine? Lu Ming's expression changed. He was somewhat curious. Previously, when they took the cross-sea spaceship to the continent of the Divine Ruins for a month, they more or less had some understanding of the continent of the Divine Ruins. The reason why the continent of the Divine Ruins was called the continent of the Divine Ruins was that there were a few pieces of divine ruins on the continent of the Divine Ruins, known as the Ruins of Gods. Inside it was very dangerous, but it was also filled with endless treasures and contained endless mysteries, so it was called the Divine Ruins. Legend had it that the Divine Ruins originally did not exist. Countless years ago the sky split open and countless things fell from the sky, forming the Divine Ruins. From the Divine Ruins one could excavate a kind of ore called the Divine Ruins Ancient Ore. Within the ore there might be supreme treasures. Some people took out supreme divine weapons, some took out supreme secret manuals, and some even took out the bones, blood, essence and so on of supreme experts. They were all supreme treasures. Of course, there was a higher possibility that there was nothing inside. At the scene no one made a sound. Buying the Divine Ruins Ancient Mine was like gambling. Buying it one might not get anything. The chances of wanting to cut out treasures from the Divine Ruins Ancient Mine were too low. That's. Beside Mu Feng, there seemed to be flames dancing in the eyes of the noble young master. His eyes were fixed on one of the ancient mines in the Divine Ruins, as if he had sensed something. Lu Ming, I suggest you buy it. There's something good in one of the old mines that might be of help to you. At this moment, Danden's voice was heard. After this fellow entered the treasure exchange tower, he had been lying on Lu Ming's shoulder and did not make a sound. But now he suddenly sent Lu Ming a voice transmission. You can sense the things in the Divine Ruins, Ancient Mine. Lu Ming was stunned. It was said that the layer of glistening yellow or outside the Divine Ruins, Ancient Mine was very strange. Could block spiritual senses from scanning. If one did not cut open the ancient mine, the martial artist would not be able to know in advance if there was anything inside, let alone what it was. Only in very rare cases would he sense it. For example, the noble young master's bloodline was faintly beating. He felt that there was something in the old mine that matched his bloodline, which was why he could sense it. This old mine is mine. The noble young master's eyes were bright as he said, I'll bet 100,000 raw stones on my luck. 100,000 raw gemstones was not a high price, but it was not low either. If the 3 old mines were empty, the 100,000 raw stones would have gone down the drain. Ah, Muju, you're so rich. 100,000 raw stones is nothing to you. I'm not as rich as you, so I'm not betting. I'll forget it too. On the side, the other young men laughed. There were many ancient mines in the Divine Ruins in other places of the South God Palace. If one wanted to buy them, they could buy them at any time. Therefore the others shook their heads and did not bid. This made Muju smile. If he could buy a raw gemstone with a treasure for 100,000 raw gemstones, he would make a huge profit. His heart trembled. I offer 200,000 origin stones. It's my first time seeing a Divine Ruins ancient mine. It's rather interesting. I'll try my luck too. Lu Ming said calmly. Lu Ming's words made Muju's eyes turn cold. I'll pay 300,000. Muju said. Then I'll pay 500,000. Lu Ming said. This made Muju's face even more unsightly. He looked at Lu Ming and said, Kid, you're new here and shouldn't know the market price of the Divine Ruins ancient mines, right? Let me tell you, the outside world's legend is that the Divine Ruins ancient mines contain peerless treasures, but the chances of that are very small. 99% of the ancient mines are empty. If you buy it, you might lose out. You don't have to worry about that. Also, don't you want to buy it too? Lu Ming smiled faintly. Humph. Muju coldly snorted and continued to bid, 600,000. At this moment the others' eyes flickered. From Muju's expression, it seemed like he really wanted it. Could he have sensed something? I feel like my luck is pretty good today. I'll buy it for fun too. I'll pay 700,000. Is that so? I have the same feeling. I'll bid 800,000. I bid 900,000. The other young men chimed in. To prodigies like them, 1,000,000 or so raw gemstones were really nothing. If there were really treasures in the Divine Ruins ancient mine, then it would be a huge profit. Soon the price had risen to 1.5 million raw stones. This made Mujue's face even uglier. All of this was because of Lu Ming. If Lu Ming had not competed with him, he might have been able to buy the 3 divine ruins, ancient mines with just 100,000 raw stones. Now he could not even buy them with 2 million. Although Muju did not care much about 1 or 2 million raw stones, he was still upset that he had spent so many extra raw stones. 2 million raw stones. Muju gritted his teeth and called out a price. This guy called out such a high price. Did he really sense something? The others' eyes flickered as they continued to bid. Very quickly the price rose to 3 million. Lu Ming, forget it. Although there's something in there, it's only worth 3 million yuan at most. If it goes any higher, we'll suffer a loss. Dandan said. Lu Ming was very surprised. It seemed that Dandan could really sense the specific items inside. Otherwise, how could she even measure the price? At this point, Lu Ming stopped bidding. On the other hand, Mujue and the other young men were still bidding. In the end, the price rose to 5 million raw stones and it was finally bought by Mujue. Damn it. Mujue looked at Lu Ming coldly, murderous intent flashing in his eyes. On the side, Mu Feng was overjoyed. This Lu Ming is really courting death. How dare he offend Mujue? It seems that I don't need to find someone to take action. Mu Feng sneered in his heart. After the youth sold the divine ruins, ancient mine, he walked down. Following that, someone else went up the stage and took out treasures to exchange. Some people successfully exchanged for treasures, while others returned in disappointment. They saw that the treasures they took out did not have what Xian Yanqing and Lu Ming needed. The two of them shook their heads in disappointment. It seemed like it was not that easy to find what they needed. Everyone, I have a piece of fire spirit root here and I need to exchange it for a sword-shaped stone. I wonder if anyone has a sword-shaped stone. One is enough. Suddenly, a voice was heard. What? Fire spirit root. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat and his eyes lit up. One of the main ingredients to refine the Nirvana elixir happened to be a fire spirit root. He had finally found what he needed. Fire spiritual roots. It's the fire spiritual roots. Peng Yuan actually took out such a precious treasure. On the side, a series of voices sounded. The fire spiritual root was a top-grade level 9 treasure. It was very rare in the world and many people were tempted. However, a sword-shaped stone. Many people frowned. The sword-shaped stone was a treasure of the same level as the fire spiritual root. It was also rare in the world, so who would have it? It's a fire spiritual root. Mujue's eyes also lit up, emitting a burning light. His bloodline was extremely compatible with the fire spirit root. If he could refine the fire spirit root, his cultivation would definitely be greatly improved. Chapter 1203. 1203 Chapter 1203 Battling Mujue. Peng Yuan, do you really need a sword-shaped stone to exchange for it? I'll use other treasures or raw gemstones to buy it from you. State your price. Muju stood up, his eyes fixed on the fire spiritual root in Peng Yuan's hand. No, a fire spirit root is also very useful to me, but I need the sword-shaped stone more. If there is a sword-shaped stone, I will exchange for it. If there is none, then forget it. Peng Yuan said. Peng Yuan, the fire spirit root is very useful to me. Can't we discuss it? Mujue still didn't give up and his eyes were burning. What does it have to do with me if it's of great use to you? Peng Yuan sneered. You. Mujue's face turned ugly. However, Peng Yuan was also a very famous heaven's favorite of the South God Palace. The force behind him was also very strong, not any weaker than Muju. Therefore Muju was extremely wary of Peng Yuan. If it was someone else, he would have attacked. Who has a sword-shaped stone? If you don't, then forget it. Peng Yuan said. I have it. Suddenly a voice was heard. Everyone could not help but look over. It's him. Many people were stunned. It was Lu Ming who had just spoken. You have a sword-shaped stone. Peng Yuan's eyes lit up as he looked at Lu Ming. Not bad. Lu Ming stood up. His palm glowed and a small stone sword appeared in his hand. The stone sword was the size of a palm and milky white in color. It emitted a faint sword chi. This was the sword-shaped stone. Lu Ming felt that he was lucky. He had found this sword-shaped stone when he was sorting through the storage rings of the expert from the Heaven Martial Sword sect after Xiaowan had killed him. Back then Xiaowan had killed so many powerful people and Lu Ming had obtained many good things. He had organized them all. Now it had come in handy. It really is a sword-shaped stone. Peng Yuan's eyes lit up as he looked at the stone sword in Lu Ming's hand. The sword-shaped stone was extremely useful for warriors who cultivated the sword. This sword-shaped stone should be enough to pay you back for your fire spirit root. Lu Ming said. Of course you can. Peng Yuan said with a smile. Wait a moment. At this moment Mu Ju said coldly. He took a step forward and stood not far from Lu Ming. He looked at Lu Ming and said, Kid, sell me your sword-shaped stone. Sell it to you? I'm sorry, my sword-shaped stone needs to be exchanged for a fire spirit root with that brother Peng, so I don't have any extra sword-shaped stones. Lu Ming said. There's nothing else. Just sell the one in your hand to me. Hurry up, I don't have time to waste on you. Name your price. Mu Jue said impatiently. Lu Ming frowned. Don't you understand what I'm saying? I've already said that I have use for this sword-shaped stone. Nonsense, I don't care if you're useful or not. Now sell him to me, you hear me? Mu Jue scolded coldly. Hee. Where did this idiot come from? Lu Ming sneered. Lu Ming was speechless. This Mu Ju obviously wanted to use his sword-shaped stone to exchange for the fire spiritual root with Peng Yuan. He didn't dare to do anything to Peng Yuan, yet he was bullying him. At the side, the others looked on indifferently and did not say anything. Kid, what did you say? Do you know who I am? I am Mu Ju, the young master of the Mu family, one of the top 10 families in the South God Palace. You dare. Get lost. I don't care who you are. Who you are is none of my business. A good dog doesn't block the way. Before Mu Ju could finish his words, he was coldly reprimanded by Lu Ming and he swallowed his words. Courting death. How dare a piece of trash from the divine wilderness continent act so arrogantly? If I don't teach you a lesson today, you really don't know how high the heavens are. Mu Jue's face turned gloomy. His eyes were cold and the aura around him became violent. A layer of flames spread out from his body. At the side, the others looked on quietly and no one stopped them. In this world, treasures could only be obtained and protected if one had the strength. Buzz. Mu Ju waved his hand and a long whip condensed from flames whipped toward Lu Ming's face. You really think I'm a soft persimmon? A cold glint flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. His palm was like a knife and he slashed out. With a poof, Mu Ju's flame whip was cut into two. You have some skills, but you are still too young to be arrogant in front of me, Mu Jue. Mu Jue said coldly. Boom. The aura on his body became even more violent, and a terrifying pressure bloomed in the hull. The strength of this pressure surpassed the 5th level of the spiritual god realm. The 6th level of the spiritual god realm. Moreover, it was the peak of the 6th level of the spiritual god realm. Mu Ju's cultivation had reached the peak of the 6th level spiritual god realm, which was one level higher than Lu Ming's. Is this the strength of the geniuses of the South God Palace? Lu Ming's gaze flickered. The Divine Ruins continent was indeed the most powerful continent in the Divine Ruins continent group, with experts as numerous as the clouds. The South God Palace could be considered one of the 4 strongest forces in the Divine Ruins continent, and the geniuses among them were naturally not to be underestimated. In the Divine Wilderness continent, a paragon like Longqin was only at the peak of the 5th level of the spiritual god realm. The other geniuses such as Xianxia and Darkchild had just broken through to the 4th level spiritual god realm not long ago. The difference was too great. Kneel down. Mu Ju shouted coldly and struck out with his palm. A huge palm print condensed and blasted toward Lu Ming. He wanted to suppress Lu Ming with one palm and make him kneel on the ground. 6th level spiritual god realm, so what? Lu Ming was not afraid at all. The dragon power in his body burst out and he threw a punch. Boom. The terrifying fist force hit the flaming hand and directly penetrated it. Again. Mu Ju's eyes turned even colder when he saw that the palm that he had condensed was destroyed by Lu Ming. Fuck you, it's my turn now. Lu Ming took a step forward and the ground trembled. Countless inscriptions appeared. Buzz. Lu Ming's figure neared Mu Ju in an instant. At the same time, the third bloodline appeared above his head. A wisp of energy surged into his body, causing him to be covered in a bloody light. Boom. After borrowing the power of the third bloodline, Lu Ming's strength increased again and he threw a punch at Mu Ju. A cold, killing intent enveloped Mu Ju, and a terrifying force pressed toward him. This made Mu Ju's expression change slightly. He roared and the flames were boiling. He threw a punch at Lu Ming. Boom. When the two fists collided, Mu Ju's expression changed drastically. He took a few steps back while Lu Ming's body only swayed a little. What? Mu Ju has been pushed back. How is that possible? Mu Ju is at the peak of the 6th level spiritual god realm, but he was forced to retreat. What happened? That Lu Ming's cultivation is only at the 5th level of the spiritual god realm. How did this happen? After Mu Ju was knocked back with a single punch, the scene went into an uproar. Many people cried out in shock. Among them, a few young men's eyes flickered and revealed a strange light. For example, the beautiful woman in the fiery red long fist had a look of surprise in her eyes. Damn it, brat, I'm going to kill you. After being punched by Lu Ming, Mu Ju let out a long and angry howl. He had a higher cultivation level, but now he was forced to retreat by a young man with a lower cultivation level. This made him feel extremely humiliated. Chapter 1204. 1204 Chapter 1204 Suppressing Mu Ju. Mu Ju's body was filled with killing intent. The flames on his body danced wildly, and his bloodline appeared above his head. Mu Ju's bloodline was a vine, which was covered in flames and had 9 golden chakra shining. He used bloodline fusion and transformed into a flaming vine, emitting a terrifying aura. Die. The flaming vines danced like long whips and swept toward Lu Ming. The scorching flames seemed to be able to burn everything. All around, the other young men stood up one after another. Their Zhen Yuan glowed and their wills surrounded them to resist the remaining power of the flame. Bang! Lu Ming activated the prison suppressing heaven technique and struck a vine with his palm. A dull sound was heard. Lu Ming felt a scorching flame spreading towards him and his palm was slightly numb. To be honest, Mu Ju was very strong. A 9th level divine level bloodline and a cultivation at the peak of the 6th level spiritual god realm. His combat strength was extremely terrifying and much stronger than Yi Kuang's. Buzz. 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 The flaming vine kept waving and lashing at Lu Ming. With a single strike, these vines could crack the earth. Their power was terrifying. Lu Ming's 5-colored concept covered his entire body. The power of the prison suppressing heaven technique grew stronger and stronger as he struck out palm after palm. Bang. 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 Lu Ming's palm kept clashing with the flaming vines. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged more than 10 moves. The fact that the two of them were evenly matched already shocked the others. He's so strong. This Lu Ming is so strong. Unbelievable. He's actually able to fight Mu Ju, who's at a higher level. It's indeed unbelievable. The divine wilderness continent is amazing. The others exclaimed in admiration and looked at Lu Ming with fear. All of them had awakened 9th level divine bloodlines and stood at the peak of all heaven's pride experts. Their combat strength was unparalleled and it was a common thing for them to fight above their level. It was almost impossible for geniuses like them to be defeated by others who were at a higher level than them. Among geniuses with 9th level divine rank bloodlines, who would be much weaker than the other. But now, Mu Ju, who had reached the peak of the 6th level of the spiritual god realm, was being challenged by someone of a higher level. And the person who was fighting above his level was from the divine wilderness continent, a continent that was not very famous. Ah, die. Mu Ju roared. His cultivation level was 1 level higher than Lu Ming's, but he could not take Lu Ming down. This made him extremely angry. If word of this got out, his reputation would definitely take a huge hit. What was a genius? Geniuses were meant to surpass levels and defeat others, not to be defeated by others. If one was defeated by others, what kind of genius was that? He was bound to become a joke. He was furious. He could not wait to crush Lu Ming's bones and scatter his ashes. He launched an even more violent attack. What are you shouting for? Would shouting loudly make one stronger? A peak 6th level spiritual god with such little combat strength. How disappointing. It's time to end this. Lu Ming smiled in disdain. Roar. The bloodline of the 9 dragons emerged above his head. That is, his bloodline? It seems to be the legendary bloodline of the 9 dragons, but it's only at the 8th level of the divine level. It's actually only at the 8th level of the divine level. The appearance of Lu Ming's blood meridian caused another uproar. Lu Ming transformed into 9 dragons and roared. The devouring power enveloped Wuxia, causing the flaming vines to tremble. Bang! Bang! The 9 dragons continued to step forward and used the 9 dragons' sky-treading steps. The violent power struck the flame vines. After a few consecutive explosions, 3 of the flaming vines were instantly blown to pieces. The 9 dragons roared and each of their 9 claws grabbed a flaming vine. With a powerful tear, the 9 flaming vines were all torn apart and turned into flames. Bang! The divine dragon wagged its tail, and the 9 dragons' tails used the prison-suppressing heavenly art to whip at the main part of the flaming vine. The root of the flaming vine was directly sent flying and it heavily hit the wall. Boom! Countless inscriptions glowed on the wall, but it still shook violently. Wuxia let out a scream. He was completely suppressed, completely crushed. After Lu Ming performed the blood fusion, he completely crushed Wuxia. Buzz! The 9 dragons twisted their bodies and instantly appeared in front of Wuxia, their dragon claws continuously striking out. The explosions continued, accompanied by Wuxia's shrill screams, causing many people to shiver. After more than 10 moves, Wuxia finally couldn't hold on any longer. His bloodline collapsed and he returned to his original form. At this moment, his hair was disheveled and he was spitting out large mouthfuls of blood. His entire body was covered in injuries and he was in an extremely miserable state. Among the crowd, Mu Feng's face was pale and bloodless. Wuxia, who had reached the peak of the 6th level spiritual god realm, had been defeated. He had never dreamed that he would be defeated so miserably. Initially, he thought that he could use Wuxia to cripple Lu Ming and avenge the day he was beaten up by Lu Ming. He never expected that such a powerful Wuxia would follow in his footsteps. Bastard, you dare to hit me? You're dead. Wuxia roared in anger. He hated Lu Ming to the core. After today, he, Wuxia, would become the laughingstock of the South God Palace. The 9 dragons shrank and Lu Ming turned into his human form. His eyes were cold as he kicked Wuxia's face. Wuxia screamed in pain and his head hit the wall hard. His face was deformed. You still dare to threaten me? Do you believe that I won't kill you right now? The murderous intent on Lu Ming was so strong that it sent a chill down Wuxia's spine. Damn it, damn it. Wuxia roared in his heart, but he didn't dare to say another word. Lu Ming's blood-red hair fluttered in the wind. His eyes were bloodshot. His killing intent was too strong and cold. He really suspected that Lu Ming would kill him if he said anything more. He stretched out his hand and sucked. With a sweep of his essential core, the storage ring in Wuxia's hand flew to Lu Ming and was caught in his hand. This storage ring will be your punishment for my emotional damage. Lu Ming slowly put away Wuxia's storage ring. You can't do this. Wuxia wailed. That storage ring was all his savings. Also, what compensation for emotional damage? Speaking of compensation, shouldn't he be the one who should be compensated? He had been beaten up so badly. You want to die. Lu Ming's blood-red eyes focused, causing Wuxia to not dare to make a sound. However, his body trembled slightly because of his anger. Get lost. Lu Ming said indifferently and turned to leave. If this had happened in the Divine Wilderness continent, Lu Ming would have smacked him to death. But this was the Divine Ruins continent after all. Lu Ming had only shown mercy because he had just arrived. Wuxia glared at Lu Ming hatefully. He staggered to his feet and walked toward the portal. Cousin, wait for me. Mu Feng was so scared that his legs were trembling. He quickly followed Wuxia and left the place. Brother Pang, the sword-shaped stone you wanted. Lu Ming walked toward Peng Yuan and handed the sword-shaped stone to him. Brother Lu's combat strength is really admirable. Mujua, that arrogant and domineering guy, finally kicked an iron plate today. Peng Yuan laughed and handed the fire spirit root to Lu Ming. Brother Peng is too polite, Lu Ming said. Both of them had gained something and were happy. Interesting. The beautiful lady in the red dress looked at Lu Ming. Her heroic eyes were filled with curiosity and fighting spirit. Chapter 1205. 1205 The Treasure in the Old Mine. The treasure exchange continued. Next, others went up and took out their treasures to exchange. I also have 2 divine ruins ancient mines here. I wonder who needs it. I'll buy it with raw stones. After a while, another young man went up and took out 2 pieces of glistening yellow divine ruins ancient mine. What? When the young man took out the 2 ancient mines of the divine ruins, Xianxia raised his eyebrows. Lu Ming, I feel that there's something in one of the old mines. Xianxia sent a voice transmission to Lu Ming. Little Qing, you can sense it. Lu Ming was a little surprised. Lu Ming, there's indeed something in one of the old mines. It's quite suitable for this chick. That's why she sensed it. However, it's not too precious. Dandan sent a voice transmission to Lu Ming. Lu Ming nodded and planned to buy it. Just like before, buying the divine ruins ancient mine was like gambling, and almost no one made a bid. I'm new here and I'm very curious about the divine ruins ancient mines. These 2 ancient mines, I'll offer 100,000 pieces of raw stones to buy them and study them. Lu Ming said casually. He seemed to have bought 2 pieces purely out of curiosity. After Lu Ming spoke, no one else spoke. That young man was somewhat depressed. Those 3 pieces of divine ruins ancient mine previously were raised to a high price of 5 million, while his 2 pieces could only be sold for 100,000. After waiting for a while and seeing that no one else was bidding, he could only sell Lu Ming at a price of 100,000. Lu Ming handed the rough stone to the young man and kept the 2 pieces of the old mine. He did not go down. Instead, he swept his gaze across the entire place and said, Lu Ming would like to purchase the Emperor's Bloodstone 9-leaf Ganoderma, Goblin and Octagonal Mysterious Ice Grass. If you have these 4 spiritual herbs, you can state your conditions. Lu Ming will try his best to fulfill them. Emperor's Bloodstone, Earth Emperor's Essence. The others, expressions changed. These 4 items are all very precious. Their value is no less than the Fire Spirit Root. In fact, the Octagonal Mysterious Ice Grass is even more expensive. That's right. I've only heard of these 4 spiritual herbs and materials, but I've never seen them before. The others were all discussing and almost everyone shook their heads, indicating that there was no such thing. Emperor's Bloodstone, I do have one. Right at this moment, a clear and melodious voice sounded. Lu Ming's eyes lit up and he looked in the direction of the sound. The one who spoke was the stunning woman in the fiery red dress. It's Ji Hongchen. Someone muttered. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. This woman was indeed Ji Hongchen. He was one of the 3 strongest heaven's favorites of the younger generation in the South God Palace. Each one had mentioned him before. Miss Ji, you have the Emperor's Bloodstone. Lu Ming revealed a look of anticipation. Ji Hongchen's palm glowed and a dark red stone appeared. This stone was like blood jade. The strange thing was that there was a sweet fragrance coming from the stone. It was very pleasant to smell. It really is the Emperor's Bloodstone. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Miss Ji, what treasure do you need to exchange for the Emperor's Bloodstone? See if I have it on me. If I don't, I'll find a way to get it. Lu Ming said. Brother Lu, it's your first time in the Divine Ruins. You're a guest, so I don't need to exchange for any treasures. Brother Lu can just buy it with raw stones. And 30 million raw stones it is then. Ji Hongchen said. 30 million. Lu Ming was slightly stunned. It was not because it was too expensive but because it was too cheap. A rare treasure like the Emperor Bloodstone was at the peak of level 9 and was extremely rare. Its true price was definitely not just 30 million. Miss Ji, I've already gotten a huge bargain with 30 million raw stones. Lu Ming said. Brother Lu, you are a guest. I'll take it as Hongchen befriending you. Ji Hongchen laughed in a forthright manner. Everyone was clear that Ji Hongchen's attitude was due to Lu Ming's ability. If Lu Ming's combat strength was low, Ji Hongchen would not have bothered with him. But now Lu Ming's strength had attracted Ji Hongchen's attention. That was why he wanted to befriend him. Then thank you, Miss Ji. Lu Ming was not a bashful person. He took out a storage ring, stored 30 million raw stones in it, and handed it to Ji Hongchen. Ji Hongchen handed the Emperor's Bloodstone to Lu Ming. Lu Ming put away the Emperor's Bloodstone and returned to his seat. He was in a good mood. Today's harvest was not bad. After that, more people took out their treasures to exchange, but Xianxia and Lu Ming were not interested. After a while, Lu Ming and Xianxia stood up and left. They went to the 5th floor and said goodbye to Yichuan. They left the treasure exchange tower and returned to their residence on General Peak. Lu Ming and Xianxia entered the mountain and river diagram and sat cross-legged on a mountain peak. Between the two people, a piece of Divine Ruins ancient mine was suspended. This piece was the one that Xianxia had sensed. Lu Ming's vital essence on his finger condensed into a blade of vital essence and he cut it down at the Divine Ruins ancient mine. The Divine Ruins ancient mine was very hard, even harder than many metals. However, under Lu Ming's blade of quintessential essence, it was still easily cut open. Instantly, a wisp of black demonic qi filled the air. There's really something. Lu Ming's expression changed. This Divine Ruins ancient mine was really intriguing. There was something sealed in the ancient mine. Gotcha. In the end, the Divine Ruins ancient mine split open, and a drop of dark red blood appeared. A beam of dense demonic light shot up into the sky. This is a powerhouse's fresh blood, sealed inside the Divine Ruins ancient mine. Lu Ming was secretly surprised. Legend had it that ores like the Divine Ruins ancient mine did not come from the Divine Ruins continent. Some people guessed that it came from beyond the heavens. When experts fought, treasures, fresh blood, essence blood, and other things splashed onto the Divine Ruins or they landed on the Divine Ruins continent through the spatial cracks. For various reasons, some treasures, fresh blood, and other things were sealed by the Divine Ruins ancient mine, and after a long time they were preserved. The owner of this drop of blood is an expert who cultivates the demonic path. Although many years have passed and this drop of blood no longer has much power, it is still very useful to me. If I refine it, my cultivation will definitely increase. Xianxia said. And little Qing, then quickly refine it before the energy dissipates. Lu Ming said. Xianxia nodded. The blood vessels appeared on his head. He formed a seal with his hands and sucked a drop of blood into his hands. He began to refine it. Lu Ming estimated that Xianxia would need at least a few days to refine a drop of demon blood. Lu Ming went to a nearby mountain peak and took out the remaining few ancient mines in the Divine Ruins. 3 of them were bought by Mu Ju, but his storage ring was taken by Lu Ming. The 3 Divine Ruins ancient mines naturally fell into Lu Ming's hands. One of them was the one that he sensed a treasure in. Lu Ming put it aside first and cut open the other 3 Divine Ruins ancient mines one by one. As expected, there was nothing inside. There were only 3 ores that were useless. Lu Ming's gaze shifted to the last piece of old mine. He used the blade of quintessential essence and cut it. Immediately, a scorching aura spread out from the Divine Ruins ancient mine. Lu Ming revealed a look of joy and completely cut open the old mine. A weapon fragment. In the Divine Ruins ancient mine, Lu Ming discovered a piece of weapon fragment that emitted a scorching aura, as if there was a flame burning. Chapter 1206. 1206 Strange Phenomenon in the Divine Ruins. This weapon fragment was only the size of a fingernail, but it was filled with a scorching aura, like a ball of burning flames. This must be a fragment of a Supreme Master's weapon. It contains intense firepower. If I can extract it and refine it, my fire concept will definitely improve greatly. Lu Ming pondered and was tempted. He then circulated his essential core to wrap the weapon fragment and began to extract it. As Lu Ming continued to condense, A flame was extracted from the weapon fragment and jumped on his fingertips. Refine. His quintessential essence wrapped around the flames and began to refine them. Lu Ming closed his eyes and carefully sensed the fire energy in it to improve his own fire concept. Time passed day by day. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 days had passed. After more than 10 days, Lu Ming had completely refined the ball of flame. Fire concept, the peak of level 4 upper tier. Lu Ming opened his eyes and a flame flashed past his eyes. The peak of level 4 upper tier was only a step away from the great circle of level 4. Boom! From a nearby mountain peak, demonic might was vast and mighty, and a stream of demonic chi soared into the sky. The peak of the 4th level of the spiritual god realm. Little Qing's cultivation has also improved greatly. Lu Ming revealed a smile on his face. When he first met Xianxia in the Abyss Demon territory, Xianxia had just broken through to the 3rd level of the spiritual god realm. After receiving Xiao Wan's inheritance and cultivating for a while, Xianxia's cultivation had reached the 4th level of the spiritual god realm. However, he was only at the early stage of the 4th level spiritual god realm. Clearly, in the past half a month, Xianxia had refined that drop of demon blood and his cultivation had reached the peak of the 4th level spiritual god realm. Although the energy from the drop of demonic blood had been refined, Xianxia was still cultivating. Lu Ming could feel that the heavenly demon will was stirring in Xianxia's body. Little Qing wants to take this opportunity to break through the heavenly demon will in one go. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He knew Xianxia's plan. That drop of demonic blood also contained a strong demonic will. It was very touching for Xianxia, so it was normal for him to have a breakthrough. Lu Ming did not disturb Xianxia. A piece of sky thunder wood appeared in his hand. Lu Ming planned to use the sky thunder wood to continue cultivating and comprehend the concept of thunder. It was very similar to the refining of the weapon fragment earlier. Lu Ming first extracted a wisp of lightning from the sky thunder wood and then refined this wisp of lightning to improve his thunder concept. In the blink of an eye, another dozen days had passed. In total, Lu Ming had been in closed-door cultivation for a month. The wisp of lightning had also been refined by Lu Ming. His lightning concept had also reached the peak of level 4 upper tier. The sky thunder wood that he had bought with 5 million Orirox could help his thunder concept reach the peak of level 4 upper tier. It was worth it. Buzz. A figure stepped through the air and appeared in front of Lu Ming. It was Xianxia. Little Qing, you've broken through your intent realm. Lu Ming asked. Yes, my heavenly demon will has reached the peak of level 4 upper tier. It's a pity that I'm only one step away from reaching the full circle of level 4. Xianxia said. This time she had gained a lot. Her cultivation was just one step away from breaking through to the 5th level of the spiritual god realm. That divine ruins ancient mine is truly wondrous. I reckon that there must be supreme powerhouses who cultivated the fiend path being killed, their flesh and blood scattered. Some were sealed inside the divine ruins ancient mine. Xianxia said. Lu Ming nodded. He was also very curious about the divine ruins, ancient mine. Woo! At this moment a cry sounded in the sky. The cry sounded very sorrowful, very sorrowful. Lu Ming's expression changed drastically. This cry definitely did not come from within the mountain and river diagram, but from the outside world. However, the mountain and river diagram was a treasure of the heavenly abode. It was isolated from the outside world and sound could not enter at all. But how did this sound enter? Obviously, Xianxia had also thought of this and his expression changed. Buzz. Dandan flew over from afar and landed on Lu Ming's shoulder. She said, What's this crying? It's so unpleasant to hear. How did it even reach here? It's coming from outside. Let's go out and take a look. Lu Ming said. Lu Ming, Xianxia and Dandan exited the mountain and river diagram together. As soon as he got out of the mountain and river diagram, the crying sound became even clearer. It was coming from the east. The two of them left the room and went to the courtyard. That's... Lu Ming and Xianxia looked to the east, their eyes wide in shock. It was nighttime and the world was dark. The moon and stars were nowhere to be seen. But on the east side the sky was blood red. It was like the sunset, but it was definitely not the sunset. The light rushed out from the ground and dyed the horizon red. And that sorrowful cry was coming from that direction. Lu Ming and Xianxia flew out of the courtyard and into the sky, where they could see more clearly. At this moment, the sky above the South God Palace was filled with people, all looking toward the east. Tuobashir, do you know what's going on? Lu Ming asked as Tuobashir was beside them. General Lu. Tuobashir cupped his fists and said, this period of time I specially inquired about it. According to what I know, that direction is the direction where the divine ruins are located. I heard that every year in the divine ruins, such an abnormal phenomenon will happen. Blood light will dye the horizon red and there will be cries coming out. Divine ruins. Lu Ming and Xianxia were both slightly taken aback. They did not expect such a phenomenon to come from the divine ruins. The divine ruins is very mysterious. Inside contains treasures like the divine ruins, ancient mine, but it's also very dangerous. There's not much danger outside the divine ruins, but inside it's very dangerous, especially the core region. Even if emperors enter, they've never seen anyone come out. Tuobashir said. This made Lu Ming and Xianxia even more shocked. It was indeed shocking that even an emperor could not come out. At this moment, the crying suddenly disappeared, but what came after was the sound of worship. It was grand and solemn. If one listened carefully, it sounded like a battle song. Cultivate my war spear, kill the 9 heavens, slaughter the alien races, return my mountains and rivers. Vaguely, Lu Ming seemed to have heard these few sentences. They were filled with sorrow and were not afraid of death. Roar. Vaguely, Lu Ming seemed to hear a dragon's roar that shook the world. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. What on earth was in the divine ruins? Lu Ming was extremely curious. This strange phenomenon lasted for an entire night. It only disappeared when the sun rose the next day. At this moment, Lu Ming saw many people flying toward the east. Could they be going to the divine ruins? Lu Ming was a little surprised. It said that every year an unusual phenomenon will happen in the divine ruins, but for a period of time after the unusual phenomenon, the divine ruins is the safest. The divine ruins are divided into the outer region, inner region and core region by the people of the South God Palace. Normally there's no danger in the outer area, but the inner area is full of danger. Even a supreme martial artist can die if they're not careful. As for the core area, even emperors can't come out. However, for a period of time after the phenomenon, the inner region will become much safer. As long as one's luck isn't too bad, there won't be any great danger. One can enter to search for treasures and divine ruins, ancient mines. Tuobashir explained in detail. Clearly, he had found out a lot during this period of time. Chapter 1207. 1207 Entering the Divine Ruins. General Lu, why don't we head to the Divine Ruins to take a look together? Tuobashir said. Alright, the Divine Ruins is the most famous wonder of the Divine Ruins continent. Since I'm here, how can I not go? Let's go. Lu Ming said with a smile. Lu Ming, Xianxia and Tuobashir flew towards the east. Along the way he saw many people flying towards the east. For example, the Divine Wilderness Continent's Long Qin, Dark Child, and the others had also headed east. On the Divine Ruins continent there were quite a few places in the Divine Ruins and they were all very famous. There was only one place near the South God Palace, which was more than 50,000 miles to the east of the South God Palace. The distance of 50,000 li was quickly covered. It's really wonderful and spectacular. Lu Ming and the rest stood in the air looking into the distance, full of amazement. What came into view was an endless stretch of ruins. Yes, it really was a ruin. Endless rubble, broken palaces, broken mountains and broken pavilions were scattered on the vast land in front of him. It was as if a rich country had fallen from the sky and smashed into the ground, forming a pile of ruins. Some people speculate that the Divine Ruins is another world. A tragic great battle occurred in another world, space cracked open and they fell here. Tuobashir said. Another world? Could it be the heaven realm? Lu Ming's heart stirred. He had once been to a small island in the heaven realm and learned some secrets that were not known to anyone. The heaven realm and the primordial realm were twin worlds. Other than these two worlds, no one had heard of any other world. Moreover, it seemed that there was a fierce war in the heavenly realm, which was just in line with the situation. Buzz. Buzz. Whoosh. One figure after another charged into the vast divine ruins. Let's go in and take a look, Lu Ming said. The three of them also flew towards the divine ruins. The divine ruins were vast and boundless, occupying an extremely vast area. Right now, the location they were in was the divine ruins' periphery. Looking up, Lu Ming saw a huge palace that had fallen to the ground in ruins. It was filled with an ancient aura. He also saw a huge ancient city which was also in ruins and out of shape. It said that long ago the divine ruins' periphery also had quite a number of divine ruins' ancient mines. But so many years have passed, the ancient mines in the divine ruins' periphery have long been excavated clean. Only the inner region still has divine ruins' ancient mines, Tobashir said. Lu Ming and Xianxia nodded. The three of them did not stop and continued flying forward. After a while, the three of them arrived inside the divine ruins. At this point, the three of them landed and did not fly in the sky. This was because the inner regions were filled with danger, especially when flying in the air. If one were to encounter danger, one would not be able to avoid it in time. Moreover, Lu Ming also wanted to look around to see if he could find the divine ruins' ancient mine. Why do I feel like I've seen this place before? Dandan's eyes darted around as she mumbled. You've really seen it before. Lu Ming's eyes lit up and he sent a voice transmission to Dandan. I think I've seen it before, but I can't remember it clearly. Strange, it seems that the more important the matter is, the more I can't remember. Dandan muttered as if she was carefully recalling. Lu Ming was speechless. Dandan always dropped the ball at the critical moment. The three of them reduced their speed and sensed carefully in the ruins to see if they could find the ancient mine in the divine ruins. What a huge palace! Xianxia looked ahead and revealed a look of amazement. In front of him was a huge, broken palace. It was on the ground and looked worn out, but one could tell that it was extremely tall and majestic. Lu Ming, I seem to have a trace of feeling. There seems to be a divine ruins ancient mine inside. Xianxia said. Let's go and take a look, Lu Ming said. The three of them carefully rushed into the ruins of the hall and looked around carefully. Finally, they came to a remote corner. Xianxia sensed that there was something in the corner that was reacting to her. I'll dig it up. Tobashir took out a huge axe made of vital essence and began to hack at the ground. The soil of the ruins was very hard, so Tobashir had a hard time digging. Lu Ming and Xianxia joined in. The three of them worked together and cleared the ruins, digging out a large pit that was dozens of meters deep. Sure enough, in the large pit, several pieces of divine ruins ancient mines were discovered. There are a few divine ruins ancient mines here. It's truly a case of searching high and low, but finding it without any effort at all. At this moment, a loud laugh was heard. With a flash, three figures appeared, looking down at Lu Ming and the other two in the deep pit. The three of them were all young men with powerful auras. There was a faint arrogance on their faces. Now this place belongs to us. The three of you can leave, one of the bald young men said with a commanding tone. You three, we found this place first and excavated it with great difficulty. You want us to leave as soon as you come, isn't that too much? Said Tobashir. These three people were clearly trying to rob him. Too much. I don't think that it's already a great kindness for us to let you leave and spare your lives. Why aren't you all getting lost quickly? We don't have so much time to waste here. After excavating these few divine ruins, ancient mines, we still have to head to other places. The bald youth rebuked coldly. Tobashir's face turned dark and he said, You want us to leave with just one sentence? What a joke. Brat, you talk too much. You don't need to leave now. Bang. With that, the bald youth stomped his feet and pounced towards Tobashir like an eagle pouncing on its prey. At the same time he threw a punch at Tobashir. I'm not afraid of you. A mace appeared in Tobashir's hand. With a loud roar, his aura burst forth and he swung the mace towards his opponent. 4th level of the spiritual god realm. Over the past month, Tuobasher's cultivation had finally broken through and reached the 4th level of the spiritual god realm. Boom! The bald youth's fist collided with Tuobasher's mace. With a loud sound, Tuobasher's expression changed drastically. Even with his 4th level spiritual god realm cultivation, it was difficult for him to withstand the attack. He was sent flying backward and spat out a mouthful of blood. Die! The bald youth's eyes flashed with ruthlessness as he threw a punch towards Tuobasher's heart. Sky Devil Force Field. With a loud shout, a force field was formed and enveloped the bald young man, greatly reducing his speed. At the same time, Xianxia rushed out and struck out with his palm, which collided with the bald young man's fist. With a loud bang, Xianxia and the bald young man retreated at the same time. Little Qing, are you all right? Lu Ming looked at Xianxia. He could tell that the bald youth had an early 5th level spiritual god realm cultivation, which was slightly stronger than Xianxia. However, Xianxia's combat strength was extremely strong. Even if his cultivation was slightly weaker, he should be able to fight with him. I'm fine. Lu Ming, leave this person to me. You have to be careful of the other two. Xianxia shook his head. There were 3 people on the other side and the remaining 2 didn't make a move, but they gave off an even more dangerous feeling. Chapter 1208. 1208 Chapter 1208 Draw with the Continent's Geniuses. Don't worry. It's just 2 early-stage 6th level spiritual god realm. Lu Ming said. The remaining 2 had reached the 6th level of the spiritual god realm. Little girl, how dare you stop me? You're looking for death. The bald young man roared as his vital essence surged and he pounced towards Xianxia. Black lotuses appeared around Xianxia, forming sharp lotus swords. Together with the sky demon force field, they fought the bald youth. The 2 of them were evenly matched and it was difficult to tell who was stronger. This little girl's combat strength is not bad. It's rare to have such combat strength at the peak of the 4th level of the spiritual god realm. One of the remaining 2 young men said. Not bad indeed. It's a pity that his cultivation is too weak. There's also a kid in the 5th level of the spiritual god realm. Leave him to me. With that, one of the young men pounced on Lu Ming in a flash. He was as fast as lightning and his palm was like a knife as he slashed at Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming's figure did not move. He did not even look and similarly struck out a palm at the other party. Bang! The 2 palms collided. Lu Ming did not move but the other party's figure flew backward. He has some combat strength. It seems like we won't be able to take him down unless we use our true strength. The young man's eyes turned cold and serious. A long spear appeared in his hand, shining with a sharp aura. Whoosh! He became one with the spear and stabbed at Lu Ming. The dragon power in Lu Ming's body erupted as he continued to strike with his palm. Clang! Lu Ming moved later but arrived first. His palm was like lightning as it struck the spear's shaft. Buzz! The spear trembled continuously and the man's expression changed. His body trembled and he was sent flying again. This time not only him but the other young man's face also became serious. Lu Ming's cultivation was only at the 5th level of the spiritual god realm, but the combat strength that erupted from him was shocking. He had easily repelled existences at the 6th level of the spiritual god realm time and time again. They weren't ordinary spiritual gods. They were top geniuses. Treasures belong to those with strength. Since you guys have this strength, then these few pieces of divine ruins, ancient mines will be given to you guys. Puppet fighter, let's go. One of the young men spoke, and his last words were directed at the bald young man. Lu Ming's combat strength made them feel that he was unfathomable. There was no need to fight with Lu Ming for a few divine ruins ancient mines. Bang! The bald young man exchanged a blow with Xianxia and retreated. You injured my friend the moment you arrived and now you're leaving just after saying a few words. Hee, who do you think we are? Lu Ming sneered. The aura on his body rose and his eyes flashed with a cold light. Kid, we've already taken the initiative to retreat. What else do you want? You're taking advantage of us, yet you're still acting innocent. Do you really think we're afraid of you because we fought evenly with the continent? The bald young man shouted. Are you the ones who fought to a draw with the continent? Tuobasher exclaimed. A draw with the continent. Lu Ming's heart stirred. The Divine Ruins continent cluster had a total of 42 continents. These continents naturally had strong and weak ones too. Although the Divine Wilderness continent was not at the bottom of the Divine Ruins continent group, it was still in the lower middle range and was ranked in the last 10. And the Divine Ruins continent was the number 1 in name and reality. Other than the continent of Divine Ruins, it was also very strong to fight evenly with the continent, and it was ranked in the top 10 of the continent of Divine Ruins. It was also the only 2 continents that made it into the top 10 among the 9 continents of the South God Palace. The 3 young men before him were from the Ping Ping continent. No wonder they were filled with arrogance. No wonder he was so powerful. 2 of the 3 people he met had actually stepped into the 6th level spiritual god realm. Seeing Tuobasher's shocked expression, the bald young man and the other 2 looked pleased. I don't care which continent you're from. If you don't leave something behind today, don't even think about leaving. Lu Ming continued to speak as he strode forward. The bald young man and the other 2 men's faces turned ugly as they approached. You refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. I'll see what you're capable of. The young man who had attacked Lu Ming earlier had a cold look in his eyes. A long spear appeared above his head. He performed the blood fusion and transformed into a long spear. The terrifying sharp power filled the air and pierced holes in the void. Whoosh! The long spear came down and pierced through Lu Ming. Kill! Lu Ming's 3rd bloodline appeared and a wisp of energy surged in. Lu Ming roared and his killing intent surged out like a tide as he punched out. Clang! The fist landed on the spear, causing it to tremble and fly back. This shocked the other young men who were fighting evenly with the continent. Let's attack together. The other 6th level spiritual god realm youth shouted. A combat sword appeared above his head. He transformed into a combat sword and slashed violently at Lu Ming. Needless to say, their bloodlines were all at the 9th level of the divine level and had reached perfection. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming threw 2 consecutive punches at the long spear and the combat sword, sending them both flying and shaking. How can he be so strong? The bald burly man's expression changed drastically, and he was extremely shocked. He and Lu Ming were both 5th level spiritual god realm martial artists. However, he felt that if he were to fight with Lu Ming, he would not be able to withstand even one move from Lu Ming. He was too strong. Lu Ming took a step forward and continued to attack. He swung his fists continuously and a terrifying force exploded, hitting the combat sword and the long spear continuously. Clang! Clang! The sound of metal being struck rang out as the battle sword and the long spear shook continuously. So strong. Is this General Lu's combat strength? He's really too strong. Tuobasher's eyes widened in shock. Back then, when Lu Ming was at the same level as him, he was already convinced that Lu Ming had defeated him with one move. Now he admired Lu Ming even more when he went all out. Lu Ming did not use the blood meridian fusion. He kept punching with both his fists, each of which contained the powerful strength of the prison-suppressing heaven technique. Ever since he had gotten the fragment of the prison-guarding steel, his prison-guarding sky technique had become more and more powerful. Even if he used the same vital essence, his power was much stronger than before. However, he felt that the prison-suppressing heaven technique could be even more powerful. There was still a lot of potential that he had not discovered. Lu Ming was trying to understand it as he fought. The speed of his punches became slower and slower, but each punch seemed to suppress and imprison everything in the world. It seemed slow, but it was actually extremely fast, forcing the other party to meet force with force. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of explosions continued to ring out as the sword and spear trembled more and more violently. Finally, with 2 bangs, they exploded and turned back into human figures. Their faces were pale and they spat out blood as they retreated. Their eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. The 2 of them were at the early stage of the 6th level spiritual god realm, which was higher than Lu Ming's cultivation. However, even when the 2 of them joined forces, they were completely suppressed by Lu Ming and were seriously injured. How was this possible? Who are you? Are you a peerless heaven's favorite of the South God Palace? One of the young men asked. They suspected that Lu Ming was a peerless heaven's favorite cultivated by the South God Palace. Only the overlord of the divine ruins could cultivate such a powerful heaven's favorite. You want to know who I am? You're not qualified enough. You leave your storage ring behind and get lost. Lu Ming looked at the bald young man. Chapter 1209. 1209. The Mu family's expert. The three young men who had fought evenly with Lu Ming from the mainland all had ugly expressions on their faces, especially the bald young man who looked even worse. Lu Ming actually wanted him to leave behind his storage ring. Friend, don't go too far. There are even stronger heaven's favorites on the continent. If we go too far, it won't do anyone any good. The bald man said. The storage ring was all he had. Nonsense, if you don't hand him over, leave him behind. Lu Ming rebuked and strode towards bald Lu Ming. His cold killing intent covered the bald man's body, causing his bald head to break out in cold sweat. Puppet fighter, leave the ring. The other young man who fought evenly with the others from the continent spoke. In the end, the bald young man had no choice but to take off his storage ring and throw it to Lu Ming. Let's wait and see. After fighting evenly with one of the young men on the continent, the three of them left with their tails between their legs after leaving behind some harsh words. Tuoba, this ring is for you. Lu Ming threw the bald young man's storage ring to Tuoba Shur. I can't accept this. Tuoba Shur waved his hands frantically. No need to be so polite with me. This is compensation for your injuries. Lu Ming said with a smile. Tuoba Shur was the last to put it away and he was touched. After that, they dug out the few pieces of divine ruins, ancient mines. There were a total of 5 divine ruins, ancient mines. They were all the same glistening yellow like gold ore, but the material was not gold and was hundreds of times more valuable than gold. Of course, to them, even if it was tens of thousands of times more valuable than gold, it was of no use to them, unless it was a precious material for refining weapons. However, this kind of glistening yellow ore seemed to have no other use except for its unique sealing ability. Little Qing, you have a reaction to this divine ruins ancient mine, indicating that it contains items that are useful to you. You keep it. Lu Ming said. Xianxia nodded and kept the 5 ancient mines. Then, the few of them carefully surveyed the area and left after finding nothing else. Following that, the 3 of them searched many places. Unfortunately, they did not discover any other divine ruins ancient mines. You guys follow me, there might be a divine ruins ancient mine ahead. Dandan ran forward madly. In front of her was a huge stone forest and at a glance there were stone pillars. Some of the stone pillars were as thick as a mountain peak, while others were as thin as a stick. Lu Ming and the other 2 followed Dandan into the stone forest to sense it carefully. Dandan's pair of eyes swiveled around and finally she sensed something in a place. The few of them dug a large pit and indeed they discovered a few more divine ruins ancient mines. This place is very magical. Let's take a look again, Lu Ming said. The group continued to venture deeper into the stone forest. Suddenly dash. With a boom, a huge explosion was heard. Then the 3 of them saw the stone pillars in front of them explode one by one. Gravel flew everywhere as a figure flew over at high speed. This figure had clearly been sent flying by someone and crashed into the stone pillars, which was why the stone pillars had exploded. Bang! In the end, the figure crashed into a stone pillar that was as large as a mountain not far away from Lu Ming and the rest. It only stopped after half of the stone pillar was destroyed. Long Chen. The 3 men's gazes froze and their hearts skipped a beat. This figure was actually Long Chen. Long Chen spat out a mouthful of blood and saw Lu Ming and the other 2. Let's go. Long Chen shouted. Buzz. Whoosh. Their figures flickered as they arrived one after another, their powerful auras covering the entire stone forest. Among these people there were middle-aged men and white-haired old men. The aura they emitted was very shocking. The worst was at the 8th level of the spiritual god realm, some were at the 9th level and some were even at the great circle of the spiritual god realm. Long Chen, let's see how you die today. An arrogant voice rang out. The 2 young men stepped out. Mu Feng, Mu Ju. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. These 2 young figures were Mu Feng and Mu Ju. The one who had just spoken was Mu Feng. At that moment, Mu Feng and Mu Ju turned their eyes and saw Lu Ming and the rest. Pa Lu Ming, it's you guys. What a coincidence. I was planning to kill Long Chen before looking for you guys. I didn't expect to meet you here. Pa, I'll kill you guys as well. It saves me the trouble of looking for you. Mu Ju laughed hysterically when he saw Lu Ming. Lu Ming had an idea and could roughly guess what had happened. It seemed like Mu Feng and Mu Ju harbored a grudge against them and led experts to kill them in the divine ruins. The first person they encountered was Long Chen. They planned to kill Long Chen before killing Lu Ming and the others, but they did not expect Lu Ming and the others to come here as well. Kill them all. Mu Ju roared. Boom. An elder appeared above Lu Ming and the other two. A vast aura burst forth and a huge fireball appeared in his palm. No, it was not a fireball but a huge meteorite. Great circle of the spiritual god realm. Not good. Retreat. Lu Ming's pupils constricted. This elder's aura was too shocking. He was in existence at the great circle of the spiritual god realm. Without the slightest hesitation, they frantically retreated. Boom. The moment they retreated, the meteorite crashed down at an unbelievable speed. Get lost. At that moment, the 8 streams of dragon energy in Lu Ming's body erupted. His third bloodline emerged. In an instant, Lu Ming threw dozens of punches, each of which was powerful, hoping to weaken the meteorite's power. Sky Devil Force Field. Xianxia's demonic force field was also weakening the meteorite's power. Boom. The meteorites fell and exploded, and the violent power spread out in all directions. Lu Ming and Xianxia retreated thousands of meters at top speed. They only stopped after they crashed through a dozen stone pillars. Little Qing, are you okay? Lu Ming asked with concern. I'm fine. Xianxia shook his head. She was surrounded by the Sky Demon force field, which weakened the power of the meteorite. It was not a big deal. Not good, Tuobashir. Lu Ming's expression changed. He did not see Tuobashir at the side. Soon the smoke and dust dissipated and the scene in front of them became clear. Tuobashir had also blocked the force, but he was sent flying in another direction. That direction was closer to Mu Ju and the others. Bang! Tuobashir stood up from the rubble with blood spurting from his mouth. Although he had managed to block the force, he was clearly injured. Tuoba, quickly leave. Lu Ming shouted. Ha, we can't escape. Mu Ju laughed heartily. In a flash, he pounced towards Tuobashir with lightning speed. Tuobashir's cultivation base was 2 stages lower than Mu Ju's. In addition to his injuries, Mu Ju grabbed his throat without any resistance. Lu Ming, kneel down and beg me. Otherwise, I'll kill your friend immediately. Mu Ju laughed and looked at Lu Ming smugly. Lu Ming, leave quickly. Don't worry about me. Tuobashir roared. Chapter 1210. 1210 Chapter 1210 Death of Tuobashir. Shut up. Mu Ju's eyes turned cold as he chopped off one of Tuobashir's arms with his hand like a knife. Tuobashir roared like a wild beast. Mu Ju, ah. At this moment, Lu Ming's eyes were extremely cold and filled with killing intent. He stared at Mu Ju and said, I will kill you and let you die a miserable death. Ah, Lu Ming, are you joking? Today I've mobilized so many experts from the Mu family. If you think you can escape, you'll all die. Mu Ju laughed arrogantly. Kill them. Finally, Mu Ju waved his hand and gave the order. Kill. Brat, die. A series of cold shouts rang out as a terrifying aura burst forth. True energy boiled as a terrifying killing intent enveloped Lu Ming, Xianxia and Long Chen. Ow! The Archean dragonesque elephant appeared on Long Chen's body, and he turned into a giant elephant the size of a mountain. The Archean dragonesque elephant roared and took a step forward. An 8th-level spiritual god realm expert's expression changed drastically. He let out a blood-curdling scream as his body was torn to pieces. With a swing of the elephant trunk, a 9th-level spiritual god realm expert spat out blood and was sent flying in horror. Previously, one of their great circle of the spiritual god realm experts suddenly attacked and gave Long Chen a heavy blow, sending him flying. They thought that Long Chen was only SOSO, but they didn't expect him to be so terrifying when he erupted. "Little Qing, help me!" Lu Ming shouted, and the 9-dragon bloodline appeared above his head. Lu Ming transformed into 9 dragons, stepped on the void and rushed toward Mu Ju. Mu Ju's expression changed drastically. He held onto Tuobashir and retreated while shouting, "Kill him, kill him!" Buzz. Whoosh. All of a sudden 5 to 6 experts rushed toward Lu Ming. The weakest of them was at the 8th level of the spiritual god realm. Sky Devil Force Field. Xianxia also performed the bloodline fusion and turned into a magnificent heavenly demon. She pressed her jade-like hands together and a powerful heavenly demon force field burst out. This is the 8th level spiritual god realm, and even 9th level spiritual god realm experts' expressions changed. This was because they were all hindered by the heavenly demon force field, especially those at the 8th level of the spiritual god realm, who suffered the most. Devour. The 9 dragons roared, and the devouring power burst forth, enveloping 5 or 6 experts under the devouring power, weakening their combat power once again. Bang! 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 Then the 9 dragons stepped out. "Ah, not good. Ah!" With a series of screams, a few 8th level spiritual god realm experts were torn to pieces by the claws of the 9 dragons and died on the spot. Bang! Bang! The 2 9th level spiritual god realm experts were also forced to retreat. They spat out large mouthfuls of blood and their faces were deathly pale. Kill! The 9 dragons let out a long roar and continued to step forward. Their 2 dragon claws swiped down at the 2 9th level spiritual god realm experts. The power of the prison suppressing heaven technique erupted, and there was no way to avoid it. Help! The 2 experts at the 9th level of the spiritual god realm roared in fear. Then they each performed their bloodline fusion and erupted with all their strength to resist. However, it was useless. Under the 9 dragons' dragon claws, his bloodline collapsed. When he turned into a human, he was torn apart by the dragon claws. Roar! The devouring power erupted and devoured the blood essence energy of the spirit god experts. This. Mu Ju and Mu Feng were scared out of their wits as they frantically retreated. This was too terrifying and shocking. When Long Chen and Lu Ming erupted, they could kill 8th level spiritual god realm experts as if they were chickens. Even 9th level spiritual god realm experts would die. They were only at the 5th level of the spiritual god realm. How could they be so terrifying? Evil creature, you're looking for death. A white-haired elder stepped out and struck out with his palm. In his palm there was boiling lava, which condensed into a meteorite and blasted toward Lu Ming. Great Circle of the Spiritual God Realm. The Great Circle Spirit God Realm expert attacked again. Boom! The Great Circle of the Spiritual God Realm was too powerful. Its combat strength was several times stronger than that of a 9th level spiritual god. With a burst of true essence, it shattered Xianxia's sky demon power field. Xianxia's delicate body trembled and she retreated. Her face turned pale. Boom, 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 boom. The 9 dragons' claws continued to strike the meteorite, producing 9 explosive sounds. Lu Ming took a few steps back with each explosion. After 9 sounds, he kept retreating, his dragon body trembling. In the end, Lu Ming was suppressed by a perfected spiritual god. Ow! On the other side, the Archean dragonesque elephant let out a long howl. Its might was incomparably powerful, and it had killed several experts in succession. Even a 9th level spiritual god expert had died at Long Chen's hands. However, at this moment, there were also experts at the Great Circle of the spiritual god realm who made their moves and suppressed Long Chen. Lu Ming, you guys retreat quickly. Don't worry about me. Tuobashir roared. Given Lu Ming and the rest's combat abilities, if they were determined to break out of the encirclement, they might be able to do so. Lu Ming, I'll kill him immediately if you break out of the encirclement. Mu Ju shouted. He was truly afraid of Lu Ming and Long Chen's combat strength. If he let go of such powerful figures, he would not be able to live in peace in the future. Don't even think about using me to threaten them. Even if I die, I won't die in such a cowardly manner. Tuobashir roared in anger. A terrifying wave of energy burst out of his body, emitting a brilliant light. Crazy. Muju's expression changed drastically. He shook off Kai Ta and retreated frantically. Ha, let's die together. Tuobashir laughed heartily as he charged towards Mu Feng and Muju. Boom. Then Tuobashir's entire body exploded and the violent energy swept towards Mu Feng and Muju. Self-destruction. Tuobashir had self-destructed, not even his bones were left. Two figures flew out. They were Mu Feng and Muju. Mu Feng was in a terrible state. Both of his arms were missing and half of his body was blown up. His eyes were wide open and his eyes were filled with unwillingness. However, his life force was quickly dissipating, and even the gods couldn't save him. Muju's cultivation was much stronger, so he was much better off. He only spat out a mouthful of blood. Young master, are you all right? Two powerful warriors appeared beside Mujue. I'm fine. Attack and kill them. Let's attack together and kill them all. Muju roared. The rest of the powerhouses charged toward Long Chen, Lu Ming and Xianxia. There were as many as 4 people in the great circle of the spiritual god stage. The remaining people were all in the 9th level of the spiritual god realm. Tuoba. At this moment Lu Ming had calmed down. However, the icy cold killing intent in his eyes was unimaginably dense. Little Qing, you go first into the mountain and river diagram. Lu Ming said to Xianxia. Xianxia nodded. She knew that Lu Ming could only perform better if he was alone. With a flash of light, Xianxia's figure was absorbed into the mountain and river diagram. Kill. With a loud shout, a huge stone tablet appeared. The bloodline of the prison-suppressing steel. The 9 dragons turned into a ray of light and entered the prison-suppressing steel bloodline. Buzz. The prison-suppressing steel's bloodline trembled, and it grew to a height of 30,000 meters, emitting terrifying waves. Especially the word steel at the bottom, which had a shocking energy. Boom. The prison-suppressing steel pressed down on a great circle of the spiritual god stage. Break. The great circle spirit god expert transformed into a huge meteorite. Flames filled the sky as the meteorite crashed toward the prison-suppressing steel bloodline. Chapter 12:11. 12:11 Killing a great circle spirit god. The huge prison-suppressing steel and the meteorite collided. It was like 2 stars had collided. Terrifying energy fluctuations swept in all directions. Countless stone pillars were turned into dust under the energy ripples. Boom. In the light of the flames, the huge meteorite was knocked back and slammed into the ground, creating a huge pit. The perfected spiritual god was no match for Lu Ming and was at a disadvantage. Not far away, Muju was almost scared to death. This was too terrifying. Even a great circle spiritual god was no match for him. What kind of combat power was this? Suppress. The cold voice came out of the prison-suppressing steel and continued to press down on the huge meteorite. Buzz. At this moment, a huge palm print came from the side and hit the prison-suppressing steel, blocking it for a moment. It was another great circle of the spiritual god stage. Bang. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the huge meteorite flew out of the ground and met up with another great circle of the spiritual god stage. Let's attack together. This person is too monstrous. An old voice came from the huge meteorite and it was filled with shock. Attack. The other great circle spiritual god shouted. 2 great circle spiritual gods joined forces and charged toward Lu Ming. The great circle of the spiritual god realm was several times more powerful than the 9th level of the spiritual god realm. It was extremely terrifying. In a sense, the great circle of the spiritual god realm was already the peak of the spiritual god realm. Standing at the highest point of the spiritual god realm, one would be an emperor. As for the supreme being realm, it was actually just a stage in the great circle of the spiritual god realm that was on the way to the emperor realm. Emperors needed to transform their intent into a domain, while supremes had already comprehended the embryonic form of a domain, but had not yet fully transformed it into a domain. Kill. Even though he was facing 2 great circle spiritual gods, Lu Ming's killing intent was still soaring. The prison-suppressing steel emitted a brilliant light and pressed down on the two of them. Boom. Boom. The two perfected spiritual god powerhouses joined forces to resist and burst out with terrifying attacks. However, they were suppressed by Lu Ming in the end. They were continuously bombarded by the stone tablet and were forced to retreat. The two of them joined forces but were still at a disadvantage. Dragon and elephant battling the heavens. On the other side, the Archean dragonesque elephant went berserk. Its body expanded and its scales were dense. It was tens of thousands of feet tall, and it had the terrifying power to trample through mountains and rivers. Longchen was also facing two experts in the great circle of the spiritual god realm. At this moment, the immemorial dragon elephant's terrifying combat strength was fully displayed. He was fighting two experts in the great circle of the spiritual god realm alone and was not at a disadvantage at all. He even had the upper hand. The bloodline of the top 10 war beasts is indeed terrifying. Lu Ming sensed the situation over there and he was secretly shocked. At the same time, Lu Ming was looking forward to the 9-dragon bloodline. Right now, the 9-dragon bloodline was only at the 8th level of the divine level and had yet to reach perfection. However, once the 9-dragon bloodline reached perfection, it would definitely be even stronger. Furthermore, it would give birth to the 9th dragon energy, and its might would definitely be even more terrifying. At that time, the power of the bloodline of the 9 dragons alone would not be weaker than Long Chen's. The two of them had joined forces and were actually able to suppress 4 Great Circle spiritual god stage experts. How could this be? How did this happen? Mujia murmured to himself, his eyes wide open in fear. Lu Ming and Long Chen's strength had far exceeded his expectations. He had already overestimated Lu Ming. He had brought 4 perfected spiritual god experts and more than a dozen 8th and 9th level spiritual god experts. Even with such terrifying combat strength, not only did he fail to kill Lu Ming and Long Chen, but he had also fallen into a disadvantageous position. It was something that he had never imagined. Buzz. The prison-suppressing steel shook, forcing the 2 perfected spiritual god realm experts to retreat. Then it moved horizontally, shaking a 9th-level spiritual god realm expert to death. Then the prison-suppressing steel pressed down on a great circle of the spiritual god stage who was fighting with Long Chen. The powerhouse never expected Lu Ming to suddenly attack him. At that moment he was fighting Long Chen with all his might and was caught off guard. He was hit by the prison-suppressing steel. With a scream, half of his body was blown up. He fell to the ground with only half of his breath left. "Let's join hands," Lu Ming said. "All right." "Yes." Long Chen replied without any hesitation. With a long roar, an elephant leg as tall as a heavenly pillar stomped out, causing another great circle spiritual god expert to spit out blood and retreat. Buzz. Following that, Lu Ming suppressed him and killed the perfected spiritual god. "Not good, young master, quickly retreat." The expressions of the 2 perfected spiritual god experts who had been fighting Lu Ming changed drastically. Lu Ming suddenly changed his target and joined forces with Long Chen at lightning speed, killing the 2 perfected spiritual god experts. It was already too late for them to rescue him. At this moment the only thing they could think of was to escape. "Run, run, run." Mujia roared in his heart as he turned around and fled frantically. 2 perfected spiritual god experts followed closely behind. There were also a few 9th-level spiritual god realm experts. Kill. Lu Ming would not let Mujia escape so easily. The huge prison-suppressing steel broke through the space and charged at Mujia. Bang. Bang. The Archean dragonesque elephant stomped on the void, and the space kept exploding as it chased after Mujia. The distance between the two sides was constantly closing. "Run, run. Take me with you and run. Go and stop them." Mujia ordered 2 perfected spiritual god experts to take him and escape. He also ordered a few 9th-level spiritual god realm experts to block Lu Ming and the rest. The faces of the few 9th-level spiritual god realm experts turned the color of pig liver. Asking them to go and block Lu Ming and the others wasn't that courting death. The few of them were naturally unwilling to go. "If you don't go, I'll report to my father. You'll still die," Mujia roared. He was the young master of the Mu family and was extremely talented. He was 100% sure that he would become an emperor in the future. Therefore he had a lot of power. A few 9th-level spiritual god realm experts looked at each other and suddenly flew to the sides. They had actually escaped. They would die if they went to stop Lu Ming and the rest. They would die if they went back. They might as well escape. Damn traitor. Mu Ju roared and almost peed his pants. The 2 Great Circle spiritual god stage experts carried Mu Ju and ran at top speed. However, Lu Ming and Long Chen were getting closer and closer to them. Not good, Lu Ming. There's a supreme being approaching from ahead. It might be a supreme being from the MU family. Suddenly, Dandan shouted. Paragon. Lu Ming's expression changed. With his current cultivation base, he would definitely die if he were to face a supreme martial artist. A supreme being was already considered half a step away from an emperor. Once the embryonic form of a domain was formed, no one could compete with him. Killing a perfected spiritual god was as easy as eating and drinking. Lu Ming and the rest were no match for him. Lu Ming, retreat quickly. Otherwise it'll be too late. A supreme being can tear open space. Dandan cried out anxiously. Lu Ming's expression changed and he shouted, Long Chen, let's go. Having said that, Lu Ming changed his direction and flew away. There would be plenty of opportunities to kill Mu Ju in the future, but he couldn't bring Xianxia along with him to face the Grandmaster. Although Long Chen did not know why, he knew that Lu Ming must have discovered something. Without any hesitation, he turned around and followed Lu Ming, running madly behind him. In the blink of an eye, the 2 of them were far away. What? Mu Ju and the 2 perfected spiritual god experts were a little stunned. They did not know why Lu Ming and the rest had suddenly escaped. Chapter 12:12. 12:12 Supremes taking action, core of the divine ruins. Who? Having escaped with his life, Mu Ju let out a long sigh of relief. He felt as if his entire body was drenched in cold sweat. Lu Ming, Long Chen. Mu Ju gritted his teeth. This time their losses were too great. They had lost more than a dozen 8th and 9th level spiritual god experts, and 2 perfected spiritual god experts. They were all advanced spiritual gods. Even if there were many experts in the divine ruins, he would be punished by his father if he lost so many of them at once. Selah. The space suddenly split open and a middle-aged man stepped out. Elder Rain, is that you? Seeing this middle-aged man, Mu Ju's eyes lit up and he became excited. A supreme martial artist. The MU family's supreme martial artist had arrived. He finally knew why Lu Ming and the rest had fled in a hurry. They must have sensed the arrival of the supreme being and fled. Young master, what's going on? Supreme Dancing Rain frowned when he saw the sorry state Mu Ju and the others were in. Someone killed a member of the MU family. Elder Rain, they're right in front of us. They didn't get far. Let's chase after them and kill them. Mu Ju shouted. Who dares to kill my Mu family's people? Young master, I'll take you with me. Supreme Dancing Rain swept Mu Ju with her vital essence and tore the space apart. She stepped into the space with Mu Ju and chased after Lu Ming and the rest. Lu Ming, what's going on? Lu Ming and Long Chen ran at top speed. A paragon is coming, Lu Ming said. Long Chen's expression changed drastically. Although he had no idea how Lu Ming was able to sense the presence of a supreme being with their current strength, they would definitely die if they were to face a supreme being. The 2 of them were extremely fast, like 2 bolts of lightning cutting through the void. At this moment, Lu Ming had already transformed into 9 dragons. The 9 dragons stomped in the air at an astonishing speed. As for the Archean dragonesque elephant that Long Chen had transformed into, although it was huge and had immense strength, its speed was also terrifyingly fast. As the elephant's legs stomped down, the void exploded. 1 step was 1,000 miles. The direction the 2 of them were heading was the core direction of the divine ruins. Not good. Hurry up. That supreme martial artist is catching up. Dandan anxiously urged. Hurry up. Lu Ming shouted. Together with Long Chen, they used all their strength to rush forward. When Lu Ming heard that the supreme being was coming, he flew towards the core of the divine ruins without hesitation. If they had tried to escape in any other direction, they definitely wouldn't have been able to escape. Supremes could tear through space, and no matter how fast they were, they wouldn't be able to outrun Supremes. They would definitely be caught. The only way to survive was the Divine Ruins core. Although the Divine Ruins core was rumored to be very dangerous, he could only take a gamble. We're almost there. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. The area in front of them was filled with a blood-colored mist. From afar it looked misty. That was the core region of the Divine Ruins, the legendary forbidden area, where anyone who entered would die. However, Lu Ming and Longchen had no choice but to hide in there for the time being. Buzz. Buzz. The two of them were decisive people. Without any hesitation, they rushed into the blood-red area and disappeared. Selah. Just as the two of them entered the core region, the space outside the core region split open. Supreme Dancing Rain stepped out of the spatial crack with Muju. Young master, they've entered the core area. Supreme Bath frowned. Humph, even emperors will die if they enter the core area. If they go in, they'll be dead for sure. It's a pity that they died like this. It's too good for them. Mujua's face revealed a ferocious expression as he gritted his teeth. He had wanted to take down Lu Ming and Longchen and make them wish they were dead. And that Xianxia, such a beauty, he originally wanted to take her down and enjoy her, but now he could only let them die. The Divine Ruins core region, they naturally did not dare to enter because even emperors would die if they entered. It was too strange and too dangerous. However, Mujia was still worried. Elder Rain, please guard this place for half a month. Since ancient times, no one has been able to survive in the core region for more than half a month. If they still don't come out after half a month, it means that they're dead. All right, young master. Don't worry. Supreme Dancing Rain nodded. After that, Muju waited there for a day. After a day, Lu Ming and the others still did not come out, so Muju went back alone, leaving Supreme Dancing Rain to guard the place. As soon as Lu Ming and Longchen rushed into the core area of the Divine Ruins, it was as if the stars had shifted, and the environment behind them suddenly changed. What's going on? The two of them stopped at the same time and looked back. Behind them there was a blood mist and they couldn't see the specific situation at all. Logically speaking, even though there was a blood-colored mist here, they should still be able to see some things with their eyesight. But now it was all hazy. Could this place be inside a great formation? Lu Ming secretly guessed. Who were safe? We can't sense that supreme martial artist anymore. Dandan patted her chest with her claws and let out a long breath. The bodies of the 9 dragons shrank. Lu Ming and Longchen transformed into human forms. The supreme martial artist didn't chase us. Let's recover first. With that, Lu Ming descended. The area was still in ruins. Below them was the wreckage of an ancient hall. Lu Ming landed and sat cross-legged on a huge rock. With a wave of his hand, a large pile of raw gemstones appeared. He devoured them and began to refine them. After the battle just now, his primeval essence was severely depleted and he needed to recover. Longchen did the same. He took out a pile of raw gemstones and began to recover. Half an hour later, their true yuan recovered to its peak. Hoo-hoo. The cold wind howled, the only sound in this silent land. The blood-colored mist seemed to have become thicker. Lu Ming, we have to leave this place as soon as possible. I feel that this place is very strange. It's very dangerous if we stay here for too long. Dandan's eyes rolled as she said. Lu Ming nodded. His glabella glowed and Xianxia's figure appeared. Where is this place? Xianxia's eyes swept across the room and he was slightly stunned. Little Qing, this is the core of the Divine Ruins. Lu Ming briefly explained the matter in a few sentences. Then they chose the direction they came from and walked in that direction. However, after walking for a while, they realized that they couldn't get out at all. It was as if they didn't come from this direction at all. Is it really a great formation? Lu Ming frowned. No, it's more advanced than a large array. There's an unknown force that has changed the energy of the field, making it impossible to tell the direction in this place. Right now we may look like we're going out, but there's a possibility that we're going in. Dandan frowned and analyzed. Dandan, you can't see the flaws and find the way out? Lu Ming asked. If I was at my peak, this would be nothing. but now I can only try my best. Dandan smiled awkwardly. Buzz. At this moment, a huge blue stone not far away from Lu Ming suddenly emitted a bright light. The endless runes glowed and formed chains that were filled with flames. Within the light was Long Qin. The moment he stepped onto the blue stone immediately burst out with chains of flames. Chapter 1213. 1213 Chapter 1213 Danger. There was actually a formation hidden in this green rock. Due to his carelessness he had not discovered it. Whoosh. The flaming chains wrapped around Long Qin. Break. Long Qin roared and threw out his fists. Boom. Boom. The two punches were so powerful that they pierced through the space, but the flame chains were very strong. Long Qin's punches only shook the flame chains but they didn't break. Hoo. Then the green stone glowed and more flame chains spread out. Die. Long Qin shouted angrily. His entire body glowed and his arm became thick. A layer of scales appeared on his arm as he punched out. Buzz. One of the flaming chains was finally broken. But what followed were even more chains, and two of them were already wrapped around Long Qin's body. Titi. The chains wrapped around Long Qin's body, making a sizzling sound. Green smoke was even coming out of Long Qin's body. This flame chain was extremely terrifying. It actually ignored Long Qin's protective True Yuan and directly acted on his body. A layer of scale armor appeared on Long Qin's skin, exactly the same as the one on the Archean dragonesque elephant. Titi. The chains were working on the scales, causing them to creak. From the looks of it, they wouldn't be able to last much longer. Break. Long Qin's muscles bulged as he grabbed the two chains and struggled with all his might. He finally broke the two chains, but more chains appeared around him and enveloped him. These flame chains are so terrifying. They can cut objects in half. I don't think Long Qin can hold on for long. Xianxia said with a serious expression. Lu Ming's eyes were fixed on the blue stone and the runes. He was looking for a way to break it. Hoo. As time passed, the light on the blue stone grew brighter and brighter. More and more flame chains appeared and Long Qin was getting more and more exhausted. There were already a few strangulation marks on his body, and he was almost cut in half by the flame chains. Long Qin, take 2 steps to the right and 3 steps back. He ordered. Suddenly Lu Ming's voice was heard. Long Qin was slightly taken aback, but he did as he was told without hesitation. He took 2 steps to the right then 3 steps back. A few chains brushed past Long Qin by a hair's breadth. 4 steps to the right, 2 steps forward, 5 steps to the left. Lu Ming's eyes were fixed on the blue stone as he continued to give instructions. Now Ming Lian's second body had already obtained the inheritance of the profound Sky Saint in the secret realm of the Saint Mansion. After cultivating hard in the secret realm of the Saint Mansion, his progress in the Tao of Ming Lian was at a terrifying speed. Lu Ming's main body and his clone were connected in their minds. As his Tao of inscription of the clone improved, Lu Ming's eyesight had naturally improved greatly as well. Although he did not have mental energy fire and could not inscribe inscriptions, he could still see the flaws in the array. Following Lu Ming's instructions, Long Qin dodged to the right, then to the left, then to the back, then to the front. He dodged all the chains and slowly left the range of the blue stone. Dandan, I need your help. Lu Ming said to Dandan when he saw Long Qin coming to the edge of the blue stone. Don't worry, just watch me. Dandan flew out and waved its claws. Inscriptions appeared and formed a large array, then it rushed into the blue stone. Long Qin is out. Lu Ming shouted. Without hesitation Long Qin charged out. The formation he had formed glowed, temporarily imprisoning the flaming chains. However, in the next moment they collapsed one by one. In this short moment Long Qin managed to rush out of the blue stone and let out a long breath. Brother Lu, thank you for your help. Long Qin cupped his fists at Lu Ming. You're welcome, it's nothing much. Lu Ming smiled faintly. I Long Qin clearly distinguish between gratitude and grudges. You saved my life this time and I will remember it in my heart. Long Qin said solemnly. Lu Ming smiled and did not say much. Be careful in this place. It looks broken, but there are some parts of the array that are still powerful even after so many years. Dandan reminded. Dandan, do you know how to get out? Lu Ming asked. I can only try my best. Follow me and don't walk around. Dandan flew out and circled around, carefully sizing up the surroundings. This way. After a while, Dandan pointed in a direction. This way. Isn't this side heading towards the core of the divine ruins? Lu Ming was puzzled. Xianxia and Long Chen also looked at Dandan in confusion. What are you looking at? If you don't believe me, then you can look for him yourself. Dandan pouted and ran away. Lu Ming was speechless. He could only trust this fellow. The three of them followed Dandan and moved forward carefully. Dandan and Lu Ming observed carefully. Along the way they avoided many broken formations and moved forward. There's a divine ruins ancient mine. Xianxia's eyes lit up as he looked into the distance. There were a few ancient mines in the divine ruins that were exposed to the outside. The divine ruins core had never been excavated before by anyone in the past. It was absolutely a huge treasure trove. There's no formation there, you can collect it. Lu Ming circulated his vital essence and collected the few divine ruins, ancient mines. You all have to remember some remnant arrays are very powerful. Once you enter, even the emperor will die. Even if you see the divine ruins, ancient mine, don't take it. Don't be blinded by greed. Dandan had a mature look as she earnestly warned everyone. But the next moment, Dandan's eyes lit up as she stared to the right and shouted, "A level 9 spiritual herb." Then he ran over, grabbed a sparkling and resplendent spirit herb and stuffed it into his mouth. Buzz. In that place, runes glowed and formed terrifying beams of light that shot towards Dandan. She was in a state of panic, jumping up and down. In the end, she managed to escape with her powerful defense and profound Tao of inscription. Lu Ming and the rest were speechless. This guy had just warned them. In the end, when he saw the spiritual medicine, he immediately rushed over. However, they were also secretly shocked. The spiritual herb that Dandan had just obtained was indeed extremely shocking. It was a level 9 spiritual herb. This area was truly a treasure trove. The party advanced carefully. Along the way they indeed encountered quite a number of treasures, mainly divine ruins, ancient mines and spirit medicines. Most of the spirit herbs went into Dandan's mouth, while the ancient mine of the divine ruins was divided equally among Lu Ming, Xianxia and Long Chen. Of course, in some dangerous places, even if they saw spirit medicines and divine ruins ancient mines, the few of them did not collect them and directly gave up. A 9-leaf Xianxia. Not long after they saw a spiritual herb with 9 leaves. It was sparkling and translucent, and the medicinal fragrance assailed their nostrils. It was actually a 9-leaf Ganoderma, one of the main ingredients for refining the Nirvana pill. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He did not expect to encounter a 9-leaf Xianxia here. However, the place where the 9-leafed mushroom grew had a broken array. In the end, Lu Ming and Dandan worked together and spent a lot of effort before they successfully harvested the 9-leafed mushroom. For this, Dandan spat out a few mouthfuls of blood and cried out that she had made a loss. Lu Ming kept the 9-leaf clover and was in a good mood. Chapter 1214. 1214 The Headless True Dragon Knight. Hoo-hoo. The cold wind whistled and the blood mist churned. They had no idea how long they had been walking, but they still hadn't gotten out. The blood mist around them was getting thicker and thicker. Dandan, can we get out or not? Lu Ming asked. Cough cough. Don't be impatient, you have to believe me. Dandan coughed a few times and said. Hearing Dandan's dry coughs, Lu Ming felt even more uncertain. This fellow's dry coughs were definitely not good news. As expected, they continued to move forward, but there were no signs of them leaving. Instead, there were more and more broken formations around them. Lu Ming judged that they were getting stronger and stronger, so they had to be more careful. There's a palace up ahead. Suddenly, Xianxia exclaimed. Lu Ming and Long Chen looked over, their eyes filled with shock. A palace appeared in front of them. It was an intact palace, black in color and extremely huge. It was thousands of meters tall, magnificent and full of the traces of time. Ever since they entered the divine ruins, They had not discovered an intact building, let alone an intact palace. But in front of them an intact palace appeared. An intact palace. There must be treasures inside. Dandan's eyes lit up. With treasures it also means more danger. Lu Ming said. In the end, after some discussion, they decided to explore. Since he was here, it would be a pity not to explore. The 3 people and 1 turtle carefully approached the huge palace. He could see that there was a huge door in the center of the palace. The door was open, but it was dark inside and he could not see clearly. Bang! 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 All of a sudden, a series of rumbles came from the palace as if a huge creature was walking. It seems like something is coming. Lu Ming muttered, his eyes solemn. Let's retreat first. Dandan swallowed a mouthful of saliva, feeling a little scared in her heart. The few of them retreated for a while and then found a huge rock to hide. Dandan carved a formation to conceal their aura for them and then secretly observed. Bang! 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 The sound became louder and louder, one after another, very rhythmical, as if there really was a huge creature walking. It's out. A dragon. Xianxia exclaimed in shock. A dragon with a broken head. Also. Longchen said. This heaven's favorite, who had been calm and expressionless all this time, suddenly changed his expression. His voice was very shocked and hoarse. Lu Ming's pupils constricted. At the gate of the palace, a huge creature finally showed its true form. It was a dragon with 5 claws under its belly. It was a true dragon, a 5-clawed true dragon. However, the shocking thing was that this true dragon didn't have a head. Its head seemed to have been chopped off, and its whole body was covered with black scales, emitting a terrifying aura. The most shocking thing was that there was a knight sitting on the back of the true dragon. A knight in black armor held a dragon spear that was several meters long. This black-armored knight was like a true dragon without a head. A headless knight, riding a headless true dragon, walked out of the palace, exuding a powerful and terrifying aura. Lu Ming and the few of them felt their scalps go numb. Roar. The headless true dragon actually let out a deafening dragon's roar, causing Lu Ming and the others' eardrums to hurt. Then the headless horseman riding on the headless true dragon was actually walking in their direction. The true dragon stomped and the earth rumbled. Not good, they've found us. Lu Ming's expression changed drastically. Run, quickly run. Dandan exclaimed and turned to run. But dash. Buzz. The headless true dragon riders exuded a terrifying wave of energy. This wave of energy was more powerful than any emperor that Lu Ming had met. The space around them seemed to have turned into a physical substance. Their bodies were suppressed by the space and they could not move at all. It was as if they were fixed in place. Lu Ming used all his strength, but it was of no help. He could not even use his blood meridian. Too powerful, this headless true dragon rider was too powerful, its battle strength was terrifying. Dandan, you bastard, you've really screwed me up this time. Lu Ming shouted. I don't know. Dandan maintained her running posture and was fixed in the air, her mouth crooked. Bang! Bang! The headless true dragon rider stepped forward, getting closer and closer to them. Its powerful aura shattered the huge rocks in front of them, and they were directly exposed to the headless rider. Trespassers will be killed. A cold and emotionless voice came from the headless horseman. Little Qing. Lu Ming looked at Xianxia. This time he was most likely doomed. Lu Ming, as long as I'm with you, what's the harm in dying? Xianxia sent a voice transmission to Lu Ming, his eyes filled with affection. It can't be, could it be that this king didn't die in that earth-shattering battle, but I'm going to die here? No way, don't. Dandan shouted, her voice full of unwillingness. Bang! The headless horseman stood in front of them and pointed the dragon spear in his hand. A cold killing intent covered the few people. Kill! The cold voice came from somewhere unknown. However, at this moment Lu Ming's body glowed. A purple gold token floated out of Lu Ming's body. Mixed essence token. This was the mixed essence token that Lu Ming had obtained in the Battle of Providence. He did not know how to use it, but it floated in the air of its own accord at this moment. At the same time, a purple gold token also appeared on Long Chen's body. It was also a mixed essence token. Long Chen had also obtained a mixed essence token when he participated in the Battle of Providence. 2 mixed essence tokens flew out, emitting a bright light. The headless true dragon knight stopped in his tracks, as if he was looking at the 2 mixed energy tokens. Hunyuan token. Your Hunyuan sect disciples. It's been countless years. I didn't expect to see Hunyuan sect disciples again. Since you're Hunyuan sect disciples, you're one of us. Come in. A cold and dry voice came out of the headless true dragon knight's mouth. The pressure on Lu Ming and the rest was relieved and disappeared without a trace. Lu Ming and the rest immediately regained their freedom. Little Qing. Lu Ming held Xianxia's little hand and looked at the headless true dragon knight cautiously. It's been so many years. I've finally met a Hunyuan sect disciple again. How's Hunyuan sect now? Is it still resisting or has it already been destroyed? A leisurely voice came from the headless true dragon rider. Then the headless true dragon knight turned around and left. Step by step, it walked into the pitch-black palace and disappeared without a trace. You guys can come in. What kind of opportunities you can get will depend on your luck. The voice of the headless true dragon knight came from the palace, and then it became completely silent. This. Lu Ming, Xianxia, Long Chen and the others were all stunned and confused. The headless true dragon knight's attitude changed drastically when he saw Lu Ming and Long Chen's primordial chaos tokens. He left immediately and even allowed them to enter the palace. Chapter 12:15. 12:15 Hunyuan sect. Strange, it was too strange. It was obvious that the headless true dragon knight recognized the primordial chaos token. Also Hunyuan sect? What was it? A sect? Could he be the mastermind behind the Battle of Providence? At this moment Lu Ming thought of many things, but he also had many more questions. However, one thing was for sure. The headless true dragon riders seemed to be on the same side as the so-called Hunyuan sect. At least they were not enemies. That was why he let them go. This is an unparalleled expert. His battle soul did not dissipate after his death and transformed into a headless true dragon rider to guard this territory. And Hunyuan sect? Dandan slowly opened her mouth as if she was trying to recall something, her brows furrowed. Suddenly, Dandan raised her eyebrows and her eyes lit up. Dandan, what did you remember? Lu Ming asked. Hunyuan sect, the #1 sect in the world, the most powerful force. Dandan said. The #1 sect in the world? You mean the primordial realm? Lu Ming asked. This world is very big and it's not just the primordial realm. Dandan said. You mean heaven realm? Lu Ming's heart stirred. He was very shocked. Of course, the conversation between the two of them was done through voice transmission, so no one else could hear it. Xianxia didn't think much of it. He wasn't familiar with Long Chen yet, and there were some things he didn't want Long Chen to know. That's right. Hunyuan sect was the #1 sect in the world. Unfortunately, it was destroyed back then. This place is most likely related to Hunyuan sect. Therefore, you have the Hunyuan token, so the headless true dragon knight won't kill you. Dandan said. Dandan, what happened in the heaven realm? Lu Ming stared at Dandan and asked. Lu Ming was very curious. He realized that many things in the primordial realm were related to the heaven realm. According to legend, in ancient times, a corpse fell from the sky and formed the 100 deities slope in Xianxia region. There was also the ancient barren city, which was also an item of the heaven realm. In the end, it even broke through the void and arrived on a small island in the heaven realm. There was also the heaven gate, which was connected to the heaven realm. Now the Battle of Providence was also suspected to be controlled by the heaven realm primordial chaos sect. And the divine ruins of today. The primordial realm seemed to be inextricably linked to the heaven realm. Dandan would often mutter that the battle that year. What did that battle mean? Since Hunyuan sect was the #1 sect in the world, why was it destroyed? Was it because of the three-eyed god race? I can't tell you. First of all, I'm also a blur and can't remember clearly. Second, your cultivation is too weak. It won't do you any good to tell you. Some things will naturally be known when your cultivation reaches a certain realm. Dandan said in a deep voice. a rare seriousness in her tone. Lu Ming pursed his lips. However, he could not be bothered to ask since she did not want to say. Indeed, that matter was too far away from him. His current goal was to improve his cultivation and deal with De. Lu Ming, are we going in? Xianxia asked as he looked at the palace in front of him. Let's go in. Since the headless true dragon rider isn't hostile to us, let's go in and have a look. Lu Ming said. Long Chen nodded without hesitation. Indeed, there might be some opportunities inside. If I encounter any treasures, I'll be rich. Dandan's eyes lit up again. Immediately, the 3 people and 1 turtle walked toward the palace gate. As he walked through the door, his field of vision also widened and he could vaguely see the scene of the hall. The main hall was very spacious. In the middle was a huge passageway. On both sides of the passageway were stone rooms. The few of them checked a few stone rooms but found nothing. What? Suddenly Long Chen's expression changed. He seemed to have sensed something. He strode forward and came to a sealed stone room. At this point Long Chen's body glowed, and the Archean dragonesque elephant bloodline appeared on his head. Ow! The Archean dragonesque elephant bloodline howled and rammed into the stone door of the stone chamber. Gotcha! The stone door opened and a domineering aura emanated from within. This is... Lu Ming and Xianxia were shocked to see a statue in the stone room. This statue was clearly a giant elephant. The giant elephant's body was covered in scales, and its aura was domineering. This was clearly an Archean dragonesque elephant. There was actually a statue of an Archean dragonesque elephant here. It was lifelike and looked exactly the same as Long Chen's bloodline. However, its aura was stronger, more shocking and more overbearing. Long Chen's eyes lit up. He strode in and sat cross-legged under the statue. The bloodline of the ancient dragon elephant on his head resonated with the statue, and the statue glowed. This kid's luck isn't bad. He's obtained a great opportunity, Dandan said. Lu Ming nodded. Long Chen had indeed encountered a great opportunity. The statue of the Archean dragonesque elephant was definitely left behind by a supreme master. It contained the divine aura of the Archean dragonesque elephant. I think Long Chen will be cultivating here for a while. Let's go, Lu Ming said. Then she left the place with Xianxia. As they advanced, they looked at every secret room on both sides of the passage, but unfortunately they found nothing. Not long after they passed through the passage. Behind them was a stretch of ruins. Suddenly Xianxia's forehead started to glow. There seems to be something underground, Xianxia said. Lu Ming's eyes lit up and he began to dig underground in the ruins. Very soon he had dug tens of meters deep. A huge Divine Ruins ancient mine appeared below. Yes, a Divine Ruins ancient mine was the size of a water tank, dozens of times larger than other Divine Ruins ancient mines. It's so heavy. Lu Ming mentioned it but he did not mention it. Rise. Lu Ming burst out with 8 streams of dragon power before he could lift the Divine Ruins ancient mine, which was the size of a water tank, and fly it into the deep pit. Xianxia's true essence was boiling, and his demonic qi was shining. The heavenly demon bloodline appeared above his head, and his demonic qi soared to the sky. I have a strong reaction to this Divine Ruins ancient mine. It seems that there's a fiend inside. Xianxia's eyes were filled with curiosity and nervousness. Rich, this chick is rich. Inside this Divine Ruins ancient mine, there's indeed incredible things sealed. Dandan circled around the Divine Ruins ancient mine, her 2 eyes shining as she muttered non-stop. Let's break it open and see, Lu Ming said. Wait a moment, let me set up the formation just in case. Dandan called out to Lu Ming and then set up a dense array around the Divine Ruins ancient mine. It's done, Dandan said. Lu Ming nodded. His vital essence condensed into a knife and began to cut the Divine Ruins ancient mine. The glistening yellow ore was cut off layer by layer, and slowly the Divine Ruins ancient mine became smaller and smaller. Finally it was only the size of a fist. It's so small, what could be inside? Lu Ming was curious and his essential core vibrated. Gotcha. the ancient mine of the divine ruins cracked open. Suddenly, a powerful demonic chi spread out from the crack. This demonic chi was extremely terrifying. Although it did not feel strong, the aura was high and mighty, like an emperor looking down on all living beings. Bang! In the end, the divine ruins' ancient mine exploded, and a black round ball the size of a dragon's eye appeared in the air. Chapter 1216. 1216 Chapter 1216 Individual Opportunities. The black pearl was the size of a dragon's eye, but it contained a shocking demonic chi and a vast demonic power. Lu Ming felt as if he was facing a supreme being of the demonic path. The feeling was countless times stronger than when he was facing Xiaowan. Saint Heart. No, it doesn't seem like it. Lu Ming was shocked. At first he thought that it was a saint's heart left behind by a saint. Lu Ming had seen a saint's heart left behind by a mysterious sky saint before, but upon closer inspection, it did not look like it. Buzz. Buzz. The black bead buzzed, and then, as if it had a mind of its own, it shot into the sky. I knew it. As he spoke, inscriptions appeared all around him. A large formation was formed, forming countless dense silk ribbons that blocked the black bead like an inescapable net. The black bead didn't manage to charge out, so it immediately changed direction and charged, but it was still blocked by the formation. The black bead dashed left and right, and the demonic chi was monstrous. Unfortunately, it didn't rush out. Dandan was prepared and set up the formation just in case. Naturally, it was not that simple. At this moment, the demonic chi around Xianxia's body became even more intense. Her bloodline was glowing as if it was resonating with the black pearl. Buzz. In the end, the black bead seemed to have no choice but to turn around and fly directly towards Xianxia. Not good. Lu Ming's expression changed and he wanted to stop her. Lu Ming, you're being too concerned. This is a great opportunity for this girl. Dandan shouted. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat and he stopped. He knew that his concern had made him confused. Buzz. The black bead flew into Xianxia's forehead and disappeared. Lu Ming, I want to cultivate here for a while, he said. Xianxia said. All right. Lu Ming nodded. Then Xianxia sat down cross-legged and a layer of demonic light enveloped him like a cocoon formed from demonic chi. Dandan, could that be the saint's heart left behind by a saint? Lu Ming asked curiously. It's not the saint heart. Dandan shook her head, her small eyes shining, and said, that's the core left behind by someone who's even more powerful than a saint, and it's 100 times more precious than a saint's heart. That's why I said that this girl has obtained a great opportunity. Fortunately, the owner of this thing died in battle long ago, and after countless years, the killing intent and thoughts on it have long dissipated. There's not much energy left. Otherwise, we would all be dead, let alone this girl getting the inheritance. Even stronger than a sage. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. Right now, even emperors were insurmountable mountains to him, while saints were countless times stronger than emperors. Furthermore, there were existences even stronger than saints. Lu Ming, let's move on. No one else can enter this place. Your little lover will be fine. I have a feeling that there's an opportunity waiting for us ahead. Dandan looked forward, her eyes shining. All right, then let's move forward and see. Lu Ming nodded. Then the human and turtle continued on their way. In front of them was still a ruin, but the outline could still be seen. It should also be a palace, but it was broken and fell here, so it was already in a state of ruin. That's... Suddenly, Lu Ming saw a huge creature lying in front of him. It was the headless true dragon rider. The black headless true dragon lay on the ground, while the headless rider sat quietly on the true dragon's body. He held the dragon's spear in his hand and remained motionless. Beside the headless true dragon knight, there was a piece of land with all sorts of weapons stuck upside down. However, they seemed to have been corroded and were in tatters. He could even see all kinds of battle armors which, like the weapons, were rotten. Upon closer inspection, there were many skeletons under the weapons and armors. Could these be the burial grounds of the powerhouses who had died in battle? The headless true dragon riders were guarding this place. Lu Ming secretly guessed in his heart. That is 10,000 spirit crystals? I'm rich, I'm rich. Dandan's eyes suddenly lit up and she ran forward madly, rushing into the land full of bones, and then dug out a colorful crystal the size of a human head from the center. This guy hugged the Jingxia and actually began to gnaw on it. Kacha he ate with great relish. During this process, the headless true dragon knight didn't move and didn't stop him. Lu Ming smiled and strode forward. When he entered the field of bones, his expression changed drastically. Kill, kill, kill. Countless roars filled with murderous intent suddenly exploded in Lu Ming's mind. It was an extremely powerful killing intent. It was the killing intent of those powerhouses who were unwilling to die. One by one they were too powerful. If it was anyone else, they would have been instantly drowned by this endless killing intent and turned into an idiot. However, Lu Ming was different. The killing intent in his third bloodline was countless times stronger than the killing intent here. Lu Ming was often faced with such killing intent and had long learned how to resist it. He could keep his mind clear in the face of endless killing intent. What a strong killing intent, but it's useless against me. But Dandan is too unreliable. He didn't even warn me. If it were anyone else, they would be in danger. Lu Ming thought to himself. Dandan was still holding that piece of crystal and nibbling on it, her eyes narrowed, a very enjoyable expression on her face. Kill, kill, kill. The killing intent was filled with an intense unwillingness and unyielding battle intent, as if it wanted to kill the world and kill the enemy. What is this? Lu Ming's expression changed and he closed his eyes. The next moment the surrounding environment seemed to have changed. Lu Ming came to a vast land with countless light pillars soaring into the sky. The light pillars were the auras of the essence realm of heaven and earth. No, in essence they were countless times stronger than the essence realm of heaven and earth. Is left behind by those experts. It's about intent, or is it an understanding that's even stronger than intent? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat and he was overjoyed. This was because Lu Ming could sense auras similar to the fire concept, thunder concept, and so on in the light pillars. He could find all 5 concepts that he had comprehended. If I can comprehend here, I can quickly increase my domain of heaven and earth. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. This was a great opportunity for him. Immediately, Lu Ming sat cross-legged and began to comprehend quietly. Dandan, on the other hand, quickly finished eating the 10,000 spirit crystal and lay there, motionless, her whole body glowing. Fire concept. Lu Ming first comprehended the concept of fire. Currently, his fire and thunder concepts were the strongest and had already reached the peak of level 4 upper tier. He was only one step away from completing level 4. At that moment, Lu Ming's fire concept was rapidly improving. Just like that, time passed day by day. 7 days later, Lu Ming broke through his fire concept in one fell swoop, making him the first to reach the full circle of level 4. The full completion of level 4 intent realm was already the highest level. The next step would be the domain realm. Boom. On Lu Ming's body, there was a layer of flames jumping and burning through the space. Grand completion of level 4 so strong. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with joy. Chapter 1217. 1217 Consecutive Breakthroughs. White Spirit Mouse. The completion of level 4 meant that one's comprehension of intent had reached the peak. Once one's control of the intent of heaven and earth reached the completion, the power of the intent would increase by a huge margin. Within 7 days, I've managed to improve my fire concept from level 4 upper tier to level 4 complete tier. This place is a great opportunity for me. Lu Ming thought to himself. Although it was only a step away from the peak of level 4 upper tier to the perfected level 4, the difference was like the difference between heaven and earth. Many geniuses would need at least half a year or even a few years to break through. Some people might not even be able to break through in their entire lives. Given Lu Ming's cultivation speed, he would need at least half a year to break through if he did not encounter any opportunities. However, he had broken through in 7 days. Next, thunder concept. Lu Ming's eyes flickered and he began to comprehend the concept of thunder. Similarly, in 7 days, Lu Ming's thunder concept had broken through to the full circle of level 4. Qi La. Lu Ming waved his hand and the sky was filled with lightning. Bolts of lightning circled around Lu Ming. What? Suddenly, Lu Ming's expression changed slightly. Just as his thunder mentality broke through to the complete stage of level 4, the thunder cauldron in his spiritual ocean, which had been silent for a few years, suddenly moved and vibrated slightly. At that moment, Lu Ming felt that he had established a connection with the lightning cauldron. Lu Ming had obtained this lightning cauldron from the 100 Deities slope. When he first saw it, the lightning cauldron was undergoing a heavenly tribulation, so Lu Ming put it away. After that, Lu Ming had used it a few times. Although it would absorb Lu Ming's life essence, it helped Lu Ming to overcome difficulties a few times. Unfortunately, after being hit by DE in the Battle of 9 Dragons, it flew back to Lu Ming's sea of consciousness and fell silent. No matter how Lu Ming tried to sense or call, he could not get in touch with it. Now that Lu Ming's thunder concept had broken through to the complete stage of level 4, he was in contact with the thunder cauldron again. Lu Ming immediately activated the thunder concept and sensed the lightning cauldron carefully. Buzz. The thunder cauldron shook even more violently. In the end, it flew out from between Lu Ming's brows and hovered above his head, exuding a supreme might of thunder. This pressure is so strong. Lu Ming sensed the lightning cauldron and his eyes were filled with shock. The pressure coming from the lightning cauldron was even stronger than the pressure of an emperor. Move. Lu Ming tried to control the lightning cauldron. He did not expect to be able to do it. The lightning cauldron flew up and down according to Lu Ming's thoughts. It was many times stronger than before. In the past, he could only activate the lightning cauldron when he was in a desperate situation. The lightning would absorb his true essence and also his life essence. Only then could he launch an attack. He couldn't control it as freely as he could now. However, I still feel that this lightning cauldron is unfathomable. I don't know how much power I can unleash. However, even if I can unleash a little bit of power, it will be of great help to me. Let's find an opportunity to try it out. Lu Ming smiled and kept the lightning cauldron back into his consciousness. Then Lu Ming continued to comprehend the other concepts. Time passed day by day. Lu Ming's essence realm of heaven and earth was improving rapidly. Chirping. One day, Lu Ming was cultivating when he suddenly heard a sound not far away from him. Lu Ming was shocked and quickly opened his eyes. There were other living creatures here. If they were to harm them, the consequences would be unimaginable. He opened his eyes and saw a ball of white hair wriggling not far away. No, on closer look, it was actually a creature that looked very similar to a squirrel. It was chubby, round, and very meaty. Moreover, its entire body was covered in white hair. Each strand of white hair was sparkling and translucent, without the slightest impurity. Coupled with its chubby body, it was very cute. It was not big, only the size of 2 fists. At this moment, it blinked its big black eyes and looked at Lu Ming curiously, chirping. There's actually such a creature here. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. Wasn't this place filled with enemies and no living creatures? On their way in, other than the headless true dragon rider, Lu Ming and the rest did not encounter any other living creatures. Strictly speaking, the headless true dragon rider was not considered a living creature. Could this be a spirit mouse? Strange, why would he appear here? And you're not afraid of the endless killing intent here? Chirping. The white spirit mouse looked at Lu Ming curiously. It squeaked and wriggled its chubby body, wandering around Lu Ming. Lu Ming sized it up carefully and realized that this white spirit mouse looked very ordinary. Lu Ming stood up and walked toward the white spirit mouse. The white spirit mouse was shocked and ran away quickly. After running for a while, it stopped and turned around to look at Lu Ming curiously. Little guy, what's your name? Lu Ming said. Demonic beasts that had reached the king's realm could speak. Chirping. However, the white spirit mouse only chirped and did not speak. Is he not in the king's realm yet? However, how can one resist the endless killing intent here if they're not king level? Lu Ming's curiosity was piqued and he chased after the white spirit mouse. The white spirit mouse turned around and ran. Speed was unbelievably fast. In a flash, it had disappeared without a trace. Is this the space mentality? Lu Ming was stunned and dumbfounded. A white spiritual mouse could actually cast the space will. Moreover, it seemed more mysterious than the space will cast by Yangpatian and the Emperor God. What kind of spirit mouse was this? What demonic beast? Lu Ming had never heard of it. Forget it. In the end, Lu Ming shook his head and continued to sit cross-legged to comprehend the concept. However, it didn't take long for the chirping to start again. Lu Ming opened his eyes and saw the white spirit mouse lying on its stomach not far away looking at him. This guy. Lu Ming muttered. He suddenly moved and pounced toward the white spirit mouse. Chirping. The white spirit mouse was shocked. It turned around and ran. With a flash of white light, it was far away in an instant. Lu Ming did not even see how it left. Isn't his use of space a little too strong? Lu Ming was really in a daze. After a while, Lu Ming continued to sit cross-legged. However, this time, Lu Ming only closed his eyes and did not cultivate. Instead, he spread out his spiritual sense and paid attention to the situation around him. As expected, not long after, there was a flash of white light and the white spirit mouse appeared not far from Lu Ming again. It sized him up curiously. Let's see where you can run to this time. Lu Ming's lips curled into a faint smile. The essential core in his body suddenly exploded, forming an essential core light shield that enveloped a radius of 1,000 meters. Even the space was sealed by Lu Ming. At the same time, Lu Ming's figure suddenly moved. Like a ray of light, he pounced toward the white spirit mouse. Chirp, chirp. The white spiritual mouse squeaked, but there was no panic in its big eyes. It spat out a bubble from its mouth. Yes, it was a bubble. The bubble expanded rapidly and enveloped Lu Ming. As soon as Lu Ming rushed into the bubble, he realized that his body had suddenly slowed down and he became as slow as a turtle. Chapter 12:18. 12:18 Spacetime Spirit Mouse. As for the white spirit mouse, it had run away without a trace. When the white spirit mouse was far away, the bubble on his body burst. Is this the time-intent realm? This time Lu Ming's heart was really in turmoil. His eyes were full of disbelief. The bubble earlier had slowed down Lu Ming's speed. There was no other reason other than the fact that the flow of time in the bubble had slowed down. Hence Lu Ming's speed had slowed down. That was clearly the time concept. With thousands of intent realms, time and space were the kings. The time and space concepts were the kings of all other concepts. But in fact, time concept was stronger, more mysterious and rarer than space. That was the concept of the legends and almost no one could comprehend it. But now, a white spiritual mouse had actually mastered the time concept. The most shocking thing was that this white spiritual mouse had not only mastered the concept of time, but also the concept of space. To control time and space at the same time was unheard of. It was too shocking and terrifying. Lu Ming stood there in a daze and only came to his senses after a long time. This spiritual mouse's origin is absolutely shocking. However, it doesn't seem to have any ill intentions towards me. It's just curious and as timid as a mouse. No, it's a mouse. Lu Ming pondered in his heart. After a moment he continued to sit cross-legged. As expected, not long after, the white spirit mouse came again. It was not far from Lu Ming, blinking its big eyes and sizing him up curiously. This time Lu Ming ignored him. He closed his eyes and pretended to cultivate. The white spirit mouse wandered around Lu Ming and sized him up. After half an hour it ran away. Lu Ming smiled and continued to comprehend the essence realm of heaven and earth. The next day the white spirit mouse came again, still sizing Lu Ming up. Lu Ming ignored him and focused on his cultivation. This time the white spirit mouse seemed to be more courageous and moved closer to Lu Ming. After half an hour it left again. But the next day the white spirit rat came again. Lu Ming could not be bothered and focused on his cultivation. On the other hand, the white spirit mouse would come every day and size Lu Ming up carefully. It became more and more daring and slowly approached Lu Ming. 7 days later, it simply climbed onto Lu Ming's shoulder. After a few days it decided not to leave. It curled up at Lu Ming's feet and actually fell asleep. A bubble appeared on its nose. As the white spirit mouse breathed, it grew bigger and smaller. It was unusually cute. Lu Ming opened his eyes and could not help but reach out to touch it. The white spirit mouse was suddenly jolted awake. It instinctively wanted to escape, but it immediately realized that Lu Ming only stroked it gently. Then it looked comfortable and continued to lie down. Chirping. After a while, the white spirit mouse actually fell asleep again, and it was even making chirping sounds. Lu Ming smiled faintly. What a cute little guy. In the days that followed, Lu Ming cultivated every day. The white spirit mouse seemed to be attached to him and stayed by Lu Ming's side. Is this a space-time spirit mouse? Suddenly, a shocked voice was heard. Lu Ming opened his eyes and saw Dandan looking at the white spirit mouse in shock. Space-time spirit mouse? Dandan, you know her? Lu Ming asked. Dandan carefully sized up the white spirit mouse, her eyes revealing a complicated look as if she was reminiscing but also a little sad. Of course I do. The space-time spirit rat is one of the top 10 war beasts. How can I not know it? Dandan said slowly. One of the top 10 battle beasts. Lu Ming was shocked. The space-time spirit mouse can control time and space. It's so terrifying. Even I would have a headache when I was at my peak. Boy, you're really lucky. It seems that this space-time spirit mouse is counting on you. Dandan said, her tone full of envy. Didn't they say that the top 10 war beasts are unique in the world? Could this be the one from ancient times? Lu Ming asked curiously. He had already determined that this was a real space-time spirit mouse. Lu Ming had seen it use the space-time will with his own eyes. I don't think so. The space-time spirit mouse died in battle. If I'm not wrong, this one is the descendant of that one. I don't know what method it used to seal it until now. This space-time spirit mouse should have been born not long ago. I know. This is the Time and Space Spirit Hall. The Time and Space Spirit Hall was once an important place in the Hunyuan sect, the residence of the Time and Space Spirit Rat. Moreover, the Archean Dragonesque Elephant and the Time and Space Spirit Rat were good friends, so there was a statue of the Archean Dragonesque Elephant here. Unfortunately, this place has been destroyed. Dandan kept muttering and revealed many secrets. Dandan, you look like you've recovered a lot. Lu Ming said. Haha, of course. I refined the 10,000 spirit crystal. The 10,000 spirit crystal is the essence of countless masters. Now that my cultivation has improved greatly, I can protect you in the future. Dandan said proudly. Oh, can you deal with an emperor? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Cough cough. I haven't fully digested the 10,000 spirit crystals yet. I can't deal with the emperor for the time being. Dandan said a little awkwardly. If you can't deal with an emperor, what are you so proud of? Lu Ming was full of disdain. Kid you, Dandan glared at Lu Ming. If we can't deal with emperors, what about supreme martial artists? Lu Ming asked. Puff cough, I can barely deal with a supreme being, right? Dandan said with a lack of confidence. Lu Ming pursed his lips. This guy was most likely unreliable and did not have any confidence in his words. Boy, what's with your expression? I haven't digested the 10,000 spirit crystals yet. Once I've digested them, I can kill a supreme being with a single slap. Dandan shouted. Is that so? Lu Ming's disbelief made Dandan very depressed. She stayed at the side alone and continued to refine. Shao Qing and Long Chen haven't finished their cultivation yet. I'll continue to comprehend the intent realm. Lu Ming pondered and then continued to comprehend the concept of heaven and earth. Time passed day by day. In a blink of an eye, there were still 3 days left before the day they set off for the ancient divine ruins city. At this moment, Lu Ming had ended his cultivation. They had to think of a way to get out. A few days ago, Xianxia and Long Chen had finished their cultivation and arrived at this place. In the beginning, Long Chen and Xianxia also wanted to enter the land of bones, but they both retreated in shock. It was difficult for them to resist the killing intent, so they could only give up. Who? Lu Ming stood up and took a step out of the land of bones. During this period of time, each of them had great gains. Cultivating under the Archean Dragonesque Elephant, Long Chen seemed to have comprehended a terrifying combat technique. Moreover, his cultivation also broke through in one fell swoop, from the peak of the 5th level spiritual god realm to the 6th level spiritual god realm, and even to the peak of the 6th level spiritual god realm. Xianxing's cultivation improved the most. She was originally at the peak of the 4th level spiritual god realm, but now she had stepped into the 6th level spiritual god realm. Yes, the 6th level of the spiritual god realm, and he had already reached the middle stage of the 6th level of the spiritual god realm. Xianxia had obtained the inheritance of a terrifying demonic existence. In the future, her cultivation would soar to the dream realm. Chapter 1219. 1219 Chapter 1219 Returning to South God Palace. Of course, Lu Ming's gains were also very shocking. His intent realms of heaven and earth, including the fire, thunder and wind intent realms, had all broken through to the completion of level 4. In addition, the water concept was at the peak of level 4 upper tier, and the earth concept, which was the most difficult to cultivate, was also at the peak of level 4 upper tier. It could be said that the 5 intents could all be described as advancing by leaps and bounds. If he were to cultivate normally, he would need at least a few years, but now he only needed a little more than a month. If not for the lack of time, Lu Ming really wanted to upgrade all 5 concepts to the full circle of level 4. Although Lu Ming's current cultivation was still at the 5th level of the spiritual god realm, his various intents had already far surpassed his cultivation. Lu Ming only needed to spend some time devouring and refining the rough stone, and his cultivation would advance by leaps and bounds. To Lu Ming, the most important thing was to improve his intent realm. As long as he had a rough stone, his cultivation level would increase rapidly. Of course, Lu Ming's greatest opportunity was to get the space-time spirit rat. Now the space-time spirit rat was hanging on to Lu Ming all day. What an adorable spirit mouse! Xianxia's eyes lit up when he saw the space-time spirit mouse. He really wanted to hug it. However, the space-time spirit mouse seemed to be shy with strangers. It clung onto Lu Ming and refused to let Xianxia hug it. This made Xianxia pout. Haha, this little guy. Lu Ming laughed out loud, causing Xianxia's little mouth to pout even more. Dandan, can you find the way out? Lu Ming asked Dandan. Cough cough, I can try. Dandan coughed dryly again and flew onto Lu Ming's shoulder. This fellow dry coughed again. Lu Ming had a bad premonition. This guy coughed dryly. He was not confident. Bang! At this moment, the space-time spirit mouse kicked Dandan's face and sent her flying off Lu Ming's shoulder. Then it curled up its body and nestled on Lu Ming's shoulder, looking at Dandan with its big eyes. It was as if he was saying that this territory was his. Nest, little guy, you dare to kick this lord, how dare you, impudent! Dandan was furious. Chirping. The space-time spirit mouse looked at Dandan innocently and made chirping sounds. Lu Ming and Xianxia laughed out loud. Even Long Qin, who usually did not smile, smiled. Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes lit up as he thought of something. He touched the space-time spirit mouse and said, Little fellow, are you willing to leave this place with me? Chirping. The space-time spirit mouse's nose blistered and it nodded its head. Then do you know the way out? Can you take us out? Lu Ming continued to ask. Chirping. The space-time spirit rat nodded again. All right, bring us out then. Lu Ming was overjoyed. Chirping. The space-time spirit mouse stretched out its little paw and pointed in a direction. Lu Ming was overjoyed. The few of them followed the direction that the space-time spirit mouse pointed and moved forward. The headless true dragon rider didn't move at all. Soon they were out of the palace. The space-time spirit rat would give them directions from time to time, so they followed it. Just like that, they walked for half a day. After half a day, the surrounding environment suddenly changed. They discovered that they had already left the core region and arrived at the Divine Ruins inner region. They had really walked out of the core region of the Divine Ruins. Little guy, you're amazing. Lu Ming touched the space-time spirit mouse. Chirping. The space-time spirit mouse squinted its eyes and curled up its chubby body. It looked very comfortable and the bubble on its nose was fluctuating. It's so cute. Xianxia's eyes were already full of light. He stared at the space-time spirit mouse and wanted to rush up and hug it. Lu Ming, this little spirit mouse is much more reliable than your little turtle. Xianxia said. What? Little girl, what did you say? How can this little guy be compared to me? You. Dandan was so angry that she was trembling. She grabbed Lu Ming's other shoulder and glared at Xianxia. At the same time she paid close attention to the space-time spirit mouse, afraid that it would kick her down again. Isn't it? Xianxia pouted and looked at Lu Ming. Lu Ming, did you give it a name? In my opinion, why don't we call it Bubbles? It'll be so cute. Xianxia carefully approached and touched the space-time spirit mouse. Be good, Paoba, let me hug you, Xianxia said in a soft and gentle voice. This time the space-time spirit mouse didn't refuse and let Xianxia approach. Xianxia stroked it a few times, then held the space-time spirit rat in his arms, looking happy. Bubbles, that's quite fitting, Lu Ming said with a smile. Everyone's attention was on Bubbles, which made Dandan extremely angry. Let's go back to the South God Palace. Muju, the Mu family will settle this debt sooner or later. There was a cold glint in Lu Ming's eyes. The Mu family could only secretly send people to deal with them. On the surface they would never dare to do so. Otherwise, what would the young powerhouses of the other continents think if they knew? Therefore they could just swagger back to the South God Palace. In less than an hour they had returned to the South God Palace. The South God Palace was even more lively with people coming and going. The young geniuses from the 9 southern continents of the Divine Ruins continent had all arrived long ago. They had all ended their seclusion and were wandering on the streets. That was because there were still 2 more days before they had to set off for the ancient city of the Divine Ruins to participate in the selection of the Xianxia sect. Everyone had come out to take a walk and relax. The Mu family is holding a stone gambling event. Oh really? Let's go and take a look. Suddenly, someone shouted on the street and many people immediately gathered in one direction. The stone gambling event. The few of them were stunned. Lu Ming pulled one of them aside and asked him. He then knew what was going on. The Divine Ruins continent's greatest feature was the Divine Ruins, which were the Divine Ruins ancient mines. In the Divine Ruins ancient mine, being able to cut out a peerless treasure made many people very tempted. However, not all Divine Ruins ancient mines could cut out treasures. The probability was very low. And the major forces of the South God Palace would take out many Divine Ruins ancient mines every once in a while for people to choose at will. Of course they had to pay raw gemstones. The Mu family. Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile as he, Xianxia and Long Chen followed the crowd. Not long after, the group arrived at a large square. At this time, the square was already surrounded by a sea of people. On the square there were many shilavirs. On the shilavirs, there were pieces of glistening yellow Divine Ruins ancient mines. At a rough glance there were thousands of pieces. A few thousand seemed like a lot, but it was nothing to a big force. How many people were there in a major force? There were people wandering around the Divine Ruins every day. After some years of accumulation, having several thousand Divine Ruins ancient mines was normal. On one side of the shelf, there was a high platform where some experts of the Mu family were sitting. Muju was sitting in the middle. To be honest, he had been in a bad mood recently. Because of Lu Ming and Long Chen, the Mu family had lost many masters. Some time ago he was even punished by his father to face the wall. He was only released a few days ago to host the Mu family's stone gambling event today. Chapter 1220. 1220. I'll play a few rounds. Lu Ming, Longchen, you're lucky to have died in the core of the Divine Ruins. Otherwise, I'd have put you in a dilemma. Also, it's a pity for that Xianxia, such a beauty. Muju thought to himself. As more and more people gathered in the square, he felt that it was about time. He stood up, looked around, and said, Today the Mu family is holding a stone gambling event and we've taken out all the ancient mines that we've been collecting for decades. There must be some rare treasures inside. If you want to bet on stones, you can come up and pick carefully. Feel it carefully. The chosen one can take away 100,000 raw stones. Mujue announced the rules of stone gambling. 100,000 raw stones, that's really expensive. Some people gasped. It's indeed expensive. It wasn't as expensive when other families held stone gambling events in the past. Too expensive. Normally, it's not that expensive to buy Divine Ruins ancient mines. Many people began to discuss, and for a moment no one went up. Actually, many people were clear in their hearts that the divine ruins ancient mines that these major families took out had all gone through heavy screening. The divine ruins ancient mines that might have treasures appearing had long been screened out. Those that could be taken out were all carefully selected, so the chances of obtaining a treasure were not high. It was too expensive to sell 100,000 raw stones at this price. Mu Ju's face turned slightly cold and he said, "Normally when buying divine ruins ancient mines, I can't let you choose carefully and sense it carefully. But now I can. Furthermore, I guarantee that these divine ruins ancient mines are all premium goods. I guarantee it on the Mu family's reputation. I'll try it too." As soon as Mujue finished speaking, a few burly men stepped forward and carefully selected the raw stones from the thousands. After a long while, the few big men had finished choosing and each paid 100,000 raw stones. "Let's cut it open and see," someone shouted. "All right." The few burly men nodded. When the first two burly men cut open the divine ruins, ancient mine, there was nothing inside. When the third burly man cut open the divine ruins ancient mine, a rainbow light shot out from it. "A treasure has appeared, a treasure has appeared." The crowd was in an uproar as they watched with wide eyes. "A jade sword. Heavens, it's so powerful," someone exclaimed. Inside the divine ruins ancient mine that the burly man cut open was actually a small and exquisite jade sword, emitting terrifying fluctuations. Although countless years had passed and its essence had been lost, it would still be a terrifying divine weapon as long as it was nurtured properly. "This seems to be an emperor's spiritual weapon," someone exclaimed, causing the crowd to go into a frenzy. "There really is a treasure. Mujir was right. This batch of old mines is really good. This jade sword is worth at least tens of millions of raw stones. It might even be worth more than that. 100,000 raw stones for tens of millions of raw stones. It's a profit, a big profit." Seeing that jade sword, many people's eyes emitted a fiery light. "Ha ha ha." The burly man quickly put away the jade sword and left the place. "It's only 100,000 raw stones. It'll be worth it if we manage to win. Yes, we'll take a gamble." At this time many people were moved. They walked to the square and began to sense carefully. Then they each chose an ancient mine in the divine ruins. Of course, every piece of divine ruins ancient mine had to pay 100,000 raw stones. Soon there were dozens of people who had chosen dozens of old mines. Mujua smiled. "Let's cut it open and see," someone shouted. Immediately, those who had chosen the old mine cut it open. Unfortunately, none of the dozens of people present found any treasures. "What bad luck. I've wasted 100,000 raw stones. Damn it, if others can pick it, how can I not? Damn it again." Some people were ruthless and picked a few pieces in a row, but they found nothing. "That burly man is most likely a drag." Lu Ming and the rest were mixed in the crowd. At this moment Lu Ming smiled faintly. Xian Yanqing and Long Chen both nodded. It was highly possible that the few burly men at the beginning were cooperating with the Mu family to put on a show to stimulate others to go up and choose. In just a few moments he had sold dozens of old mines and earned millions of raw stones. It was a free profit. Slowly the number of people going up decreased, but there were still people who went up to try their luck. In the end they found nothing. "Dandan, you can sense the treasures in these ancient mines. Are there really treasures in these thousands of ancient mines?" Lu Ming sent a voice transmission to Dandan. "Yes, but only a few. There are good things in them. Do you want them? I can choose them one by one." Dandan said. "Of course I want it. If there's a treasure, I'd be a fool not to take it. Moreover, it's the Mu family's." Lu Ming smiled and stepped into the square. Mujia was sitting on the chair lazily. His mind was full of thoughts. He was thinking about how he could show off his power in the selection of the disciples of the Tianxia sect. How he could be chosen by the Tianxia sect and enter the Yuanxia sect to cultivate. From then on he would soar to the 9 heavens, break through the martial emperor realm and even become a saint. He would be able to look down at the mountains and rivers. Just as he was thinking about it, he suddenly saw a familiar figure walking into the square. Mujua's pupils suddenly widened. His whole body trembled and he jumped up from the chair. Lu Ming, still alive? How is that possible? Mujue shouted in disbelief. He was truly in disbelief. Didn't Lu Ming enter the core of the divine ruins? Moreover, it had been more than half a month. Even an emperor would have died after entering the core of the divine ruins for such a long time and would not be able to come out. Now Lu Ming actually appeared in front of him with a swagger. How could he not be shocked? Then he looked around and found Xianxia and Long Qin in the crowd. This shocked him even more. What's wrong? Young Master Mu, what's so strange about me being alive? Lu Ming asked with a cold smile. Nothing much. After a long time Mujue finally calmed down. His face was extremely gloomy. Damn it, why are these guys still alive? Damn it, I must find an opportunity to kill them, or else I won't be able to dispel the hatred in my heart. Mujue thought to himself, his killing intent was extremely strong. I'm here to gamble a few rounds. Young Master Mu, you won't not welcome me, right? Lu Ming asked with a faint smile. The Mu family is open to business. Anyone who wants to come and gamble on stones is welcome. You can choose whatever you want. Mujue said. Then he sat back on his chair with a gloomy face. He was plotting something in his heart. Lu Ming smiled and casually strolled around the many ancient mines in the divine ruins. After a while he pointed to an ancient mine at random and said, "This one." Lu Ming picked up the divine ruins, ancient mine and paid 100,000 raw stones. Let's cut it open and see. Someone shouted. All right, then I'll cut it open and take a look. Lu Ming smiled. His vital essence was like a knife, cutting the divine ruins, ancient mine into two hollow ears. Immediately, a golden yellow light spread out from the divine ruins, ancient mine. A treasure has appeared, another treasure has appeared. Someone exclaimed. Mujie also stood up from his chair suddenly. His eyes were wide open. Lu Ming had actually chosen an ancient mine of the divine ruins with treasures. Many people opened their eyes wide, wanting to see what kind of treasure it was. It's an Earth Emperor Goblin. It's an Earth Emperor Goblin. Lu Ming's eyes suddenly lit up. Chapter 1221. 1221 Half-Saint Medicine. It was a block-like object that looked like a tree root. It was completely golden, just like gold, but it gave off a strong medicinal fragrance. The Earth Emperor's essence was one of the main spiritual materials to refine the Nirvana elixir. Lu Ming had never expected that he would find it in an ancient mine in the divine ruins. How could Lu Ming not be happy? After obtaining this piece of Earth Emperor's essence, he was only missing one of the 7 main ingredients to refine the Nirvana elixir. As long as he gathered all 7 main ingredients, the other supplementary ingredients would be easy to find. At that time he would be able to start refining the Nirvana pill. That's an Earth Emperor Goblin. It's really a piece of Emperor Earth essence. We've made a huge profit. A piece of Emperor Earth essence is worth tens of millions of raw stones. My luck is too good. It's only the first piece and I've already found a treasure. The people around the square also recognized the Earth Emperor Goblin, and they all exclaimed in admiration. Damn it, this Lu Ming. How can he be so lucky? He actually got a treasure. Mujue's face was gloomy and his eyes were cold. He was very clear in his heart that every piece of these divine ruins, ancient mines had been carefully sensed by the Mu family's experts before they took it out after examining it. As long as there was a possibility of obtaining a treasure from the divine ruins ancient mine, the Mu family would keep it. There might be fish that slipped through the net among the thousands of divine ruins ancient mines here, and there might be treasures contained within, but there were very few. There might not even be a few of them even if the thousands of them were added up. However, Lu Ming managed to cut out a piece of it at once. Moreover, it was worth tens of millions of raw stones. Mujie felt a little heartache. He had only earned a few million raw stones by selling dozens of useless divine ruins ancient mines just now. Lu Ming took out a jade box in joy and put the Earth Emperor essence away carefully. Then his eyes lit up and he scanned the other ancient mines in the divine ruins. He laughed at the same time. I'm so lucky today. It seems like I have to choose another one. After saying that, he began to wander around the pile of old mines. You're just lucky. Choose. I don't believe you can still choose. Mujua thought. Lu Ming wandered around for a while and randomly picked up an old mine. This is it. After grabbing it, he walked to the Mu family and paid 100,000 raw stones. Let's cut it open and see. Someone jeered. Many people were very curious about Lu Ming's ability to obtain a treasure on the first piece. They wanted to know if he would be able to obtain a treasure on the second piece. All right. Lu Ming smiled. He condensed his essential core and started to cut. It's impossible to get another treasure this time. The first piece just now was just luck. In stone gambling, very few people can get it right twice in a row. Someone said. But the next moment his mouth was wide open and he was dumbfounded. That was because the old mine in Lu Ming's hand was emitting a ray of crimson light that was extremely dazzling. Many people were stunned, and then there was a burst of noise. Treasure, another treasure has appeared. He actually managed to obtain 2 treasures in a row. This is really rare. This person's luck is too heaven-defying. A drop of blood essence. What a strong power of blood essence. It's actually a drop of blood essence. Lu Ming himself was a little stunned. He carefully cut open the ancient mine. A drop of sparkling and resplendent blood essence that was like a blood-colored gem appeared in Lu Ming's palm. It exuded an extremely rich power of blood essence. This was absolutely an extremely powerful existence. After death, under a lucky coincidence, the blood essence was sealed into the Divine Ruins ancient mine, and was passed down from there, its value immeasurable. If this was used to refine pills and unleash the energy within the blood essence, it would definitely be of great help to a cultivator's cultivation. It's actually a drop of blood essence. Lu Ming's eyes also shone. He was currently lacking blood essence to improve his blood meridian. Lu Ming had a feeling that if he refined this drop of blood essence, his blood meridian would definitely improve greatly. Why would I? Mujua's eyes widened and he subconsciously crushed a purple jade teacup in his hand. Detestable. Mujua roared in his heart. This drop of blood essence was even more valuable than the Earth Emperor essence. He felt that he had made a huge loss. How good would it be if they could cut it out them slaviers? Now it was chosen by someone else, and it was Lu Ming. Mujua was so angry that he gritted his teeth. Lu Ming laughed out loud. He took out a jade bottle and kept the drop of blood essence. He muttered, Luck, I'm really lucky today. Let's continue. Lu Ming's gaze started to dart around the Divine Ruins ancient mine again. Mujua and the rest of the Mu family could not help but feel their hearts skip a beat. They were a little nervous, worried that they would be selected by Lu Ming to the Divine Ruins ancient mine that contained treasures again. Mujua wanted to stop Lu Ming from continuing to choose. However, they were doing business. Under the watchful eyes of the public, what reason did they have to stop Lu Ming from continuing to choose? He could only hope that Lu Ming was just lucky the first 2 times and that he would not be able to pick any more. This time Lu Ming picked faster. After a few casual glances, he picked an old mine and paid 100,000 raw stones. Cut it open and see. Yes, take a look. Many people shouted in excitement. Lu Ming had obtained treasures twice in a row. Would he obtain treasures 3 times in a row? Mujua and the other members of the Mu family were also staring at the scene with their eyes wide open. Impossible, it's impossible that there's still more. All of the Divine Ruins ancient mines here don't have that many treasures either. Mujua kept praying in his heart. Gotcha. Lu Ming's essential core was like a knife and he began to cut. After a few consecutive cuts, the Divine Ruins ancient mine cracked open. A faint brilliance was emitted, and along with the brilliance, there was also an extremely strong medicinal fragrance. The crowd was stunned. After a while they burst into a loud noise. Another treasure appeared. Another treasure actually appeared. 3 times in a row. This was too shocking. Could it be that this time, the Mu family really found their conscience and took out so many high-quality Divine Ruins ancient mines? As Lu Ming continued to cut it open, the treasures in the Divine Ruins ancient mine also revealed their true colors. It was a spiritual herb, purple in color like a lotus flower. An indescribable fluctuation was emitted from it, and the medicinal fragrance was extremely strong. This, could it be a saint herb? A white-haired old man exclaimed in disbelief. Sacred medicine? How is that possible? Heavens, that's impossible. The others followed suit and exclaimed in disbelief. What was a sacred medicine? It was a supreme treasure that had surpassed level 9 spirit herbs, and even saints could use it. Even emperors would go crazy and kill each other when they saw it. Many people's eyes shone with a fiery light as they stared at the purple lotus in Lu Ming's hand. That's not right. It's not a sacred medicine. It hasn't fully evil-levered. It's a half-sacred medicine. Furthermore, it's been sealed for many years. Most of its spiritual essence has been lost. What a pity. The white-haired old man carefully identified it, shook his head and sighed. So it's not a sacred medicine. Some people let out a long breath, but many people's eyes were still shining. Even if it wasn't a saint herb but a half-saint herb and it had lost most of its spirituality, it was still a supreme treasure. Its value was immeasurable, and it was at least in the units of hundreds of millions of raw gemstones. Chapter 1222. 1222 The Divine Sunstone. No. It's impossible. Muju's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He stared at Lu Ming and the half-divine medicine in his hand. He wanted to swallow the half-divine medicine. The other members of the Mu family didn't look any better. His heart ached, his liver ached, and his lungs ached. This was originally the Mu family's treasure. However, it had now become someone else's. It had become Lu Ming's. Among these divine ruins, ancient mines that had been carefully selected, there was actually still such a treasure contained. If they had known earlier, they absolutely would not have taken it out to sell. Half-saint medicine. Dandan's eyes lit up as she stared at the half-divine medicine. Her eyes lit up and she began to drool. Give it to me, give it to me. Dandan kept mumbling. It would be a waste to give it to you now. Keep it first and plant it in the dark yellow obsidian soil later. When your vitality is restored, it will be of great value. Lu Ming sent a voice transmission to Dandan and then carefully put it away. Although this half-divine medicine had lost most of its spirituality, Lu Ming had a supreme treasure like the Shenhuanging earth. He might be able to cultivate it again. An intact half-saint herb was worth much more. After all, it had the word saint in it. I want to try too. So many treasures, it's too shocking. The hearts of the others were burning with passion and their eyes lit up. Dozens of people went up to choose the divine ruins, ancient mine in succession. Dozens of people carefully selected the stones. In the end, each of them chose one stone and paid 100,000 raw stones. However, Muju and the other members of the Mu family still didn't feel better. There were dozens of people, but the total amount was only a few million raw stones. It was incomparable to the treasure that Lu Ming had cut out. Lu Ming cut out 3 treasures, each one more precious than the last. They were worth at least tens of millions. Let's cut it open and see. A young woman hurriedly cut open the old mine she had chosen, but unfortunately, there was nothing inside. Following that, another person also cut open, but there was still nothing. In the end, none of the dozens of people had any treasures. It was empty. What's going on? We've chosen dozens of pieces, but we can't cut them. That Lu Ming chose 1 piece for every piece. The difference is too great. Some people sighed. He can't be able to sense the situation inside the divine ruins, ancient mine, right? Otherwise, how can you choose one and get one? Someone guessed. Many people were shocked when they heard this. That's right. Lu Ming could choose it 3 times in a row. This was too shocking. If it had only been once, it might have been possible to hit the target twice. Although the probability was very small, it was too small to hit the target 3 times. It was highly possible that Lu Ming could sense the specific situation inside the divine ruins, ancient mine. Everyone's eyes were on Lu Ming. The corners of Lu Ming's mouth curled into a smile. His gaze swept across the divine ruins, ancient mine again. Lu Ming, that's enough. Suddenly, Muju opened his mouth and looked at Lu Ming with a cold face. Enough. Young Master Mu, what do you mean by this? Lu Ming said indifferently. You've already cut out 3 treasures today. It's time to stop. he said. Mujua said coldly. Stop? Pa, what a joke. Is this how you do business? If you don't let me cut it when I've managed to get a few more treasures, then why don't you stop others from cutting it when they haven't? Don't tell me that you can only earn and not lose in business? If that's the case, then there's no need for others to do business with your Mu family in the future. Lu Ming sneered and mocked. Nonsense. Mujua shouted angrily. Oh, since I'm talking nonsense, then don't stop me. Lu Ming sneered and then strode forward. He grabbed a Divine Ruins ancient mine with one hand and paid 100,000 raw stones. Let's cut it open and see. Many people cried out, their eyes burning with passion. Could Lu Ming really sense the treasures in the Divine Ruins ancient mine? Then what kind of treasures could he cut out this time? Countless people were filled with anticipation. Mujua's face was cold, but he didn't stop her. Buzz. Whoosh. Lu Ming's quintessential essence was like a knife as he began to cut open the old mine. Gotcha. The ancient mine had cracked, but only a layer had cracked. There was still an ancient mine in the Divine Ruins inside. It's actually a double layer of ore. Someone said. Lu Ming was also a little curious. He continued to cut down and very soon another layer was broken. However, there were still glistening yellow ores below. Another level. What's going on? There are actually 3 levels. Could it be that this is a useless mine and Lu Ming has finally failed? Looks like I've failed. It's impossible to get a treasure every time. While some people were discussing, Muju and the other members of the Mu family heaved a sigh of relief. Dandan, is there really a treasure inside? Lu Ming secretly sent a voice transmission to Dandan. Of course, what kind of existence am I? How could I have sensed it wrong? Dandan stretched out her long head, her face proud. Lu Ming nodded and continued to cut. However, after breaking through a layer of ore, there was another layer below. Lu Ming kept cutting and there were 7 layers of ores. Everyone was speechless. How could there be so many layers of ore? The other old mines all had 1 layer and everything would be cut open. It was rare to see 2 layers, but now there were 7 layers. Now it was only the size of an egg. It was basically impossible for there to be any treasures inside. However, Lu Ming's gaze was firm as he continued to slice. Gotcha. The ancient mine cracked open. This time a red light seeped out from the crack. At the same time, a terrible heat seeped out from the crack, causing the temperature of the entire square to rise sharply. However, no one felt the heat. Everyone just looked at Lu Ming in a daze, at the egg-sized Divine Ruins ancient mine in his hand. Treasures appeared and treasures appeared again. Treasures appeared 4 times in a row. Everyone felt numb. They could only instinctively think that another treasure had appeared this time. Damn it, how is this possible? Damn it. Mujua roared in his heart and his eyes were bloodshot. Gotcha. Lu Ming exerted a little force and the old mine cracked completely. A crimson stone the size of a longan fruit was revealed. A scarlet light filled the air and a terrifying heat wave swept in all directions, causing the temperature around the square to rise by thousands of degrees. It's so hot, it's too hot. What kind of treasure is this? It's like a small sun. Many people circulated their true essence to resist the terrifying heat. Heavens, this can't be the Divine Sunstone, right? Someone exclaimed in disbelief. Divine Sunstone. Yes, this is the Divine Sunstone. Legend has it that divine stones can only be produced at the core of the sun. I've read about it in ancient books. Oh my god, it can't be. Is this really the Divine Sunstone? It's a supreme treasure. The scene was in an uproar. Countless burning eyes were fixed on the Divine Sunstone in front of Lu Ming. Chapter 1223. 1223 Chapter 1223 All Useless Mines. It's actually a Divine Sunstone. Even Lu Ming himself was dumbfounded and shocked. Legend had it that the Divine Sunstone was born from the core of the sun. It took countless years to produce one. Its value was immeasurable and if used properly, it could unleash a terrifying power. Lu Ming had never expected that he would find such a treasure in the Divine Ruins ancient mine. How is it? Brat, I told you I have a treasure, why would I lie to you? How could I have misjudged you? Dandan was very proud of herself, looking as if she was so awesome that she wanted to go to heaven. In the crowd, Xianxia smiled while Long Chen was a little stunned. He realized that he could not see through Lu Ming anymore. Divine Sunstone. It's actually a Divine Sunstone. At first, Mujua's eyes were wide open in disbelief and he muttered in a daze. After a while, his eyes emitted an extremely hot flame. Lu Ming, give me the Divine Sunstone. Muju shouted, attracting everyone's attention. Lu Ming waved his hand and kept the Divine Sunstone into the mountain and river diagram. He then looked at Muju as if he was an idiot. Leave it to you? This is mine and you want me to give it to you? Do you want to buy it from me? I'm sorry, but I'm not selling. Lu Ming said indifferently. What do you mean by yours? This is clearly the treasure of my Mu family. If you dare to take my Mu family's treasure, you better hand it over. Muju shouted, his eyes blazing. What an idiot. Your Mu family? It was just now, but now I've already bought it, so it's mine. Do you think so many people are blind? You can't see it? Lu Ming mocked. What a joke. I told you that it's enough just now and that you should stop choosing stones. I haven't agreed to let you continue choosing stones, but you're the one who wants to choose. This Divine Sunstone naturally still belongs to our Mu family. Mujue argued. Then why are you still accepting the 100,000 raw stones I paid? Since you've taken my raw gemstone, it's mine. Lu Ming sneered. I don't care. I didn't agree to it. Hand over the Divine Sunstone. You can't swallow such a treasure. Muju shouted. His voice was cold and revealed a strong sense of threat. Haha, laughable, truly laughable. You guys took out so many divine ruins, ancient mines and placed them here for people to gamble on stones. Furthermore, each piece was even sold at a high price of 100,000 raw stones. Now, seeing someone else cut out a treasure, you want to go back on your word and ask him to hand it over to you. Alright then, I'll hand it over to you. How many people have spent money in the stone gambling conventions that your Mu family has held for so many years to buy useless ores? Spit out all the money. If you spit it out, I'll hand it over to you. Lu Ming sneered. You. Muju was speechless and his face turned red. How many years had it been since the Mu family had held stone gambling events? It was impossible to calculate how many raw gemstones they had earned over the years. How could they hand them over? You feel heartache when others earn a little from you, but what about when you earn from others? Why aren't you spitting it out? What a joke. Let me tell you, although your Mu family is powerful, the South God Palace is not your Mu family's South God Palace. If your Mu family wants to cover the sky with one hand, you'll have to ask the permission of so many people here. Lu Ming sneered. Then he turned around and flew in the direction of Xianxia and the rest. Stop right there. The two Mu family experts in front of Lu Ming each stretched out their claws and grabbed at Lu Ming. Both of them were at the peak of the 8th level of the spiritual god realm. Get lost. Die. Lu Ming shouted and struck out with his palm. The majestic palm force sent the two Mu family powerhouses flying. What's wrong? You want to use force? Is this how your Mu family does business? In the future, I don't think anyone else will need to do business with your Mu family. Lu Ming said loudly. Many people looked at the Mu family unkindly. If the Mu family were to do business like this and snatch the treasure that someone else obtained, who would still do business with the Mu family in the future? Who would still choose the stones when the Mu family organized the stone gambling event? If he were to cut out a supreme treasure like Lu Ming, would the Mu family not have to take it back? Damn it! Muju roared in his heart. He really wanted to get someone to cut Lu Ming into 8 pieces, but he did not dare to. If he really did that, the Mu family's reputation would be destroyed. He could only watch helplessly as Lu Ming left. Let's go. Lu Ming went to Xianxia and Long Chen, and the three of them rose into the air and flew in the direction of General Peak. After flying for a while, Lu Ming stopped and said, Everyone, I can indeed sense the situation inside the Divine Ruins ancient mines. Therefore those remaining ancient mines are all scrap mines without any treasures. With that, Lu Ming laughed and left with Xianxia and Long Chen. Lu Ming. Mujue gritted his teeth and shouted Lu Ming's name. His eyes were red and he was filled with murderous intent. He could not wait to cut Lu Ming into pieces. After hearing Lu Ming's words, who else would go up to choose the stones? As expected, a wave of discussion immediately broke out around the square. There's none left. The rest are all useless ores. Lu Ming must be able to sense the situation of the divine ruins, ancient mine. He said there's no more and there's no more. Whoa, there are thousands of divine ruins ancient mines, but only 4 have treasures. The MU family is fucking cheating. Scope. I'm not choosing anymore. It's all scrap ore. What's the point of choosing? The people in the square shook their heads one by one and then flew in all directions. In a short while, everyone in the square had left, leaving only the MU family. Ah! Mujia let out a sound like a wild boar. He was extremely angry. This time the MU family's stone gambling event had completely collapsed. Lu Ming had cut out 4 treasures. Furthermore, no one would buy them anymore. There were so many divine ruins, ancient mines. It was a huge loss. Lu Ming must die. Damn it. I must find a way to kill him. Mujue roared in his heart. Lu Ming's mood was the opposite of his. He was very happy. He cut out 4 treasures, each one more precious than the last, especially the divine sunstone, which was simply a priceless treasure. He had spent a total of 400,000 raw gemstones and obtained 4 such precious treasures. He had struck it rich. Soon the 3 of them returned to the General Peak. What? As soon as they arrived at General Peak, Xianxia's eyes looked forward. In front of them, Xianxia was dressed in a snow-white robe, looking like a fairy from the 9 heavens who had descended to the mortal world. Besides Xianxia there was a young man in white. He was extremely handsome, the kind of person who would attract everyone's attention just by standing in a crowd. He was born to be high and mighty and everyone looked up to him. This was an extraordinary hero. With just one look, Lu Ming could feel a strong pressure from this person. It was a dangerous pressure. Humph. Xianxia looked at Xianxia, Lu Ming and the rest. He snorted with disdain and hostility. That woman is your sister. The man in white looked at Xianxia and asked Xianxia in surprise. It's just a mutant, there's no need to pay attention to it. Xianxia said. Then he left General Peak with the man in white. Humph. Xianxia also snorted coldly. Chapter 1224. 1224 9 Dragon Bloodline Perfection. Almsgivers, you must be careful of that man in white. At this moment, a Buddhist chant was heard and the figure of the unscrupulous monk appeared. Monk, do you know who he is? Lu Ming asked. That's right. Xianxia has been very close to this man. There are 3 strongest heaven's favorites in the younger generation of the South God Palace. This man is one of them, Wang Zhen. The monk said. This person is Wang Zhen. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. The 3 strongest heaven's pride experts of the younger generation of the South God Palace were all extraordinary heaven's pride experts. Each and every one of them was incomparably terrifying, and their cultivation was unfathomable. Lu Ming had seen Ji Hongchen before. He was indeed extraordinary. He didn't expect Xianxia to be so close to Wang Zhen, one of the 3 great talents of the South God Palace. Many thanks. Lu Ming cupped his fists and returned to his room with Xianxia and Long Chen. Lu Ming entered the room and entered the mountain and river diagram. First he planted the purple lotus, a half-saint herb, next to the ancient tree of enlightenment on the Xianhuang silicotic soil. Then Lu Ming sat cross-legged on the top of a mountain with a drop of blood essence in his hand. It was precisely the blood essence cut out from the divine ruins, ancient mine. Lu Ming planned to devour and refine this drop of blood essence to see if his 9-dragon bloodline could advance to divine level 9. Previously, Lu Ming had refined 4 supreme blood essences, but his 9-dragon bloodline had not advanced. This time it was a hope. Without any hesitation, the 9-dragon bloodline swallowed the drop of blood essence. The drop of blood essence did not collapse immediately after being devoured by the bloodline of the 9 dragons. Instead, it turned into wisps of pure energy, which was constantly refined and transformed into the bloodline power of the 9 dragons. The energy of this drop of blood essence was extremely majestic and boundless. Lu Ming put all his effort into refining it. In the blink of an eye, almost 3 days had passed. The energy of this drop of blood essence was finally completely refined. On the bodies of the 9 dragons, the 8 golden chakras shone so brightly that people could not open their eyes. Suddenly buzz. Above the 8 dazzling golden chakras, the 9th golden chakra emerged. The 9th golden chakra was a divine level rank 9 bloodline. The bloodline of the 9 dragons had finally advanced to the 9th level of the divine level. Moreover, after the 9th golden chakra appeared, it was dark golden at first, but it immediately became bright and resplendent. The color became brighter and brighter, more and more resplendent, and finally all 9 golden chakra were equally resplendent. The bloodline of the 9 dragons was finally complete. Roar. At this moment, an earth-shattering dragon's roar rang out in Lu Ming's mind. At the same time, Lu Ming seemed to see an enormous 9 dragon with 9 dragon claws under its belly soaring and dancing. The 9 dragons stepped in the air with shocking power. Boom. Lu Ming's mind was buzzing and exploding. At this moment, many things seemed to have appeared in his mind. What is this? Lu Ming carefully sensed and comprehended it. He realized that it was a memory about the 9 dragons. Unfortunately, it was only a few fragmented memories. True War Dragon Technique Foundation Establishment Chapter. Lu Ming found the True War Dragon Techniques Foundation Establishment Chapter in the 9 Dragons Memory Fragments. It's only the Foundation Chapter. What a pity. Lu Ming let out a long sigh. There should be more chapters to the True War Dragon Technique. However, in the fragmented memory fragments of the 9 dragons, Lu Ming only found the foundation building chapter. Also, 9 dragons heaven stomping steps. Lu Ming had discovered the cultivation method for the 9 dragons heaven stomping steps. Unfortunately, he already had it and did not need it at all. Other than that, he also discovered a few martial arts techniques. However, they were not as useful as the True War Dragon Technique and the 9 dragons heaven treading steps. My 9 dragon bloodline was awakened by a drop of 9 dragon blood essence. Could it be that because it's only a drop of blood essence I got intermittent memory fragments? If you want to get more, do you need more 9 dragon blood essence? Lu Ming pondered in his heart. Lu Ming sat cross-legged for a while and took a closer look. He finally had a new discovery. Is this about the 9 dragon ruins? Lu Ming discovered some information and he was in deep thought. The location of the ruins of the 9 dragons was actually located at the intersection of the East Continent and the Central Continent, in the chaotic area. Back then, it was the 9 Suns Supreme who had risked his life to enter the 9 dragons' ruins and obtain 2 drops of 9 dragons' blood essence, the True War Dragon Technique, and the cultivation method of the 9 dragons' heaven stomping steps. As a result, he had been seriously injured. In the 9 dragon ruins, there might be all the blood essence of the 9 dragons. If I can get all the blood essence of the 9 dragons, I might be able to get all the inheritances of the 9 dragons. It seems that when I am done with the Divine Ruins continent and return to the Divine Wilderness continent, I will have to make a trip to the 9 dragon ruins. Lu Ming pondered. The only thing that made Lu Ming excited was that his 9 dragon bloodline had advanced to Divine Level 9 and had finally produced another dragon energy. 9 dragon powers. The 9th dragon energy is so strong. Lu Ming sensed for a moment and revealed a look of excitement. The 9th dragon power was much stronger than any of the previous dragon powers. If I use the 9th dragon power, I'll probably be on par with the prison-suppressing steel bloodline. Lu Ming pondered. The prison-suppressing steel bloodline was a fragment of the prison-suppressing steel's original body. It was very powerful and was Lu Ming's strongest killing move. However, Lu Ming felt that if he used the 9 dragon energies, it might not be weaker than the prison-suppressing steel bloodline. In this way, Lu Ming had one more killing move. Suddenly, Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He exited the mountain and river diagram and appeared in his room. Xianxia opened the door and walked in. Lu Ming, it's time. We have to set off for the ancient divine ruins city. Xianxia said. All right. Lu Ming nodded. Clang, clang. At this time, somewhere in the South God Palace, a melodious bell rang. This was the bell that summoned all the geniuses of the continents. At this moment, Long Chen Yongpatian, the unscrupulous monk Ming Zi, and the others all walked out of their rooms and flew towards the source of the bell. Soon they arrived at a square where some young experts were already standing. These young men were gathered in different areas. They were obviously heaven's favorites from different continents. The number of people varied from 7 or 8 to an astonishing 30 or 40. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. Those who could come here were basically peerless geniuses who had awakened 9th grade divine-level bloodlines. There were only 12 of them in the entire divine wilderness continent. However, there were some continents that had as many as 30 to 40 people. It was truly shocking. The difference in strength between the continents was obvious. Buzz, buzz, whoosh. The sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. 50 to 60 young figures flew over. In the crowd, Lu Ming saw Wang Zhen, who was dressed in white, and Ji Hongchen, who was full of heroic spirit. However, Wang Zhen and Ji Hongchen were both half a step behind the purple-haired young man. This purple-haired youth was flying at the very front. Lu Ming also saw Mu Ju in the crowd. Mu Ju's eyes swept across the room. When he saw Lu Ming, his eyes glowed with a cold light. The geniuses of the South God Palace had arrived. Chapter 1225. 1225 Ancient City of the Divine Ruins. The number of heaven's favorites from the South God Palace who were qualified to participate in the selection by the Heavenly God sect actually reached 50 to 60 people. This was truly shocking. The Divine Ruins continent was undoubtedly the number 1 continent in the Divine Ruins continent group. The number of heaven's favorites was shocking, and the South God Palace was only one of the 4 major forces. With so many heaven's favorites, one could only imagine how terrifying the top 3 were. When the South God Palace's paragons arrived, a loud and clear cry rang out from the horizon. One after another, huge beasts flew over. They were flying leopards. Their bodies were pitch black, but they had fleshy wings. Their wingspans were more than 100 meters wide. There were at least 20 huge flying leopards, and each of them had a powerful aura, giving people a strong sense of pressure. Great Circle of the Spiritual God Realm. The 20-plus flying leopards were all at the Great Circle of the Spiritual God stage. A black-robed middle-aged man stood on the flying leopard at the front. He was the one who had brought Lu Ming and the others to the Divine Wilderness continent back then. He was a 3rd-level Martial Royal Realm Elder of the South God Palace. Behind him stood 2 old men. They exuded the might of an emperor, but their status was obviously lower than the black-robed middle-aged man. All of you board the flying leopard and follow me to the ancient divine ruins city. A deep voice came out of the black-robed middle-aged man's mouth. Yes. The first to respond were the South God Palace's paragons. One by one they rose into the air and flew onto different flying leopards. Following that, the heaven's favorites from the other continents also took to the air and flew towards the leopards. Lu Ming and the people from the Divine Wilderness continent were gathered on a flying leopard. Let's go. The black-robed middle-aged man announced, and over 20 flying leopards roared loudly. They soared straight into the sky and flew into the green nether. Then, like black lightning, they headed towards the ancient city of the Divine Ruins at an astonishing speed. One could only imagine the speed of a great circle spirit god flying demonic beast. However, the ancient city of the Divine Ruins was in the middle of the South God Palace. Even with the flying leopard's speed, it would still need 2 days. Hoo. Lu Ming and Xianxia stood side by side, looking down at the millions of miles of mountains and rivers that flashed past. Lu Ming, there are people from 2 continents who have been watching us. Xianxia said to Lu Ming. Yes, I saw it too. Lu Ming nodded and looked to the left. On one of the leopards, there were many young men in feather clothing. Regardless of whether they were men or women, they all had sharp gazes and a large number of people. There were more than 40 of them, And this was the continent with the most people in the other 9 continents apart from the South God Palace. Mujue. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold because he saw Muju's figure among these people. At this moment Muju was also looking at Lu Ming and the rest coldly. Brother Mu, are those the people who offended you? One of the young men in feather clothes looked at Lu Ming and said indifferently. That's right. It's them. Especially that Lu Ming. I must kill him. Mujue's voice was filled with hatred. He's just a piece of trash from the divine wilderness continent. Don't worry, if there's a chance we will get rid of him. That woman on the other hand is not bad. We can keep her and enjoy her. The young man in feather clothes said indifferently as if killing Lu Ming was as easy as eating and drinking to them. He did not take Lu Ming seriously at all. Then I'll have to learn from Brother Yu. Muju was overjoyed. At the same time on the other flying leopard, there were also some young men who were looking at Lu Ming coldly. Lu Ming even recognized a few of them. They were the few geniuses who had fought to a draw with the continent that Lu Ming had defeated in the Divine Ruins. You guys were defeated by that person? A young Heaven's Pride expert who fought to a draw with the continent asked indifferently. Yes, this person's combat strength is not bad. One of the young men who had been defeated by Lu Ming replied. What do you mean by, pretty good? What's so good about a piece of trash from the divine wilderness continent? You're all just trash. The young man berated them coldly. The few young men who were defeated by Lu Ming blushed and did not know what to say. However, no matter what, you're all people who fought to a draw with the continent. You clearly know that you're people who fought to a draw with the continent, yet you still dared to attack. I'll remember this debt. Those few people, when I see them I'll kill them in passing. The young man said. He had short hair and seemed very confident. On the flying leopard that Lu Ming was on, Long Chen walked toward the two of them. Lu Ming, you have to be careful. The people from the White Feather continent and the Ping Ping continent have their eyes on us. Long Chen reminded. The White Feather continent, which is ranked 4th in the continent group of the Divine Ruins, and the Tai continent, which is ranked 9th. If they don't know what's good for them, then we can only send them on their way. Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. Long Chen's eyes lit up. He nodded and turned to leave without saying anything. Billions of miles of mountains and rivers flashed by, and in the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. In front of them, an ancient city even more magnificent than the South God Palace appeared. This was the ancient city of the Divine Ruins, the most majestic and ancient city in the continent of the Divine Ruins. In the Divine Ruins continent, the 4 great forces were the 4 great divine palaces of the East, West, South and North. In fact, in the distant past the 4 great divine palaces all belonged to one force, which was the Gate of God. The ancient city of the Divine Ruins was the headquarters of the Gate of God. But now the 4 great divine palaces dominated, and the Gate of God was equivalent to being divided into 4. No power could occupy the ancient city of the Divine Ruins for their own use. Therefore it caused the ancient city of the Divine Ruins to be very special, becoming a city shared by the 4 great divine palaces. Usually they would station some people here, and once the 4 great divine palaces had any major matters, they would discuss it in the ancient city of the Divine Ruins. The flying leopard did not stop and directly flew towards the ancient Divine Ruins city, flying towards the central region of the ancient Divine Ruins city. When they arrived at the center of the ancient city of the Divine Ruins, Lu Ming saw that there were 36 tall and straight mountain peaks that pierced into the sky, forming a formation of 36 celestial dippers. In the sky above the 36 mountains, there were 9 ancient altars. They were floating in the air and were filled with an ancient aura. At this time the surroundings of the 36 mountain peaks were long surrounded by people. They were all the Divine Ruins ancient city's native martial artists. It's the South God Palace. The heaven's favorites from the South God Palace and the 9 southern continents have arrived. A native warrior of the ancient city of the Divine Ruins said. Roar. From the west the roars of beasts could be heard. Giant tigers with wings on their backs carried many young heaven's favorites as they flew over. The heaven's favorites from the western deity palace and the 9 continents have arrived. Someone shouted. The Western Deity Palace. Lu Ming's gaze shifted to the west. On the giant tigers there were also many young geniuses. They were also looking at them with sharp eyes. "Ha, you guys are early." A burst of laughter came from the east. One after another, fiery red godly eagles flew over. The leader was a red-robed middle-aged man. His aura was overbearing, and he was not inferior to the black-robed middle-aged man from the South God Palace. On the fiery red godly eagles, there were also many young heaven's favorites. In terms of numbers, they were more than the South God Palace and the West God Palace. The heaven's favorites from the Eastern God Palace and the 11 continents in the east have arrived. Whoosh! At this time the sound of swords rang out. In the north, dozens of astonishing sword lights appeared. Chapter 1226. 1226 Chapter 1226 Fighting for Fekta Peak. The Northern Divine Palace and the 12 Northern Continents. Someone exclaimed. At the same time the paragons of the South God Palace, West God Palace and East God Palace all looked at the paragon of the North God Palace with grave expressions. The 4 great divine palaces also had strong and weak strength. The strength of the Southern and Western deity palaces was similar, and they were ranked last. The Eastern deity palace was slightly stronger than the Southern and Western deity palaces, and the strongest was undoubtedly the Northern deity palace. That was because the second-ranked continent in the Divine Ruins continent cluster was in the north. In the direction of the North Divine Palace, a group of proud sovereigns stood upright. Powerful auras emanated from their bodies. There were nearly 300 of them. At this moment, sharp gazes pierced through the void around the 36 peaks. They were like sharp swords clashing in the void and sizing each other up. The strongest heaven's favorites from the continent of the Divine Ruins were gathered there. There were nearly 1,000 of them. Nearly 1,000 heaven's favorites. What a huge number. All of them were experts who had awakened 9th-level divine bloodline. Each one of them was a proud son of the heavens and had great luck. In the Divine Wilderness Continent's lion capital Kong Lin Yongpatian Mingzi, and the rest had extremely grave and ugly expressions. In the depths of their eyes there was a look of shock. In the Divine Wilderness Continent, they were undoubtedly existences that stood at the peak. All of them were destined to step into the Emperor realm, receiving worldwide attention and being invincible among those of the same level. All of them were extremely proud. They believed that even if they left the Divine Wilderness Continent, they would not be weak. They would be the cream of the crop. But at this moment their confidence was shaken. This was because every single one of the 1,000 heaven's favorites here was as talented as them. In fact, they were even more talented. There are so many chosen here. This is what makes it interesting. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He could feel the blood in his body boiling and his eyes were filled with fighting spirit. On the side, Long Qin was the same, full of fighting spirit. They stood at the peak of the Divine Wilderness Continent. They were unrivaled and almost unrivaled. But now there were so many opponents. This made their blood boil once again. Buzz. Buzz. Whoosh. At this moment more than a dozen figures moved. In a flash they flew toward the 36 mountains. Lu Ming saw 3 people from the South God Palace. They were Ji Hongqin Wangzhen and the purple-haired youth. The Western Deity Palace also had 3 people, while the Eastern and Northern Deity Palaces had 4 people each. There were 14 of them and they were the strongest 14 geniuses of the 4 great divine palaces. Their names had long shaken the Divine Ruins continent. The 14 of them landed on the peak of a mountain, looking down on the other heaven's favorites. Only the strongest heavens chosen could enter the 36 Tiangang peaks. It was a symbol of one's status. The 14 unparalleled geniuses from the 4 great divine palaces clearly had the qualifications. Looking at the 14 heavens favorites, many people's eyes lit up. Buzz. Buzz. Whoosh. Then one figure after another flew up to the remaining mountains. Of the remaining 22 peaks, more than 22 people had leaped onto them. Naturally, there were some peaks where more than one person had leaped onto. Get lost. Someone shouted. You're the one who should get lost. What qualifications do you have to occupy this mountain? Boom. Then a fierce battle broke out. Those who wanted to climb up the mountain were all very powerful heaven's favorites. They had enough confidence in themselves. Otherwise they wouldn't dare to go up. Most of them were the strongest heaven's favorites from the top 10 continents in the divine ruins. Boom, boom, boom. The sky was rumbling and the battle was extremely intense. All kinds of lights flickered and it was extremely shocking. Oh my God, are these the strongest heaven's favorites of the divine ruins? It's too shocking. Such combat strength is comparable to a great circle spiritual god, right? Even an ordinary great circle spiritual god isn't this terrifying. Many people were discussing and were shocked. As for Dark Child Lion Capital and the others, their eyes were filled with horror. These people were too strong, far stronger than them. 7th level spiritual god realm. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. The youths fighting were all at the 7th level of the spiritual god realm, and their combat strength was extremely shocking. In the end, the winner was still decided. Someone was sent flying back while spitting blood. Then a youth stood on each of the 36 Vecta peaks. However, the fight was obviously not over yet. Get down. This is not a place you can stand. From 4 directions, more young experts flew up, each of them choosing their target and launching a fierce attack. On the South God Palace's side, other than Ji Hongchen's group of 3, there were 3 other people from the White Feather continent, one from the Ping Dong continent, and another young man from another continent. This continent was called the Flame Billow continent. This young man was wearing a long robe with a flame pattern. He was the number 1 genius of the Flame Billow continent. At that moment, a short-haired young man flew out and attacked the geniuses of the Yanlan continent. Get down. The short-haired young man who was evenly matched with the Yanlan continent shouted coldly. His iron fist was like a mountain as he attacked the Yanlan continent's heaven's favorites. The eyes of the Yanlan continent's heaven's favorites turned cold. The flames on their bodies soared into the sky as they fought with the short-haired young man. Both of them were at the 7th level of the spiritual god realm. The 2 of them fought fiercely and exchanged dozens of moves. In the end, the short-haired young man who was evenly matched with the continent, had a stronger cultivation and sent the genius of the Yanlan continent flying. The Pingyang continent is indeed the 8th-ranked continent. This person is called Lu Qingzhou. He is the 2nd-ranked genius of the Pingyang continent, but his strength is still so shocking. The top 10 continents are indeed amazing. There are so many experts that the other continents can't compare. Around Lu Ming and the others, the paragons of some small continents were discussing. Their words were filled with respect and sighs. They were all heaven's favorites who stood at the peak of their respective continents. However, compared to these heaven's favorites, there was a huge gap. However, many people clenched their fists again. They were confident that their talent would not be worse than others. It was just that their resources were not as good as those of the top-ranked continents, which was why their cultivation levels were lagging behind. As long as they were given time, they were confident that they would be able to catch up. Lu Qingzhou stood on the peak of a mountain and looked down at his surroundings. When his gaze fell on Lu Ming, his eyes were very cold. You get down too. Unfortunately, before Lu Qingzhou could even stand there for a minute, a sovereign from the Eastern God Palace rushed out and charged toward Lu Qingzhou. The 2 of them fought intensely, but after a dozen moves, Lu Qingzhou was sent flying far away, spitting out blood. Detestable. Lu Qingzhou let out a roar and revealed a look of unwillingness. However, his eyes were filled with terror. The sovereign of the Eastern God Palace had defeated him in a dozen moves. He was too strong. The fierce battle and competition continued. However, none of the 14 strongest heaven's favorites from the 4 divine palaces, as well as the heaven's favorites from the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th-ranked continents, dared to challenge them. This was because these people gave off a feeling of danger. The fight went on for more than 10 minutes before it stopped. There was a heaven's favorite standing on each of the 36 peaks of the Big Dipper. Chapter 1227. 1227 Emissary of the Heavenly God Sect. 36 Heaven's favorites stood on the 36 Tiangang peaks. They stood high up and looked down on the other heroes. For a moment no one went up to challenge anymore. Of course, it didn't mean that these 36 were the strongest out of the 1,000 Heaven's favorites. There were also some who didn't want to go up. For example, Long Chen. Now that Long Chen's cultivation had reached the peak of the 6th level spiritual god realm, he would definitely be able to occupy a mountain peak with the terrifying power of his immemorial dragon elephant bloodline. There was also Lu Ming. Now that his 9-dragon bloodline had advanced to the 9th level of the divine level, his combat strength had become even stronger. It would not be much of a problem for him to occupy a mountain peak. Among the remaining geniuses, how could there not be a Heaven's favorite with terrifying strength? It was just that due to various reasons he didn't make a move. After all, the Xianxia sect had not started the selection process yet. There was no need for some people to reveal their strength. Haha, it seems like your South God Palace can't hold on any longer. You've only occupied 7 mountain peaks. A loud laugh was heard from an emperor of the Western Deity Palace. The black-robed middle-aged man's expression was somewhat unsightly. There were a total of 36 mountain peaks, and the Southern Deity Palace's side only occupied 7 of them. Their strength was clearly on the weaker side. The strength of the Western Deity Palace and the Southern Deity Palace had always been similar. The competition between them was naturally very strong, and they would often compare themselves with each other. Moreover, in this selection of disciples by the Xianxia sect, the party that successfully joined the Xianxia sect would naturally receive more rewards from the sect. The geniuses of our South God Palace are just not that high profile. The black-robed middle-aged man snorted. Aha, so you're saying that there are many Heaven's favorites who can reach the Fecta Peak in your South God Palace? The Emperor of the Western Deity Palace sneered. The black-robed middle-aged man's face was cold and he didn't say anything. He wasn't confident either. He was just trying to hold on by saying that. Buzz. At this moment, one of the altars in the sky suddenly trembled slightly. Countless inscriptions flashed and light filled the air. Many people's hearts trembled as they looked at the altar with hope. Legend had it that the 9 ancient altars were the spatial path that led to the major forces of the Yuan continent. A long time ago, the continent of the Divine Ruins was able to communicate with the 9 major forces of the Yuan continent. That was why there were 9 altars. But now, the Divine Ruins continent had long lost contact with the 9 major forces, and the 9 ancient altars had not been activated for a long time. Some time ago, one of the forces, the Xianxia sect, suddenly got in touch with the Divine Ruins continent and issued an order to select disciples. Now was the expert from the Xianxia sect, a major power of the Yuan continent, about to arrive. That was a major power of the Yuan continent. Most of the people's eyes were burning as they stared at the altar above. The Yuan continent was the core of the Yuan realm. It was the place that all cultivators yearned for, the holy land for cultivation. Over there were experts who truly stood at the peak. Legend had it that there were unparalleled mighty people who had survived from ancient times. There were countless paragons there. That place was extremely prosperous. Unfortunately, no one had ever been there, not even many emperors. Now he was finally going to meet the strong cultivators of the major forces of the Yuan continent. Buzz. The light grew brighter and brighter. Finally, a door of light appeared on the ancient altar. Then everyone saw figures emerging from the door of light. There were a total of 6 figures. The one in the lead was a Essilavir-haired old man, and behind him were 2 middle-aged men. The 3 of them were just standing there casually, but they exuded an unparalleled pressure. The pressure was like a divine mountain weighing hundreds of millions of pounds, pressing down on everyone's hearts and making it difficult for them to breathe. So strong. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. The pressure that these 3 people gave off was far above that of the black-robed middle-aged man. In other words, these 3 people were all above the 3rd level of the martial royal realm. Behind the 3 of them were 3 youths. 2 men and 1 woman. The men were handsome and the woman was beautiful. The three young men and women looked around with a hint of curiosity in their eyes. However, there was more arrogance and disdain in their eyes. It was as if they were high and mighty emperors facing some beggars. Greetings, emissary of the heavenly god sect. The emperors of the four great divine palaces hurriedly saluted with great respect. Greetings, emissary of the heavenly god sect. The others, including the emissaries of the ancient city of the divine ruins, also saluted respectfully one after another. Are all the paragons of the divine ruins continent group here? The leading Esilavir-haired old man spoke. His voice was melodious and resounded in everyone's ears. No matter how far away they were, they could hear it clearly. Reporting to the emissary, all the strongest paragons of the divine ruins continent group are here. An emperor from the North God Palace said respectfully. Good. From now on, my heavenly god sect will choose a group of heroes to join the heavenly god sect. There is no limit to the number. The main thing is your performance. If your performance is good, you will naturally be able to join the heavenly god sect. Therefore, you will have to go through a series of examinations. There will be 2 rounds in total. Now, we will be setting up the venue for the first round of examinations. It will take 7 days. So, the first round of examinations will be held in 7 days. You can come back here in 7 days. The Esilavir-haired old man announced. Yes, we will take our leave. The emperors of the 4 divine palaces saluted and left with the geniuses. The 4 divine palaces had branches in the ancient city of the divine ruins, and they all had their own stations. Very soon Lu Ming and the rest arrived at a huge mansion. Inside the mansion there were many halls and many buildings. Lu Ming and the rest each had a spacious room. Lu Ming and Xianxia entered the room together and entered the mountain and river diagram. Xianxia sat cross-legged under the path understanding ancient tree, quietly comprehending. In the divine ruins, Xianxia had obtained the inheritance of an unparalleled powerhouse who cultivated the demonic path. He needed time to comprehend it carefully. The Tao comprehension ancient tree could help Xianxia improve quickly. Lu Ming was sitting cross-legged on another mountain peak. He waved his hand and a pile of raw gemstones appeared in front of him. There were millions of them. Now Lu Ming's various concepts of heaven and earth had been greatly improved, far exceeding his current cultivation. It was time to use the rough stone to improve his cultivation. In this selection there were many geniuses in the divine ruins continent. Lu Ming's current cultivation of the 5th level of the spiritual god realm was obviously not enough. Roar. The bloodline of the 9 dragons emerged and swallowed the millions of raw gemstones in one gulp. Then it began to refine them. The 9 dragon bloodline had advanced to the 9th level of the divine level, and the power of devouring and refining had reached a terrifying level. The refining of origin stones had also reached an astonishing level. Millions of raw gemstones were continuously refined and transformed into essential core, which rolled around in Lu Ming's body like a tide. Boom, boom, boom. His essential core circulated and rumbled continuously. Lu Ming's spiritual god became more and more solid and dazzling. Lu Ming's cultivation level was also getting stronger. Not long after, millions of origin stones were refined. Lu Ming took out another few million and continued to devour and refine them. At his current realm, the number of raw gemstones that Lu Ming needed was even greater. Just like that, the number of refined raw gemstones that Lu Ming refined reached an astonishing 20 million. At this moment, a violent whistling sound came from Lu Ming's body. The aura on his body suddenly soared. 6th level spiritual god realm. After devouring and refining 20 million raw gemstones, Lu Ming's cultivation finally advanced to the 6th level of the spiritual god realm, and his strength increased greatly. You're tuning in to the Zhou Xian's Legacy YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.